Chapter 1 Golden Legend, Ashura Chakra. Time, May 18, 54th year of Konoha, 3:30 p.m. Location, Ninja School Playground, First Year Practice Field. More than a month after the start of school, the first-year freshmen finally ushered in the first small test. The shuriken throwing just ended not long ago, and now the physical competition is going on. The students formed a circle, standing or sitting, watching the two figures fighting in the open space. The two figures were very short, with baby fat faces, and looked only 5 or 6 years old. One of them had blonde hair, one had silver hair, one had blue eyes, and one had red eyes. The blonde child kept attacking the silver-haired child, but the random turtle punch was easily resolved by the silver-haired child. Because the straight punch was too strong, the blonde kid's lower body was a little unstable and his body leaned forward slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the silver-haired kid leaned over the blonde kid, grabbed his arm with both hands, and threw him out with an over-the-shoulder throw. With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Irika, the referee, immediately announced the result. Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground. The winner is decided, the winner is Yagyu. Both sides make a seal of reconciliation. As soon as the voice fell, the blonde kid slowly stood up from the ground and said unwillingly, "Damn, I almost won." Hearing this, Irika's forehead was full of black lines. Every move was seen through. How can you say you almost won? However, he did not speak to attack Naruto. After all, he had just untied his knot not long ago, and his attitude towards Naruto had changed. "Hey! Yagyu, what are you doing? Do you look down on me?" When Naruto walked up to Yagyu and raised his index and middle fingers to him, he suddenly saw that the opponent who defeated him was in a daze, and he shouted in dissatisfaction. Yagyu came back to his senses and subconsciously said hurtful words, "Sorry, I didn't hurt you, did I?" Naruto was instantly furious and said, "Damn it, you really look down on me. Wait, I will beat you and the arrogant Sasuke down together sooner or later. Then you better try your best, I won't let you catch up." Yagyu suddenly grinned. This confident smile made Naruto slightly stunned, and also made Irika next to him and the students watching the game slightly stunned. How come Yagyu, this guy, suddenly became cheerful? However, that cute face full of baby fat, which can already be seen how handsome it will be when it grows up, makes Yagyu's smile full of lethality, making many little girls blush and even scream. Yagyu-kun is so handsome. After making the seal of reconciliation with Naruto, Yagyu returned to the team, perfunctorily accepting the flattery of his classmates, while staring at the virtual panel in front of him that only he could see. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, Yagyu would have been trembling with excitement. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he couldn't help but vent his emotions by shouting. After 6 years of traveling through time, he finally awakened the golden finger. Yagyu, a traveler, is 6 years old this year. Unlike those travelers who have their souls travel through someone else's body, live with someone else's body and name, or travel through their bodies to another world, Yagyu is a native born by the mother of this world after 10 months of pregnancy. Unfortunately, he was born on the same day of the same month as Naruto. He encountered the Nine Tails Rebellion just after he was born, and his mother was seriously injured and died because of protecting him. As a Konoha Chunin, his father was killed by the Nine Tails Aoi when he was supporting the third Hokage with the captain. Yagyu was confused to be alone just after traveling through time. This is too classic. Did he become the hero of a novel? But when he grew up, Yagyu realized that he thought too much. Traveling to the world of Naruto where bloodline is supreme, he is still a civilian orphan without bloodline. Such a start is destined to be cannon fodder. If he is lucky, maybe during the 4th Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara will pinch his neck and ask him, "Do you want to dance too? If you want to be praised by Madara-sama, I would like to call you the strongest. You have to be a genius who has reached the extreme in a certain field. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work and how good your talent is, the level of cage is the end." He is the same age as Naruto and Sasuke, and is destined to stay in Konoha before the age of 12. The chance of changing his fate is almost zero. After a few years, I realized that I really without the golden finger, Yagyu decided to be a minor supporting role and start to play badly. He no longer fantasized about reaching the top of the ninja world. He only hoped to survive the Konoha collapse plan, the 6 paths of pain's attack on Konoha and the 4th Ninja World War, and marry a good-looking female supporting role with big breasts. However, the goddess of luck seemed to be deliberately joking with him. Just now, when Yagyu defeated Naruto, Naruto's body suddenly flashed with golden light, and then a golden beam flew out of his body and fell to the side to form a floating golden light ball. It was also this light ball that made Yagyu stunned in place. After a few seconds, this golden light ball automatically flew towards Yagyu, like an automatic pickup in the game. When the light ball sank into the body, the virtual panel automatically appeared in front of Yagyu. On the virtual panel, Yagyu's personal information was displayed. Host, Yagyu. Age, 6 years old. Bloodline limit, none. Space backpack, Ashura Chakra, gold. Above is Yagyu's extremely brief information, and there is Yagyu's head portrait on the left of his name. Below is the space backpack in the game, which is a 5x5 space grid. In the first grid, it is the golden light ball. But after seeing the information emerging from the golden light ball, Yagyu's breathing stagnated slightly, and his heart was filled with excitement and fear. What's exciting is that this thing is one of the few things in this world that can change people's fate. The reason why Naruto and Sasuke can become saviors is because they are the reincarnations of the sons of the Six Path Sage. The chakra of Ashura and the chakra of Indra give them the ultimate yin and yang power. Those who have the chakra of Ashura will have the real body of the sage inherited from the Six Path Sage. Those who have the chakra of Indra will have the eyes of the sage, which are also inherited from the Six Path Sage. When one of them develops the body of the sage or the eyes of the sage to the extreme, and then fuses a little bit of the other's chakra, he can awaken one of the supreme pupil techniques with the ability to destroy and create the world, the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara is the best example. What is scary is that Ashura's chakra has the Six Path Sage's backup. Each generation of Ashura and Indra's reincarnation is one of the trump cards used by the Six Path Sage to deal with the resurrection of his mother. Naruto suddenly dropped this thing. Did he drop it all, or only lost a part? Or is it just like in the game, this is just a drop of material, and it has no effect on Naruto at all? Of course, the most important thing is, will the fusion of this thing be affected by Otsutsuki Ashura, and will the Six Path Sage come to the door? Yagyu doesn't know. He only knows that he is very excited now. Uchiha Sasuke desires power for revenge, some guys desire power to save or destroy the world. Yagyu desires power because he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. In his previous life, he could not obtain superpowers, but in this life, he had the opportunity to come into contact with this extraordinary power. Even though he knew that he would only be a cannon fodder at the end, even though he knew that he would face life and death crisis in the future, Yagyu still chose to be a ninja. And now, an opportunity to change from cannon fodder to a cheater is in front of him. If he is afraid of the consequences, he might as well hang himself. Thinking of this, Yagyu's eyes suddenly became firm. Chapter 2 Only by cheating can you counterattack. Despite this, Yagyu did not fuse Ashura's chakra on the spot. After taking a few deep breaths, Yagyu turned off the virtual panel and returned his eyes to the training ground. When round after round of physical competitions ended, the first small test for the first grade finally came to an end. Smiling goodbye to those enthusiastic male and female classmates, Yagyu returned home and took off his mask-like smile. While changing shoes at the entrance, Yagyu summoned the virtual panel and clicked the golden light ball with his finger. Just like in a game, a selection box to choose whether to use it immediately appeared in front of Lu Sheng. After another deep breath, Lu Sheng clicked the yes option. Shua. In an instant, the golden light ball in the space backpack turned into a golden beam of light and flew out like a meteor, penetrating into Lu Sheng's body. Then, Lu Sheng's body flashed with golden light, just like the upgrade special effect in the game. Then nothing happened. I can only give this special effect 3 cents at most. Lu Sheng complained slightly, and then groped his body up and down, as if feeling if there was any change in his body. The result was naturally no change. Lu Sheng also knew that even if there was a change, it would not be on the outside, but on the inside. So, Lu Sheng came to the living room, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and began to extract chakra with his eyes closed. Although he was just a civilian without bloodline, Lu Sheng was now a genius. At least before graduation, he would be a very dazzling civilian genius. The soul is the soul of an adult in another world, which makes him have advanced thinking like those precocious geniuses. It is also because of the soul that Yagyu's spiritual energy is different from ordinary people. And chakra is the product of the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. Originally, Yagyu's spiritual energy was over the standard and did not meet his age, but because his physical energy was very ordinary, his chakra amount is not different from that of ordinary people. When the two are mixed together, the amount of chakra produced is also very ordinary. But now, Yagyu extracts chakra as usual, and the physical energy and spiritual energy bursting out from the 130 trillion cells are like a child's peeing suddenly turning on the faucet. After mixing the two, the chakra cyclone in Yagyu's body instantly grows at a speed visible to the naked eye. If someone uses the Byakugan or Sharingan to see through Yagyu, they will find that the blue cyclone in his body is slowly getting bigger and the color is becoming richer. After an unknown amount of time, Yagyu stopped extracting chakra, slowly opened his red eyes full of horror, and murmured, "Is this the feeling of being a cheater? How can I win?" Civilian players and Krypton guys have two different experiences, and Krypton guys and cheaters also have two different experiences. Civilian players only have liver, Krypton guys only have fun, and cheaters are even more fun. After just extracting chakra for a while, the amount soared to several times the previous value. Lu Sheng finally realized how cruel the 4 words bloodline supremacy are. Only by cheating can you counterattack. After being shocked, Lu Sheng suddenly laughed and said, "Haha. I suddenly feel that life has become meaningful and the world has become wonderful." Just like the dawn, the bumpy road suddenly became flat. After coming to his senses, Lu Sheng's mood became nervous again. The next is the biggest test, and it is also the moment to prove the level of the golden finger. In the next few days, Lu Sheng lived as usual, playing the role of a 6-year-old child, playing with those children despite the discomfort, and integrating into a small group like those Japanese comics. During this period, Lu Sheng did not enter a certain space when he was sleeping, nor did he see the floating white-haired old man. Lu Sheng did not know whether the Six-Path Sage was observing him in the dark. But in the past few years, he had to play the role of a child and could no longer talk to himself. If he was fine these days because the level of the golden finger was above everything else, that would be even better. However, Yagyu didn't dare to bet on that. Only by staying alert could he survive safely until he reached the top. Time came to the second half of the 54th year of Konoha. In winter, heavy snow fell. Unknowingly, 5 months had passed since Yagyu merged with Ashura's Chakra. During this period, Yagyu's improvement was very obvious. In terms of chakra volume, except for Naruto, no one in the 1st grade, not to mention the 6th grade, had more than him. Such an amazing change happened in less than half a year. Yagyu didn't dare to imagine what level his chakra volume would soar to after graduation. What is certain is that it will be in units of cards. Although chakra volume cannot represent strength, a huge amount of chakra can give people the capital to be willful. Those with less chakra need to be careful in battle. On the other hand, Naruto can not only use the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones as ordinary ninjutsu, but these shadow clones can also hold an A-level raise Nan. These human wave tactics can completely make up for the lack of combat experience. If such a physical monster is still very hard-working, then Hoshigaki Kisame is the best example. Yagyu will not waste his talent like Naruto. Before entering the ninja school and successfully extracting chakra, Yagyu, as a time traveler, has already practiced climbing the wall with his feet at home to lay a good foundation for chakra control. Now that the amount of chakra has increased, Yagyu has immediately started to learn the cheating skills, that is, shadow clone technique. Although Yagyu is now an orphan, he was born in a ninja family. His home is an independent 2-story house, which is one of the legacies left to him by his parents in this life. Fortunately, it was not destroyed by the 9 tails. When the director of the orphanage was 3 years old, Yagyu was sent back to his own home and began to learn to live independently. During this period, the village did not confiscate Yagyu's home. While cleaning the house, Yagyu found several scrolls. These scrolls were one of the legacies left to him by his parents in this life. There were chakra extraction methods, basic 3-body techniques and Konoha instant body techniques, as well as several low-level escape techniques and shadow clone techniques. In Yagyu's eyes, the most precious of these scrolls was naturally the shadow clone technique. For other people, shadow clones were not cheating skills at all. After all, after the shadow clones were removed, fatigue would also be fed back to the original body. If fatigue exceeded the limit, people would be exhausted to death. Ordinary ninjas could only use 1 or 2 shadow clones to assist in training at most. Yagyu and Naruto, who had the bodies of sages, were exceptions. The fatigue they could withstand was at a massive level. Naruto was an exception among exceptions. After all, in addition to his sage body, he was also the Jinchuriki of half of the strongest tailed beast. Even if he wanted to die, the 9 tails would not let him die. Chapter 3 Bold Ideas. Shadow Clone Technique. During the holiday, Lu Sheng practiced hard at home as usual. With a few bangs, the living room was filled with white mist. When the mist dissipated, 2 identical versions of Lu Sheng appeared beside him. Then, the 2 shadow clones began to work. One sat cross-legged on the tatami, practicing hand seals. The other was flipping read books and learn knowledge. As the main body, Lu Sheng warmed up on the spot and prepared to start exercising. Lu Sheng, are you home? Lu Sheng, we are here to play with you. Just then, a shout came from outside the balcony. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Sheng suddenly showed a helpless smile on his face. He did not ignore it, but opened the balcony door and looked at his door. I saw 2 short figures wearing winter clothes, wrapping themselves tightly, waving their small hands in cotton gloves at him. The 2 figures are girls of the same age as Lu Sheng. One has golden hair, the other has pink hair, and their eyes are all different shades of green. Yes, they are Yamanaka Ino and Harino Sakura from the 12 Little Strong Men, both of whom are members of Lu Sheng's current circle. As the saying goes, cast a wide net and catch more fish. Before the awakening of the Golden Finger, Yagyu's goal was to be a minor supporting role, to leave a deep impression on Naruto before graduation, to survive in Shippuden, and then to seek a good position in Boruto, and to marry a beautiful and big-breasted female supporting role. But to survive, even if you know the direction of the plot, you need a certain amount of luck and strength. So the golden flowers of this generation have all become Yagyu's goals. Ino and Sakura are just one of them. When he was 3 years old, Yagyu squatted in the snow for several days, just to meet the lost little princess and leave a good impression at first sight. These young ladies and future 3 ninja disciples will benefit Yagyu a lot if they give him any benefits in the future. It would be even better if he could hold the thigh and eat soft rice. Now that he has counterattacked, he doesn't have to brush their favor in order to survive, and Yagyu has no intention of breaking off contact. It's not easy for him to brush up his favor, how could he give up halfway? Authors who write for women should all be caught and lit sky lanterns. When you become stronger and more confident, you should be more bold in your ideas. Looking at the 2 little girls with red faces and bright smiles below, a famous scene of Santa Claus suddenly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. So, he raised his hand and responded, "Wait a minute, I'll go down right away." After that, Lu Sheng returned to the room and put on winter clothes. Ignoring the contemptuous eyes of the 2 shadow clones, he walked out of the house quickly. "Lu Sheng, let's find someone to play snowballs." "Forget it, it's hard to wash wet clothes." "It's okay, I'll take it back and wash it for you." "This is even more terrible, I'm afraid my uncle will kill me." "I help you wash clothes, why would my father kill you?" Walking on the street covered with goose feathers, the lively Ino and Lu Sheng chatted. Sakura, who may not have awakened her second personality yet, looked at the 2 of them quietly and shyly. Refusing all kinds of childish games from Ino, Yagyu looked at the villagers who were shoveling snow, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "I got it, I thought of a very fun game, do you want to play?" "Okay, okay." Ino immediately raised her hand to agree. She didn't care what the game was, as long as her playmates were Yagyu and Sakura. Yet, Sakura also nodded repeatedly. After seeing that they all agreed, Yagyu immediately took them away from the central street and came to a forest. Finding a big tree with thick snow underneath, Yagyu smiled at Ino and Sakura, "Let's climb the tree." "Hey! What's fun about climbing a tree?" Ino, who was expecting, said with disappointment in an instant. Sakura was the same. In response, Yagyu couldn't help but smile and said, "This is not an ordinary tree climbing." Under the puzzled gazes of the 2 women, Yagyu suddenly made a seal with his hands. Then he walked towards the big tree. An incredible scene immediately appeared in front of Ino and Sakura. Yagyu's body seemed to be free from the constraints of gravity, with his feet walking freely on the tree trunk and his body lying in the air. It was the first time for Ino and Sakura to come into contact with this skill that was not taught in ninja schools. They opened their mouths wide and looked at Yagyu in surprise. When Yagyu came down from above, Ino and Sakura came back to their senses and looked at Yagyu with sparkling eyes. "Yagyu, how did you do it just now?" Ino asked excitedly, "Is this a ninjutsu?" "No, it's just a way to control chakra." Yagyu lied without blinking, "When I was cleaning the house a while ago, I accidentally found my father's ninja diary, which recorded his ninja life. Then I learned that the skills of those ninjas flying over the eaves and walls were actually to gather chakra on their feet. I also practiced for a long time before I learned this skill. So that's it. Ino and Sakura suddenly understood. Gather chakra to your feet, I'll try it too. Ino said excitedly, and then like Yagyu, she made a seal with both hands, gathered chakra to her feet, and walked towards the tree. However, one foot stepped on the bark, and as soon as the other foot was lifted, Ino's body fell backwards. Before Ino could scream, a hand was placed on her back in the tree, holding her body that was leaning backward. Keep focused, control your chakra and suck the tree trunk. After reminding her, Yagyu smiled and comforted her, don't be afraid of falling down, I will catch you. Yet, Ino, who was originally afraid, became excited instantly. Then she began to try again and again, falling backward again and again, either being held by Yagyu's hand or falling into Yagyu's arms. Until her chakra was almost exhausted, Ino finally succeeded in getting her feet off the ground, and walked a few steps on the tree before falling down. Successful, Yagyu, I succeeded. Ino, who fell into Yagyu's arms, shouted excitedly. Awesome, I was able to get my feet off the ground the next day, Ino, you are much faster than me. Yagyu first praised her generously, and then poured a basin of cold water on her, saying, but this is not considered a success. When you can walk freely on trees, walls, or even on the water, that will be a real success. Hearing this, Ino instantly regained her composure. But her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she said to Yagyu, Yagyu, this game is so fun. Chapter 4-3 Ultimate Dogs, Girls' Admiration. When you first come into contact with something new, no matter who you are, you will be addicted for a while. Ino, who used to play cat's tuck or ninja games, is not qualified to learn family ninjutsu now. The ninja school now mainly teaches cultural knowledge, and there are few actual combat exercises. Ino and Sakura don't even know the three-body technique now. So for the first time, getting rid of gravity and being able to walk on the tree is really too attractive and fun for Ino. Unfortunately, she has too little chakra now. Perhaps it is because of this that Ino suddenly couldn't find the feeling just now and began to fail again. Yagyu was not surprised by this. The most difficult thing about climbing a tree with your feet is not chakra control, but multitasking. When one foot successfully sucks the tree trunk, the attention will subconsciously shift to the other foot. When gathering chakra, it is either easy to ignore it or break the balance of the first foot. Yagyu was also stumped by this at first. When Ino's chakra was exhausted and she was exhausted and panting, Yagyu suddenly said to Sakura, Sakura, you can try it too. Yet. Sakura nodded vigorously. She had wanted to play for a long time. With the index and middle fingers raised on both hands, Sakura made a no seal and walked towards the tree where Ino had stepped on small footprints. Then the scene that shocked Ino immediately appeared. Just as Sakura stepped on the tree trunk with one foot, the other foot was lifted and stepped out, and the body formed a 90-degree right angle in the air. Sakura kept the no seal gesture with both hands and walked slowly upwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. When Sakura reached a height of more than 3 meters above the ground, she finally made a mistake and her petite body fell down. Ah! Sakura was frightened and screamed, her eyes closed subconsciously. When her body stopped falling, the imagined pain did not come, but a familiar voice came into her ears, just like pulling her out of the darkness that year. Don't be afraid, I said I would protect you. Opening her misty eyes, Sakura looked at Yagyu who was holding her, and she was completely dazed. Yagyu put Sakura down and praised, I didn't expect that among the three of us, the one with the best chakra control was Sakura. That's right. Sakura, you are usually too low-key. Ino nodded in agreement. No way. I was just lucky just now. Sakura lowered her head embarrassedly and said shyly. Looking at this girl who was as shy as Hinata, Yagyu couldn't help but sigh that Love Brain was really terrible. Who could have imagined that this extremely ladylike girl would awaken a violent second personality and then change her temperament drastically? Yagyu still has a good impression of Sakura, the heroine whose popularity is surpassed and crushed by the supporting actress. The reason why so many people hated her in the previous life was that when everyone read comics and anime, they all put themselves in the perspective of the protagonist Naruto. But if you put yourself in the perspective of Uchiha Sasuke, you will find that Sakura and Karin, like Uchiha Obito, are both ultimate lickers. Those who often lick dogs know how high and mighty the one being licked is, and how fearless they are. Who doesn't want to have such a licker? Especially after Boruto came out, Sakura's wife charm helped her save a lot of impression points. Yagyu doesn't know how many times he has watched the Cactus series. Now that comics and anime have become reality, how could Yagyu give such an ultimate liquor to others? Next, Sakura continued to challenge the tree. Unlike Ino's instability, Sakura climbed to a height of 5 meters the second time she climbed the tree. Within less than 5 times, she successfully climbed to the top of the tree, easily mastering this skill that even ninja schools don't teach. So beautiful! Sakura stood on a high place and looked at the snowy scenery in the distance, exclaiming in amazement. Ino, who was exhausted, was instantly full of motivation after seeing this scene, and was about to continue to challenge the tree. However, Yagyu stopped her and reminded her, "Don't be anxious, wait until the chakra is restored before trying again." This skill not only tests talent, but also tests emotional stability, and it takes more than 1 or 2 days to achieve. When you are at home, you can also put a mattress on the ground, use the wall to practice. Okay. Ino was a little unwilling, but still nodded obediently. Looking at her like this, she will definitely practice hard when she goes back. After all, Ino is a very proud girl. In the circle of Yagyu and others, she is also the big sister of Sakura. Being suddenly surpassed by the sister she protects is something that Ino cannot accept. This competitiveness is also what Yagyu wants to see. In the first grade, they were taught skills that only genin would learn. Yagyu also has his own little thoughts. The three stayed in the woods until lunchtime, and Ino and Sakura went back to their homes reluctantly. After separating from the 2 girls, Yagyu did not go home immediately, but prepared to buy some ingredients. Just then, white goose feathers fell from the sky again. When passing by a park, Yagyu suddenly heard the shouting of a child in his ear. "You white-eyed monster, can't you even apologize? Kneel down and apologize to me quickly." Originally, Lu Sheng didn't want to pay attention, but the words in the words still made him stop. As if he remembered something, Lu Sheng couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. It can't be such a coincidence, right? And reality is sometimes so coincidental. When Lu Sheng walked in the direction of the sound, he soon saw 2 boys pushing a girl. Faced with their difficulties, the girl did not resist, but lowered her head to wipe her tears and cried silently. However, this weak look did not make the 2 boys restrain themselves, but made them worse, pressing her shoulders and forcing her to kneel down. Pa! Just then, 2 snowballs flew over and hit the boys' faces at the same time. It hurts so much. Who is it? The snowballs knocked the 2 boys back, and their vision became blurred. Wow! Before they could wipe the snow off their faces, 2 more snowballs flew over and hit their faces accurately. This time the snowballs flew much faster than before, and the force was also so strong that they fell to the ground. The 2 boys, whose faces were red from being hit, cried very spinelessly. "Get out of here, do you want to eat a few more?" The tears melted the snowflakes, allowing the 2 boys to successfully see the guy who attacked them. Seeing the other party throwing snowballs with both hands, they didn't even have the idea of revenge, and quickly got up and ran away. After using the shuriken throwing skills that won high scores in the quiz to drive away the 2 little brats, Yagyu walked up to the stunned girl and smiled. "It's you, lost again. Yagyu-kun." Looking at the boy in front of her, Hinata's cute face, which was red from crying or freezing, suddenly became even redder. The joy that surged in her heart instantly dispelled the grievance just now. "Why didn't you fight back just now?" Yagyu asked with pretended curiosity. "If I remember correctly, your score in physical combat is quite high." I. Hinata subconsciously lowered her head and turned her index fingers habitually. Perhaps because she was too nervous, she didn't know how to explain to Yagyu for a while. "Miss Hinata." Just then, a voice came into the ears of Yagyu and Hinata. A young man wearing a green vest, a ninja forehead protector, and a pair of white eyes ran from a distance. In his hand, he was holding a bag. Seeing this scene, Yagyu understood instantly. Obviously, Hinata was stared at by the 2 children when she was waiting for her tribe here. After all, people with white eyes are as annoying as the demon fox monsters mentioned by their parents in the eyes of children. So, Yagyu smiled and said, "Don't be so kind in the future. If you are bullied, you must fight back. Otherwise, he will get a sense of accomplishment from you. Not only will he continue to bully you in the future, he may also bully others. Only if they are scared, they will not dare to bully others. Okay, your tribesmen are here, see you at school." After saying that, Yagyu walked away. Looking up at Yagyu's departing back, Hinata suddenly recalled the scene from 2 years ago. The Yagyu back then was much shorter than he is now. But at that time, he dared to go out alone at night. Whether it was Yagyu back then or Yagyu now, they are both amazing. The feeling of admiration quietly grew. Chapter 5 End of Year Exam, The Strongest Brain. Time flies, and it's March in the 55th year of Konoha in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, the first year studies were about to end. In April, the first year students were promoted to the second year students. However, before the holiday, the first year students still have to take a big exam. It is also this big exam that will select the best and the top student representing the whole grade. March 18th. At 6 in the morning, Lu Sheng woke up from his sleep and exercised in his yard. After the morning training every day, Lu Sheng took a bath and started to make breakfast. After eating breakfast and drinking a full glass of milk, Lu Sheng made seals with his hands and split into 2 shadow clones, let them start working as usual. Yagyu's real body went to the ninja school. During the day, there were cultural exams, and they only needed to answer questions. The afternoon was the important assessment. It was said to be important, but in fact it was just a survival exercise more than the small exam. It was a bit exaggerated to describe it as a survival exercise, in fact it was just a game of hide and seek. The 6th grade graduation exam was just to take one of the 3 body techniques for assessment. In the 1st grade, the main subjects were cultural courses, and children who were not from ninja families did not even have the practice scrolls of the 3 body techniques. The practical classes in the afternoon were either shuriken throwing or physical skills competitions, and there was no kunao hand-to-hand combat yet. These courses were all for them to accumulate spiritual and physical energy and lay a good foundation. In this year, the school only taught them one technique, that is, invisibility. Invisibility and instant body techniques seem very advanced, but in fact they are more basic than the 3 body techniques. In the original novel, when Naruto first appeared, he used the Konoha instant body technique and invisibility technique to play tricks on the ninjas who were trying to capture him. The reason why these 2 techniques give people a sense of sophistication is that many guys have used them in various ways. Yagyu thinks that the survival exercise in the afternoon, if nothing unexpected happens, should be a test of their attainments in the invisibility technique. Yo! Yagyu, good morning! Yagyu-kun, good morning! Yagyu-kun, do you want to play with us after the exam? Yagyu, can you throw me a note after the exam please? If I fail, my mother will beat me to death. When he came to the classroom, many male and female classmates greeted Yagyu. Yagyu also responded to them with a smile, and sometimes even stopped to communicate with them for a few words, full of patience. Unlike the aloof Sasuke and Naruto who no one plays with, Yagyu gave himself a central air-conditioning personality, and was very gentle no matter who he faced. After all, only he knew how many talents came out of this classroom. There are already 2 saviors and Hokages, and the others are either the patriarchs of the ninja clan or the leaders of a department in Konoha. Who knows whether other little strong men, such as Kurami, who are not mentioned in the plot, will become powerful figures in the future. So before the awakening of the Golden Finger, Yagyu took advantage of his genius to leave a good impression on his classmates. Even though he has merged with Ashura's Chakra and is undoubtedly the number 1 in the class, Yagyu has not ruined this personality. One more friend means one less enemy. The main point is human relations and worldly wisdom. After chatting with his classmates, Yagyu finally came to his seat. As soon as he sat down, a small hand patted Yagyu's shoulder from behind. Ino, who was sitting behind Yagyu, smiled and said, Yagyu, work hard in the exam later, and you must win the title of the top student. I'll try my best. Yagyu nodded with a smile. Yagyu, is there any bloodline limit in your family? And then you quietly awakened it. At this time, a voice sounded from beside Yagyu. Nara Shikamaru, who was lying on the table with a pair of dead fish eyes as if he had not woken up yet, said faintly, since you defeated Naruto a few months ago, you seem to have become a different person. You are so smart, why don't you guess it? Yagyu teased. Ha! Nara Shikamaru yawned, sat up straight, stretched and said, anyway, something must have changed in you. Ino said unhappily, who doesn't have a little secret? Why are you so gossipy? Yes, yes. I'm talking too much. Looking at Ino who raised her pink fist and looked like she would beat you if you said more, Nara Shikamaru nodded helplessly. But at the same time, his curiosity was still growing day by day. If it were someone else, Nara Shikamaru would not be bothered to be curious. Even if Naruto's identity was special, he didn't care too much. The only exception is Yagyu. After a year of observation, Nara Shikamaru found that Yagyu, his desk mate, was two different people in the first half of the year and the second half of the year. In Nara Shikamaru's eyes, Yagyu in the first half of the year was too fake. The smile that easily won the favor of others was a natural acting skill in the eyes of Nara Shikamaru, who had the strongest brain and the golden eyes. Yagyu, like himself, was a precocious genius, but he was too purposeful. So Nara Shikamaru didn't have much good feelings for Yagyu, the desk mate who deliberately sat next to him. But in the second half of the year, Nara Shikamaru's impression of Yagyu changed dramatically. Because in the second half of the year, Yagyu became real. That purposeful smile, even if the mask-like smile was flawless, could not hide the gloom between his eyebrows, and all disappeared. Nara Shikamaru, who was still young, couldn't understand why a person changed so much, so when he was chatting with his father, he asked his father for advice. After getting several answers from his father, Nara Shikamaru realized that Yagyu's change was that his mentality became more confident. And Yagyu's change started from defeating Naruto. That's why Nara Shikamaru was so curious. How could he become more confident by defeating a guy who always ranked last in every test or even every random test? There is no doubt that Yagyu either has some changes or is hiding some secrets. This change and secret is the key to his no longer being purposeful, not having to act all the time to build good relationships with others, and being confident that he can be above everyone else. Today's exam may reveal some clues. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru suddenly became a little interested in this exam. Yagyu didn't know what Nara Shikamaru was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say that he was worthy of being the future military strategist and the 8th generation Hokage. He can see so much at the age of 6 or 7, which is not inferior to Uchiha Itachi who had the thinking of a Hokage at the age of 7. Chapter 6 Naruto and Sasuke are true love, Sakura is just an exception. As time passed, the exam started soon. When the test paper was handed out, Yagyu couldn't help but complain in his heart while answering the questions. This world is really deformed. In terms of technology, there are already electric lights and refrigerators, and scientists have even made computers, but nobles still rely on carriages to travel. The TV is also a Chakra TV, a tool used by the 5 Kage for remote communication. What's even more outrageous is that the children in this world not only understand love at a young age, but also learn chemistry in the ninja school. Yes, the cultural courses in the ninja school are not only history, but also chemistry. When Lu Sheng first saw these textbooks, he was also shocked. No wonder those geniuses went to the battlefield at the age of 5 or 6 during the war, and Kakashi became an all-round ninja at the age of 12. It's just because this world is too sick. If you are not a genius or a cheater, you will really feel very powerless. Fortunately, Lu Sheng is also a cheater. With the help of the shadow clone and mature thinking, Lu Sheng's cultural courses have always been full marks. These questions are not difficult for him at all. The ninja school was unusually quiet throughout the morning, and only during the break would it be noisy. When it was almost time to leave school, parents gradually appeared at the school gate. When the bell rang, the students who finished the exam rushed out of the school. Some students looked for familiar figures in the crowd, and then either threw themselves into their arms or ran to them, and finally left hand in hand. Some students ran home excitedly. But some students looked at this scene with envy. They were all orphans who lost their relatives in the Nine Tails Rebellion, or who didn't know who their parents were. Naruto was one of the envious ones. He even hid in the school and didn't dare to come out. Whenever he appeared in a crowded place, those hateful and disgusting eyes would make him feel suffocated. He couldn't understand why these people treated him like this. Or, what did he do wrong? Why did everyone treat him like this? In the whole school, only teachers like Yagyu and Iruka knew the reason. But he wouldn't tell Naruto, to be precise, he didn't dare. Yagyu was very enthusiastic about everyone, and before the awakening of the Golden Finger, he was even full of purpose. However, the only two people he didn't have enthusiasm for were Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Their identities were too special, and being too close to them was not a good thing. If you are too enthusiastic, you may even catch the eyes of some big shots. Even though he has awakened the Golden Finger now, Yagyu still doesn't get close to them. After saying goodbye to Ino and Sakura, Yagyu returned home, first had lunch, then removed the shadow clone that had been maintained for a morning, set the alarm and took a nap. In the afternoon, the exam continued. Just like the quiz, the first subject is still shuriken throwing. Only this subject is a bit difficult for Yagyu. Of course, it was the old Yagyu. The current Yagyu can already hit all the hearts very accurately. After all, he is a person who cheats with a shadow clone. There is no doubt that Yagyu got full marks. However, there are many classmates who came from ninja families who got full marks like him. The parents of these classmates are ninjas, and when they are at home, they are often given special treatment. And unlike the boring cultural courses, they are too interested in this kind of cool stuff. In the previous life, he was a student with a biased academic performance. Naruto was also a student with a serious biased academic performance. The scores of the academic subjects were pitifully low. If the academic subjects were not just to provide another way out for everyone, and the graduation examination would not choose academic subjects as test questions, Naruto would probably not graduate in this life. After the shuriken throwing, the next step was still the same physical skills duel as the small test. The students stood or sat in a circle, looking at Iruka in the open space. The names are called out. The first group. Inyazuka Kaiba vs Koiwata. As Iruka's voice sounded, Inyazuka Kaiba, who already had Akamaru beside him, immediately put down his ninja dog and walked out with excitement on his face. On the other hand, the guy named Koiwata was a little scared. Obviously, he was not confident in his fighting ability. And the result is predictable. Koiwata was defeated by Inyazuka Kaiba, who had played with ninja dogs since childhood and was very good at fighting easily defeated. Then, names kept coming out of Iruka's mouth. There were both men and women, but the amazing thing was that this physical duel was either men vs men or women vs women. Obviously, Iruka had deliberately assigned them this way. These first-year exams were still too much of a joke. In Yagyu's eyes, it was no different from playing house. However, Yagyu did not send only one shadow clone to school like Uchiha Itachi did. Because the shadow clone did not have the specialness of his original body. After all, who knows if Iruka would suddenly take a test and let Yagyu lose the opportunity to get equipment. In the past 6 months, Yagyu has fought with his classmates more than once, and won every time. However, every time he won, Yagyu did not see the familiar light. Obviously, the golden finger does not produce things every time it defeats the opponent, and the explosion rate is very low. That time, Naruto was purely possessed by the Emperor of Luck. Maybe it was that time that Yagyu's luck was overdrawn. The 7th group, Yagyu vs Uchiha Sasuke. After another group ended, Yagyu finally heard his name. When he heard the name of his opponent, his eyes suddenly lit up and his heart was filled with joy. After half a year, he finally matched with the second male. It seems that Iruka arranged his opponent based on the previous quiz results. So, Yagyu stood up with expectation. Like him, there was Uchiha Sasuke who was surrounded by the cheering group. Come on Yagyu, you must win. Yagyu, help me beat up that Sasuke guy. Come on Sasuke, Sasuke will win. Who should I support? Sasuke and Yagyu are both so cute. The duel between the two influential figures in the class immediately made the atmosphere lively. The male classmates who had a good relationship with Yagyu or who couldn't stand Uchiha Sasuke's coolness cheered Yagyu up. The girls cheered for Yagyu, Uchiha Sasuke, or were confused, not knowing who to support. The loudest one was naturally Ino, who made trumpet shapes with her hands. Lady Sakura and Shai Hinata cheered for Yagyu silently in their hearts. Looking at the super popular Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto was full of envy. However, he did not dislike Yagyu, because he was sensitive and found that Yagyu was one of the few people in the class who did not hate him. As for disliking Uchiha Sasuke, it might be due to fate. After all, Sakura did not like Uchiha Sasuke as in the original book. The amazing thing is that Naruto did not like Sakura either, and never pestered Sakura. Sure enough, Naruto and Sasuke were the true love, and Sakura was just an exception. Chapter 7 Another explosion, blue light ball. In the open space, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke stood 2 meters apart, facing each other. Iruka stood in the middle of them and shouted, "Both sides make the seal of opposition." Hearing this, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke raised their index and middle fingers on their right hands. Iruka stepped back a few steps, picked up the whistle hanging on his chest, and said, "The rule is whoever falls first loses, start." Beep. As the whistle sounded, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke put down their hands and rushed towards each other. After getting close, Uchiha Sasuke raised his right hand and punched. Yagyu dodged sideways and raised his hand to grab Uchiha Sasuke's arm and throw him over the shoulder. However, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have expected it, and the attack was not full of strength. Instead, the moment the fist just hit, his left shoulder had already accumulated power, and he retracted his right arm with a shake, then squatted down to use the force and gave Yagyu a sweeping kick, trying to sweep him to the ground to end the fight. The next second, a scene that made Uchiha Sasuke feel confused and Irika and the audience widen their eyes appeared. Uchiha Sasuke's calculated sweeping kick did not kill Yagyu instantly as he thought, but swept nothing. Yagyu, who was standing in front of him, disappeared out of thin air with a whoosh. Then, Uchiha Sasuke felt a pair of hands grabbing his clothes on his shoulders and throwing him forward. Due to the sweeping kick, Uchiha Sasuke was facing the ground at this time. This huge force directly caused him to fly out and hit the ground with his face as if he fell flat on the ground. When Irika saw this scene, he did not announce the result of the battle, but looked at Yagyu in astonishment, saying in disbelief, "It's the instant body technique. What happened just now? Did Yagyu suddenly disappear and suddenly appear again? This is the instant body technique, which is a skill that only those in the senior grades can use. I have seen my brother use it. I have also seen my father use it. Wow, so awesome!" The exclamation reached Uchiha Sasuke's ears. He was a little embarrassed after being thrown down, and immediately stood up and looked at Yagyu, saying unconvincedly, "Come again." Beep. Irika blew the whistle and shouted, "The battle is over, the winner is Yagyu." Shua. Almost at the moment when Irika finished speaking, a blue light suddenly flashed on Uchiha Sasuke's body. Then a blue beam flew out from Uchiha Sasuke's body and fell to the ground next to him, forming a floating blue light ball. Seeing this scene, Yagyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then his face was thoughtful. Whether it was Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, they were so powerful. When they were preparing, they were just thrown to the ground by me. I didn't subdue them, nor did I knock them out or kill them. It was just Irika who announced the result of the battle. Such a judgment is a bit like the end of time in some fighting games. No matter what the method is, as long as the opponent loses, will the explosive equipment function of the game system take effect. Damn it! Just when Yagyu was thinking, Uchiha Sasuke whispered unwillingly. But because the family has not been destroyed, Uchiha Sasuke has not become extreme now, and he doesn't pay much attention to victory and defeat and family honor. So at Irika's reminder, he walked in front of Yagyu and extended his index and middle fingers to him. "Thank you for your advice." Yagyu, who came back to his senses, also made a reconciliation seal with Uchiha Sasuke, and then returned to the team. Just like the small test half a year ago, Yagyu looked at the next duel with a lack of concentration, obviously thinking about something. It was not until the end of the physical duel that Yagyu sorted out his thoughts and came back to his senses and stood up. Walking towards the examination room of the survival exercise, Lu Sheng put on a mask-like smile to deal with those enthusiastic male and female classmates, while calling out the virtual panel that only he could see, and checked the blue light ball that was automatically picked up in the space backpack. Space backpack, Yin attribute, blue. Seeing the information of the blue light ball, Lu Sheng was stunned. Yin attribute, can even chakra attribute be exploded? There are 7 types of chakra attributes, namely Yin, Yang, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, and Thunder. In those stores that specialize in selling ninja tools, there are test papers that can detect chakra attributes. However, these test papers can only detect Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, and Thunder, while Yin and Yang are hidden attributes. Wind, Fire, Water, Earth, and Thunder can be possessed by nature or acquired later. Only the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang can only be obtained by nature unless there is any change in the body. Yang Sheng has tested his chakra attributes, and there are 2 types, namely Water and Earth. As for the Yin and Yang attributes, Lu Sheng does not know whether he has them before awakening the game system, and it is not displayed on the virtual panel. However, after awakening the game system and fusing Ashura's chakra, Yagyu was very sure that he already had the Yang attribute. And now, the Yin attribute burst out from Uchiha Sasuke. As long as it is fused, Yagyu's chakra attributes will be Yin, Yang, Water, and Earth. Thinking of this, Yagyu's mood instantly became happy. Clicking the virtual panel and fusing the blue light ball, Yagyu murmured in his heart, "Gold and blue, I don't know how many colors of this light ball there are." However, compared with the level classification of the light ball, Yagyu is now more curious about the drop mechanism. After thinking just now, Yagyu has realized why he has only exploded equipment twice in the past 6 months. Because of the difference in victory. There are too many kinds of victories in the game, including the end of PK time, defeating the opponent, and even 3 wins, etc. There are also killing monsters, or through certain mechanisms, etc. Different victories will get different scores, and the explosion rate and rewards are different. It took Yagyu so long to drop 2 things, probably because of the score. This kind of victory is too easy, so the drop rate is so low. Of course, this is just Yagyu's guess. Now he can't confirm this idea. After all, he can't beat his classmate unconscious or kill him, right? If so, his ninja career will end before it even begins. To confirm this guess, he can only wait until graduation. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, Yagyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and had a bold idea in his mind. But the next second, he dispelled this overly crazy idea. What are you thinking about? The Uchiha clan annihilation event manipulated by the Konoha high-level management, can you, a little Karami who is not even a genin, participate? Even Yagyu was shocked by himself. After changing his fate against the will of heaven, he seemed to have become inflated, which is not okay. In this ninja world full of black hands, before the strength reaches the level of fearlessness, you must move forward steadily. So, Yagyu calmed down and welcomed the last test. Chapter Chief Student, New Friend. The survival drill for the first grade is even more boring than the physical duel. After all, the only skill that the first graders can learn now is the invisibility technique. That is why Yagyu amazed the audience after he showed the instant body technique. If he also used the shadow clone technique, Irika might feel like Uchiha Ataka's teacher, that there is nothing to teach him in the ninja school. The assessment of the survival drill is very simple, that is, everyone receives a thing and uses it to disguise in the designated range of the training ground. Whoever is found by Irika within the specified time will get a low score or a high score. If you are not found within the specified time, you will get a full score. However, in Yagyu's eyes, who wants to get a full score in this assessment depends on Irika's mood. It is impossible to use the invisibility technique to hide Irika, who is a chunin. So this test is to select the best among all the invisibility techniques. As a result, Yagyu is naturally one of the best. He got full marks in shuriken throwing, physical skills duel, and survival drills. After the results of the cultural courses are released, the first-year teachers will select the best student of the year based on the scores of students in each class, as well as their small tests and random tests, to become the top student representing the whole grade. In Yagyu's previous life, it was the so-called first in the grade. Without waiting for the results to come out, Yagyu already knew that the top student was none other than him. If he didn't match Uchiha Sasuke in the physical skills duel, perhaps Uchiha Sasuke would have a chance to compete with him for the title of top student. After all, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke both got full marks in the small tests and temporary tests this year. But the defeat in the physical skills duel has doomed Uchiha Sasuke to not get full marks in this big test. This means that his overall score is not as good as Yagyu. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, no one else is qualified to compete with Yagyu. Yagyu's title of the top student is just about to be announced. After the survival exercise, Yagyu, Ino, and Sakura left the ninja school together. Looking at their backs, Hinata, who had been paying attention to Yagyu but didn't have the courage to greet him, envied Ino and Sakura very much. Others have their own circles, but Hinata has no friends. It was not until graduation that she had 2 companions, Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino. If it weren't for her sister, Hinata might have been a lonely person before she was 12 years old. After all, the death of Hisashi and Hinata being crushed by Niji Hisashi had already disappointed Hisashi with this cowardly daughter. Fortunately, Hinata's identity as a rich lady is there, and this is a world with extraordinary powers, not an ordinary world without superpowers. Otherwise, Hinata might be bullied by classmates like some Japanese comic heroines. Even so, in the original work, Hinata did not escape the bullying of students from other grades and was bullied twice. As if noticing Hinata's gaze, Yagyu suddenly stopped and turned to look at Hinata. Hinata lowered her head in shock when she met Yagyu's gaze and subconsciously turned her fingers. Seeing this scene, Yagyu's mouth corners could not help but slightly rise. Yagyu, what's wrong? Seeing Yagyu stop, Ino couldn't help but ask curiously, and followed his gaze, but did not see Hinata hidden in the crowd. Yagyu shook his head and smiled, "It's okay. I seemed to hear someone calling me just now. I must have heard it wrong." Let's go. After leaving the ninja school, Yagyu suddenly asked Ino and Sakura before they parted, tomorrow is a holiday. Do you want to practice with me? Okay, okay. Ino immediately raised her hand and said, I have been practicing very hard during this period. I will show you my results then. Yet. Sakura also nodded vigorously. Seeing that they all agreed, Yagyu said again, tomorrow I will introduce a new friend to you, but this requires your help, Ino. Friend, what do you need my help with? Ino asked curiously. Yagyu hooked his finger at her, and Ino immediately leaned over to listen. When Yagyu whispered in her ear, Ino looked at Yagyu in surprise, but still patted her chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. Looking at the two riddlers, Sakura next to her was curious, but did not ask much. Yagyu, we're here to see you. The sun is shining, are you up yet, Yagyu? The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Yagyu, who was looking at the ninjutsu scroll at home, heard the voices of Sakura and Ino. Putting away the scroll, Yagyu got up and walked out of the house. Let's go, let's find new friends. Yagyu did not take the two girls to the training ground, but took them to the outside of a large mansion. If you look closely, you will see a large plaque with the word Hyuga hanging at the door of the mansion. Yes, this is the land of the Hyuga clan. Yagyu smiled at Ino and said, the rest is up to you, Ino. Watch me perform. Ino patted her chest, then trotted to the door of the Hyuga clan's land, and communicated with the two guards without any fear. One of the guards looked at Ino carefully, and suddenly walked into the mansion. Not long after, the guard came out again and invited Ino in. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help asking, Yagyu, how did you get to know Hinata? When Sakura and Ino came to see Yagyu, she had already learned from Ino who the new friend Yagyu was going to introduce to them was. Ino and Sakura also had an impression of Hinata, but not very deep. They only knew that this rich lady was very cold, never communicated with others, did not join any circle, and had no friends. Unexpectedly, Yagyu and this rich lady were actually friends. You know, Yagyu didn't say a word to Hinata when he was in school. Yagyu didn't hide it either, and smiled and said, I helped her twice, and her experience is the same as yours before, Sakura, you will definitely get along well. Hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, same as me, could it be she also? Yet. Seeing Yagyu nod, Sakura suddenly realized, no wonder she is so silent in school. I thought she didn't like to communicate with others. It turns out that. The voice suddenly stopped, and Sakura was a little unbelievable. Obviously, she never thought that the daughter of a wealthy family would be bullied. Those who bullied Hinata were really bold. However, after Yagyu said this, Sakura had developed a little affection for Hinata. This was a resonance of the same kind. At this time, Ino also came out of the Hyuga clan's mansion. Beside her, there was a girl of similar height, Hinata. Chapter 9 Hinata's Talent, Yagyu's Experiment. Just like with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu never said a word to Hinata in class this year. This girl was too shy, even Yagyu didn't know how to make friends with her. Plus, the game system hadn't awakened at that time, so Yagyu didn't dare to get too close to Hinata. Otherwise, who knows if someone would tell Hyuga Niji or the Hyuga clan about it, and make people think that he had some intentions towards Hinata, and then come to warn or teach him a lesson. You know, Yagyu is not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he doesn't have any backers. Until the awakening of the Golden Finger, and the heroic rescue of the Beauty again, and the title of the chief student that was just about to be announced, Yagyu had new ideas. Now I am barely qualified to be friends with Hinata. Although as a commoner, I am still not qualified to invite Hinata out to play. But the pig in the new generation of Ino Shikacho has that qualification. As a fan of Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi will definitely agree that Hinata and Ino are friends. Although he is disappointed with his eldest daughter, Hyuga Hayashi has not completely given up on Hinata. Among the new generation of Ino Shikacho, only Ino is a girl. As long as Hinata and Ino become friends, it means that the future Hyuga clan will become friends with Ino Shikacho, which is a very important connection. Ino and Hinata walking towards him also show that Yagyu's plan is very smooth, and Hyuga Hayashi really let it go. Fortunately, I have brought Hinata out. Returning to Yagyu, Ino said proudly. Awesome, worthy of being Ino. Yagyu also gave a thumbs up generously, then looked at Hinata who was standing next to Ino and secretly looking at him, and smiled, Hello, Hinata. Hinata looked at Yagyu and subconsciously lowered her head again. But thinking of what Ino said when she left, she finally plucked up the courage to raise her head, looked at Yagyu nervously and said, Yagyu-kun, thank you. After saying this thank you that was 3 years late and became extremely strong some time ago, Hinata's heart suddenly became relaxed. Have you been peeking at me all this time just to thank me? Yagyu asked knowingly. Yet. Hinata, relieved, lowered her head shyly again. Okay, I accept your thank you. Yagyu smiled and invited, we are going to practice, do you want to join us? Hearing this, Hinata raised her head with a look of surprise, can you? Of course, we welcome you very much. Yagyu nodded vigorously. Ino, who had already seen Hinata's character, put her arm around Hinata's shoulders and said like a big sister, from now on, we are friends, Hinata. Please give me more advice, Hinata. Sakura also smiled like a lady. Looking at the friendly and enthusiastic Yagyu 3, Hinata's white beautiful eyes suddenly misted uncontrollably. The sudden happiness made the girl who had always longed for friendship but could not get it a little overwhelmed. But she also knew that she could not give up this opportunity. She nodded vigorously and choked. Yet, under Yagyu's matchmaking, 3 of the 4 golden flowers of the new generation became friends in advance. Yagyu, look, I can already climb to the top of the tree. Coming to the familiar woods, Ino specifically found the big tree covered with small footprints, and then couldn't wait to show the results of her practice. Running on the tree trunk to get rid of gravity, Ino easily reached the top of the tree that had not yet become lush and leafy. Awesome! Looking at Ino showing off to him on the top of the tree, Yagyu still gave a thumbs up without hesitation. From constantly falling to the top in one go. Obviously, Ino must have made great efforts at home. From this, it can be seen how strong Ino's strong will is. This strong will is a good thing. As long as it continues, Ino may not be left so far behind by Sakura and Hinata as in the original work. Hinata, do you want to try it? After coming down from the tree, Ino looked at Hinata, who was surprised, and made a no-seal gesture with both hands, and said with a smile, gathering chakra on both feet, and then sucking the trunk to climb up, this is the technique Yagyu taught us. My father said that this is a skill that is not taught in ninja schools. Wow, so awesome! Hinata was even more, and admired Yagyu even more. Then, she nodded and said, well, I want to try it too. Hinata raised her index and middle fingers with both hands, and formed a seal to mobilize chakra and gather it on her feet. Then, she walked towards the tree. The scene that hit Ino's heart and caused her tons of damage slowly appeared. Hinata, who climbed the tree for the first time with her feet, walked on the tree trunk like flat ground just like Sakura. Soon, Hinata arrived at the position where Ino had just stood. Only the first attempt, Hinata climbed to the top of the tree. Even Sakura tried several times before she climbed to the top of the tree. Wow, so amazing! This time, it was Sakura and the emotional Ino who were amazed. Yagyu was not surprised at all. Among the 4 golden flowers, the most talented one was not Sakura, but Hinata. Not to mention that among the 4 girls, only Hinata had a blood limit. Hinata, who was born in the Hyuga clan, has been practicing acupuncture since she was a child. This is a soft fist technique that injects chakra into the acupuncture points of the human body. This technique, like climbing a tree with your feet, is chakra control. Hinata, who has been practicing acupuncture since she was a child, has a much better foundation than Sakura. In the original Shippuden, she also mastered medical ninjutsu and barrier techniques. During the Three Tails incident, the sealing class composed of Shizuan, Sakura, Hinata, and Ino was the only one who lagged behind. Before Sakura became Tsunade's apprentice, Hinata was also the strongest among the 4 golden flowers. If it weren't for her personality, Hinata would definitely become a celebrity in the school. Even so, she is now in the top 5 of the grade. Looking at the 3 girls who mastered tree climbing in the first grade, Yagyu was sincerely happy for them and finally started his own plan. He looked at Hinata and the other 2 girls and smiled, since you have all learned how to climb trees, I will teach you the art of instant teleportation and let's practice fighting skills together. Okay, okay. Ino immediately raised her hand and cheered, instant teleportation, I wanted to ask you about it yesterday. Yet. Sakura echoed, Yagyu, the way you defeated Sasuke yesterday was very handsome. Hinata also nodded in agreement. Looking at their looks, the three girls seemed to have ignored the fighting skills in their words. This was what Yagyu wanted to see. What they thought was a casual fighting skill was actually Yagyu's real intention. Because he wanted to do an experiment with Hinata and the other two girls. As long as something exploded from them, Yagyu could determine whether the item dropped by the monster was completely lost or a replica. If it wasn't a complete loss, then Yagyu wouldn't have to worry about defeating someone and suddenly revealing his bloodline limit, and then the other party would find out that he had lost his bloodline limit, which would lead to Yagyu being suspected of having the ability to take away bloodline limits. In this way, Yagyu could act recklessly. Chapter 10 Chief Student Yagyu. The experiment was very short and ended quickly. Because, school started. Unlike the start and end of school time in Yagyu's previous life, the start and end of school time in the Naruto world is similar to that of the island country in his previous life. Both start in April and end in March of the following year. It is also divided into 1 and 2 semesters, with many holidays in between. Although it took less than a month from the end of school to the start of school. But the experiment during this period also allowed Yagyu to draw a result. He can use the method of killing monsters to explode the opponent's talents and abilities, whether they are innate or acquired, in the form of light balls. And when the opponent drops these things, they are not completely lost, and have no effect on them. During this period, the most precious thing that Yagyu exploded was the blue light ball that fell from Sakura. The thing inside the light ball was Sakura's most outstanding talent, chakra control. Sakura, who lost the chakra control, not only did not lose the skill of climbing trees with her feet, but also quickly learned to step on water with her feet after learning the instant body technique. Of course, this is not the key to Yagyu's confirmation. In addition to exploding a blue light ball on Sakura, Yagyu also defeated Hinata, the strongest physical skill, in a certain fighting training, and a white light ball exploded from her body. When checking the light ball, Yagyu was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Hinata to be so hidden like her future floating body. She actually mastered the transformation technique, one of the 3 body techniques. Yes, the thing inside the white light ball was the transformation technique. For this reason, Yagyu deliberately asked the 3 women if they knew the 3 body techniques, and Sakura and Ino shook their heads. Let alone knowing whether they knew the 3 body techniques, they didn't even have the practice method of the 3 body techniques. Although they were all born in ninja families, their parents knew that now was the time to lay a good foundation and did not deliberately give them special training. Especially for Ino, Yamanaka Inoichi might not teach her family's ninjutsu until she passed the Yintun chakra test. Only the honest Hinata nodded and performed the transformation technique. This not only confirmed Yagyu's guess, but also showed that Hinata's physical talent was better than Ino and Sakura. The Byakugan gave Hinata amazing spiritual energy, the attribute of a big eater, and the daily soft fist training, all of which made Hinata's physical energy far exceed that of her peers. She now knows the 3 body technique, and Yagyu is not surprised at all. However, Hinata's performance deeply stimulated Ino and Sakura. They obviously didn't expect that Hinata, who was so low-key and silent in school, was so much better than them. Fortunately, they met Yagyu and were exposed to these things that only genin could learn in advance, otherwise they might have been left far behind by Hinata after graduation. Ino, who was very competitive and didn't want to be surpassed by her little sister, pestered her parents to give her special treatment every day after returning home. In order to reassure them, Ino also showed the instant body technique and told them about her training with Yagyu. The name Yagyu also entered Yamanaka Inoichi's ears in advance. Unexpectedly, another civilian genius appeared in this generation. Yagyu was naturally unaware of these. From the awakening of the game system to the present year, Yagyu has exploded a total of 4 light balls, 1 gold, 2 blue and 1 white. Gold is Ashura's chakra, blue is Yindun attribute and chakra control, and white is transformation technique. According to the rarity of these abilities, the 3 colors of the light ball are gold, blue, and white. As for whether there are other colors, Yagyu doesn't know. But in the future, when someone shines, he can know in advance whether he is lucky or unlucky according to the color of the light. April 5th, 55th year of Konoha. This day is the first day of school and the promotion ceremony. As the principal, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally attended the event and gave a speech on the will of fire to the first-year students who had just entered school. It has to be admitted that Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only one in Konoha who can suppress Shimura Denzo and make him very obedient. It's obviously the same content, and Yagyu had heard it last year. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly modified it and said it, it still made all the students excited. After the promotion ceremony, Yagyu and his classmates officially became second-year students. At the same time, the results of the final exam were also released. The top students of each grade have been selected. Yagyu is one of them. Yagyu, have you checked the results on the bulletin board? You are the top student, you are awesome. Look outside the window, there are so many seniors and juniors, they are all here to see you. Is this the popularity of the top student? Damn it, I am so envious. Yagyu is so handsome, I want to join Yagyu's cheering group. Class 1, Grade 2, New Classroom. As soon as Yagyu came in, he was surrounded by his classmates. Even outside the classroom, there were a large number of female students who came to peek at Yagyu, the top student. Some of these female students were seniors, and some were freshmen. Not only Yagyu had this treatment, but Hyagoniji, who was now in grade 3, also had the same treatment. Hyagoniji, who was 1 year older than Yagyu, was already a celebrity in the school last year. I believe that after today, Yagyu's popularity is no longer limited to the class and grade, but has become a well-known figure in the whole school. This is not only the aura of the top student, but also because he is as handsome as Hyagoniji. After finally dealing with the enthusiastic classmates, Yagyu just sat down and a small hand patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, I saw Ino smiling and said, "How does it feel to be the top student?" "It's okay. Everyone is much more enthusiastic than usual." Yagyu shrugged, glanced at Hinata next to Sakura, and teased, "Hinata, did you take the initiative to change seats with Yumiko?" Without waiting for Hinata to answer, Ino rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think Hinata, with her personality, would have the courage to do such a thing?" "Of course, I asked Yumiko to change seats with Hinata." Sure enough, Hinata smiled shyly. The desks in the classroom are all three-seater. Next to Yagyu is Nara Shikamaru, and next to Nara Shikamaru is Akimichi Koji. Behind them were Ino, Sakura, and Hinata. Looking at Yagyu, who turned around and chatted with Ino and the other two girls, Nara Shikamaru also secretly looked at Hinata, who was more ladylike than Sakura, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. When did Yagyu get to know the rich lady? What happened during this holiday? However, seeing that Yagyu was evenly matched with everyone, not always chatting with Ino, and constantly looking for topics to chat with Sakura and Hinata, Nara Shikamaru's eyes flashed with contempt again. The boat of the three was already crowded, and they dared to add people to it. Yagyu would sink sooner or later. When that happens, he wants to see how Yagyu ends up. The time of the exam in the previous chapters was wrong, and it has been revised. Chapter 11 Uchiha Clan Extermination. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Yagyu, as usual, split 2 shadow clones every day to practice at home. The main body went to the ninja school to see if he would be lucky enough to get something out of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, or Nara Shikamaru and the others. During the holidays, Yagyu practiced with Hinata and the other 2 girls. However, the training ground was no longer in the woods far away from the central street. Or other uninhabited areas, but Yagyu's home. When Hinata and the other 2 girls saw Yagyu's shadow clone, they were all stunned, and then looked at Yagyu with sparkling eyes, full of admiration for Yagyu. They thought that Yagyu was already very powerful for mastering the skills that only genin would learn in the 1st grade. Even Ino and Sakura's parents praised Yagyu as a genius and agreed that they would go to Yagyu to practice during the holidays. But they never thought that Yagyu could even use the shadow clone technique. This is a B-level ninjutsu. Except Hinata, Ino and Sakura don't even know the E-level 3 body technique. After learning about Yagyu's true strength, Hinata and the other 2 girls became more motivated to practice. Just like Ino didn't want to be surpassed by Hinata and Sakura, the 3 girls didn't want to be left too far behind by Yagyu, for fear that Yagyu would not take them to play in the future. So whenever the holidays came, Yagyu's home would become a temporary training ground. As for why it is a temporary training ground, it's very simple. Yagyu will not go out to practice during this period. To be precise, before the demise of the Uchiha clan, Yagyu will not go out to practice, nor will he take Hinata and the other 2 girls out. Because he knows that Uchiha Obito will be wandering around Konoha for a long time afterwards. Uchiha Obito, who has the power of the hollowed-out Kamui, is now the biggest bug in the ninja world. He can't beat you, and you definitely can't beat him. Even if you kill him once by chance, he still has Izanagi as a resurrection coin. Unless it is an independent space that is well hidden, no place in the ninja world can stop the opponent. Practicing outside, who knows if Uchiha Obito will target them on a whim. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yagyu doesn't want to be targeted by those big guys so soon. So during this period, Yagyu must be more stable. Finally, this day, a special day has arrived. When the last class in the afternoon was about to end, Irika suddenly announced, there will be a temporary test today. Gather at the practice field after class. Why is this happening? For a moment, the whole class wailed. Of course, this was the reaction of students with poor grades. Excellent students like Uchiha Sasuke were delighted. After all, the results of the temporary test are also counted as credits. The reason why Yagyu was able to become the top student is that in addition to the full score in the big test, he also got full marks in the small tests and the temporary tests. If you want to snatch the title of the top student next year, you have to match Yagyu's scores in these tests. It would be even better if you can snipe the opponent and prevent Yagyu from getting full marks. In this way, as long as you perform stably in the next exams, Yagyu will not be eligible to compete with him for the title of the top student after the big test is over. Uchiha Sasuke was eliminated like this last time. These small tests and temporary tests are Uchiha Sasuke's chance for revenge. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but cast a provocative look at Yagyu. Coincidentally, Yagyu was also looking at Uchiha Sasuke. But Uchiha Sasuke didn't notice that Yagyu looked at him with pity. Who is the most miserable character in the Naruto world? Uchiha Sasuke is definitely one of them. Before the age of 7, he was the chosen son of heaven, born in one of the largest wealthy families in the ninja world. His father was the clan leader, his brother was a genius, and he was the reincarnation of the son of the immortal. But after the age of 7, Uchiha Sasuke no longer lived for himself, but was an avenger who could give up everything to kill Uchiha Itachi. After finally killing Uchiha Itachi and knowing the truth of the extermination of the clan, the idea of revenge and revolution was defeated by Naruto, and finally he kept running around in the ninja world for the so-called atonement. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnations of the two sons of the immortal, are two extremes, just like the yin and yang power in their bodies. One had a miserable life in the early stage, and the other had a miserable life in the later stage. No wonder their bond went beyond friendship. Once one of them changed his gender, they would be an invincible CP. Although he knew that Uchiha Sasuke would become a miserable second pillar, Yagyu did not remind him. This kind of big event manipulated by the Konoha high-level officials was not something that a small person like him could participate in. When the school bell rang, the students rushed out of the school. Only the students in class 1 of the second grade went to the training ground to gather. When the survival exercise of the impromptu test was over, the sky had already darkened, and dusk was about to turn into night. For the first time, the students who finished school so late no longer played together as before, but hurried back home. The same was true for Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at his running back, Yagyu knew that this Uchiha Sasuke, who was proud but still lively, would never be seen again. When he appeared again, he was an Uchiha orphan with an extreme personality and attached great importance to family honor. After the Uzumaki clan and the Senjo clan, another 1,000-year-old clan is going to disappear. In a few years, the Sharingan will become the legendary bloodline limit. Yagyu sighed in his heart. After returning home, Yagyu ate early, took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Yagyu just walked out of the house and noticed that the atmosphere of the village had changed. Along the way, you can always see villagers whispering. When passing by them, the 3 words Uchiha are constantly heard. The news of the extermination of the Uchiha clan has spread. It may not take long. After a long time, the whole fire country and the ninja world knew about it. When they arrived at school, Uchiha Sasuke's seat was still empty until the bell rang. Teacher Irika, is Sasuke okay? When Irika walked into the classroom, the female classmates who also knew about the Uchiha clan extermination asked worriedly. Obviously, those who liked and had a crush on Uchiha Sasuke were afraid that Uchiha Sasuke was also dead. Hearing this, Irika comforted, "Don't worry, Sasuke is fine, he's just in a coma and hospitalized. When he wakes up, the teacher will visit him." Hearing that Uchiha Sasuke was fine, the female classmates were relieved and prepared to notify the cheering group after class. They were young and didn't know how much of a blow this incident would cause to Uchiha Sasuke. When the cold-blooded Uchiha Sasuke appeared, he became more popular. "I heard that it was Sasuke's brother who destroyed the Uchiha clan. Really, Sasuke is so pitiful." The 3 Ino girls were also talking. Yagyu held his chin and breathed a sigh of relief. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, which meant that Uchiha Obito and Black and White would never hang around Konoha again, and they could continue to go out for training in the future. Chapter 12 Konoha 59th year, Yagyu attracted attention. It was 5 days later when Uchiha Sasuke returned to school. Just as Yagyu thought, Uchiha Sasuke, who appeared again, exuded a cold aura all over his body. The demon barrier has begun to form. But Uchiha Sasuke's cheering group obviously didn't know this. Instead, they thought that Uchiha Sasuke was more handsome now. The female students in the class all felt that they were so happy. There was not only the gentle Yagyu who was as gentle as the sun, but also the cold Uchiha Sasuke who was as cold as an iceberg. I really didn't know which one to pursue. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, whose aura was a little scary and whose classmates were shivering in the corner, Yagyu was in deep thought. Although it couldn't be turned on automatically, Uchiha Sasuke had awakened the Uchiha clan's Sharingan at this time. Then, did the probability of exploding Sharingan and Indra Chakra also increase? Just when Yagyu was thinking this, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to notice his gaze and suddenly turned his head to look at Yagyu. What a scary look! What's wrong with Sasuke? Ino and Sakura were both startled by Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Yagyu looked at him without dodging. After staring at Yagyu for a few seconds, Uchiha Sasuke turned back. Yagyu knew that he had become the target of Uchiha Sasuke. As an orphan, Uchiha Sasuke would attach great importance to the honor of the Uchiha clan. He would not allow anyone to slander or look down on the Uchiha clan. He would not allow him, who was carrying the honor of the Uchiha clan, to be suppressed by Yagyu. Next, he would definitely work hard to practice and study, and try his best to compete for the title of the chief student. This was exactly what Yagyu wanted. If it were not for the fact that he could not approach Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke at will, Yagyu would have fought with them every day. The reincarnations of these two sons of immortals are the greatest treasures of this era. If these two treasures can be emptied, Yagyu's upper limit will be the 6 paths. Time passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye it came to March of the 59th year of Konoha. Unknowingly, nearly 4 years have passed since the demise of the Uchiha clan. The demise of Konoha and even the top 3 powerful families in the ninja world caused a sensation in the ninja world. Of course, since he could not leave the village, Yagyu did not know the extent of the sensation. But the withdrawal of the Uchiha clan caused the already weak Konoha to plummet again. However, the magical thing is that those hostile forces did not take the opportunity to attack Konoha, but maintained the existing balance. This is good news. Otherwise, if the war broke out, Yagyu's generation would definitely be sent to the battlefield in advance. If Yagyu did not awaken the game system, it would not matter whether there was a war or not. Anyway, at their age, they would definitely not be assigned to the front line. But knowing how great his potential is and what kind of strong man he will become after fulfilling it, Yagyu does not want the war to break out, at least not now. Not only does he not have the strength to go to the front line, but he also has to worry about whether the enemy will suddenly send a strong man to secretly come and destroy the new generation of Konoha. Before he could grow up, he was killed by a strong man who might be a minor role in the Fourth Ninja World War. This was more painful than being stabbed to death by a shoe falling from the sky just after he had mastered the divine power and shouted that he was invincible. The 5 major ninja villages chose to maintain the existing balance, which was the best news for Yagyu. Just as Yagyu thought, in the past 4 years, Uchiha Sasuke had been competing with him all the time, trying to snatch the title of the top student from him. In the physical skills duel of the small test and the temporary test, Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to apply to Iruka to compete with him. Yagyu as his opponent. During this period, there was an episode where Naruto provoked and was easily defeated by Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed to beat up other students if he didn't arrange a fight with Yagyu, Iruka felt a headache. But he didn't agree, but asked Yagyu's opinion. Of course Yagyu agreed. He was originally worried about how to match Uchiha Sasuke. So in the past 4 years, except for the big exam, Yagyu's opponent in other exams, even the Kunao hand-to-hand combat that has been available since the 3rd grade, is Uchiha Sasuke. And Uchiha Sasuke's challenges in the past few years have naturally all been defeated. Uchiha Sasuke may work hard, but he will never work as hard as Yagyu. Yagyu, who mastered the shadow clone technique in the 1st grade, is not practicing alone. He is growing all the time and has already had the strength to graduate early. If it weren't for trying his luck and seeing if something good could come out in these 6 years, Yagyu would have sent his shadow clone to take classes like Uchiha Taka did. Uchiha Sasuke, who couldn't open his Sharingan yet, couldn't possibly be a match for Yagyu in terms of the basics of ninja. The top student every year was naturally in Yagyu's pocket. Having won the top student for consecutive years, and even surpassing the heirs of the major ninja clans of this generation, Yagyu's fame not only spread throughout the ninja school, but also caught the eyes of some bigwigs. Especially Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi, they were very concerned about the guy who kidnapped their daughter. For this reason, they even peeked at the training of Yagyu and others. Seeing Yagyu teaching Hinata and other ninjas the skills that only genin would know, and they all mastered them, Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi both looked at Yagyu with new eyes, and no longer stopped their daughters from playing with him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen paid attention to Yagyu. With the example of the 4 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to civilian talents. Bloodline limit is not important, talent is important. Among the 4 Hokage, only the first generation Hokage has bloodline limit. The fact that Yagyu can suppress the heirs of the major ninja clans and occupy the position of the chief student shows that his talent and potential are very good. If he is invested and guided, he may become the backbone of the village in the future. And Yagyu, of course, does not know that such a low-key self still attracts the attention of many big figures. If he knows that he has attracted the attention of the Hokage, Yagyu will definitely be relieved. He is not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen paying attention to him, but he is afraid that Shimura Danzo will pay attention to him. Fortunately, his parents were both Konoha Chunin, both of whom are Hokage. He is also a pure Hokage. No matter how domineering Shimura Danzo is, he can't send people to capture Yagyu and brainwash him without saying a word. It's a small village, and there are so many calculations. There is no way, wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations. This saying is absolutely appropriate for Sarutobi Hiruzen. How powerful was Konoha in the past? The number of cage-level masters cannot be counted on one hand. But these masters were either played away by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, or forced to run away from home. Now that I am the only one left, I know how to panic. Chapter 13 The Last Big Test, Cultivating Masters. March 18th is the day of the annual big test again. At the same time, this is also the last big test for Yagyu and his class. In April, they will be promoted to the 6th grade. In March next year, the big test will be the graduation test. As usual, Yagyu got up very early this day. First, he finished the morning training in the yard, then took a shower and had breakfast. After drinking a full glass of fresh milk, he went straight to the ninja school. Yagyu, good morning. Walking on the way to school, Yagyu suddenly heard a familiar girl's voice. Then, he felt a weight on his back, and his body was slightly tilted forward. A blonde girl attacked Yagyu from behind and jumped directly onto his back. Good morning, Ino. Yagyu responded with a smile, and skillfully unhooked his hands around his neck, put Ino down, and then the two walked side by side. Along the way, this pair of handsome men and beautiful women attracted many people's attention. Nearly 4 years have passed, and Yagyu and Ino, who are now 11 years old, have undergone tremendous changes. First of all, in terms of height, Yagyu was similar to Uchiha Sasuke and others at the beginning. But after fusing Ashura's Chakra, Yagyu's development was like turning on the acceleration. After all, unlike Naruto who was malnourished, the inheritance left by Yagyu's parents and the annual pension were enough for Yagyu to grow up healthily. His development is just like Naruto and Jiraiya's training outside together, and he gets nutritional supplements. He has grown from a short boy to a tall man. Yagyu's current height is 1.63 meters. Having this height in the 5th grade was nothing in Yagyu's previous life, and it was nothing in the hidden cloud village that advocated ninjutsu, but in Konoha's generation, he stood out. After all, when Uchiha Sasuke graduated, his height was only a little over 1.5 meters. Yagyu will definitely grow taller. By next year, he may be over 1.65 meters, or even a little over 1.7 meters. At that time, it will be hard to find a 1.55 meter tall person in the new generation. Standing with Yagyu, they will definitely be hit hard. A height of 1.63 meters, which also made Lu Sheng's immaturity fade away quickly. His fully grown facial features made his face angular and handsome. His short silver hair just covered his ears, his eyes as crystal clear as rubies, and his mature thinking made his eyes extremely deep, and he exuded a charm that made girls blush and their hearts beat faster. Along the way, countless girls who were just beginning to fall in love cast murderous eyes at Ino standing next to Lu Sheng. I wish I could replace her. In the past few years, Ino has also changed a lot. She has also lost her immaturity, her height has grown to about 1.45 meters, and her long golden hair has been changing hairstyles. Sometimes it's a high ponytail like the original, sometimes it's long straight golden hair, and sometimes it's even tied into double ponytails. Just because Lu Sheng said before, Ino's temperament will change when she changes her hairstyle. So in the past few years, Ino is very good at taking care of her hair. Whether it is long straight hair, high ponytail and double ponytail, or braided hairstyle, she can tie it up quickly. Yagyu, good morning. Yagyu-kun, good luck on the exam. Coming to the ninja school, classmates kept greeting Yagyu along the way. Some were from her class, and some were from other classes. Unlike the aloof Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji, Yagyu is very popular in the ninja school. If it weren't for the silver hair, I'm afraid that the title of Minato Namikaze's little son would be given to Yagyu. Yagyu did not ignore their enthusiasm, but responded patiently as usual. Again, this is his personality. In the past, it was to leave an impression on the heirs of the major ninja clans, but now it is for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see. The chief student who overpowered all the major ninja clans, and whose personality was the same as Minato Namikaze, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't value him, he would not allow Shimura Danzo to take Yagyu away. This mask was Yagyu's self-protection. When he arrived at the classroom, Yagyu found that Sakura and Hinata had already arrived. Looking at Ino who came in with Yagyu, Sakura couldn't help but lean over to her ear and teased, "No wonder I went to your house, Auntie said you had gone out, but I didn't see you when I came to school." It turned out that Ino went to wait for Yagyu again. Ahem. It's all coincidence. Ino coughed lightly and refuted. In response, Sakura just rolled her eyes. Yagyu-kun, good morning. Hinata still greeted Yagyu with a respectful title. Good morning, Hinata. Yagyu also smiled and raised his hand in response. Just like Ino, Hinata and Sakura have also undergone tremendous changes in the past few years. The biggest change was Hinata. Unlike the short hair in the original work, Hinata, who knew that Yagyu liked long hair, also secretly grew long hair like Sakura and Ino. With long straight hair, black fishnet shirt, and white windbreaker, Hinata now is simply a smaller version of the original Shippuden. More importantly, Hinata's height in the original youth chapter was less than 1.5 meters. And now Hinata, who is in the 5th grade, has exceeded 1.5 meters and reached 1.52 meters. Among the three girls, Hinata is also the tallest. This change was naturally brought by Yagyu. Yagyu knew very well that Hinata had the attribute of a big eater, which was a necessary talent for the strong. Being able to eat is a blessing, which is the best description of this attribute. So when practicing in the wild, Yagyu often took Hinata and the other two girls who had learned the instant body technique to hunt, and then made barbecue for them. During the period, Yagyu deliberately pointed out Hinata's hidden attribute. When Hinata heard Yagyu say that she was a big eater, she turned into a steam princess in a second and almost fainted on the spot. However, when Yagyu praised and envied Hinata's talent, Hinata, who had always been afraid that Yagyu and Ino would say that she was too big a eater, was relieved. After Yagyu's enlightenment, Hinata no longer controlled her appetite. The spiritual energy brought by the white eyes and the physical energy brought by the big eater not only made Hinata's height exceed the standard, but also made her chakra amount exceed the standard. If Hinata had not been shy and low-key, she would definitely make Uchiha Sasuke, who only regarded Yagyu as an opponent, feel the pressure of the same level. As for Sakura, she also has long straight pink hair, a red cheongsam on the upper body, and trousers of various colors on the lower body. The outside looks the same as the original. However, the inside has also undergone tremendous changes. First of all, Sakura, who was saved by Yagyu, did not awaken her second personality. Now her character is still that of a lady, and her temperament has become a bit like the wife in Boruto. With the help of Yagyu, her talent for chakra control has also been well developed. If Sakura is still in the same group with Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke after graduation next year, I believe they will be very surprised. When Yagyu thinks that these changes in them are all his credit, his heart is full of a sense of accomplishment. If he travels to the world of POC Copyright Monday, Yagyu feels that he will definitely be a master of training. Chapter 14: A Duel Without Rules, a battle with full firepower. The exam time will start soon. The morning exam is still the cultural exam. Class. These questions were not difficult for Yagyu. After the morning exam, Yagyu and his friends quickly went home to eat, and then they had to come to the ninja school to continue the exam without even taking a nap. The 5th grade had the most exams, while the 6th grade had only one graduation exam. The afternoon exams included shuriken throwing, physical duel, survival drill, kunao hand-to-hand combat, and no-rule duel. Kunao hand-to-hand combat is easy to understand, which means using a kunao to fight the opponent, or subduing or killing the opponent to win. This is the foundation for learning in the 3rd grade. Ninjas are tools for assassination, how can they not kill people? No-rule duel is a subject only for the 5th grade. It is also easy to understand, that is, you can defeat and kill the opponent in any way. The exam started soon, and the first subject was still shuriken throwing. Unlike the cultural courses that need to be graded, the afternoon exams are graded on the spot. And the result was no surprise, Yagyu got full marks. When it came to the physical duel, Yagyu's opponent was not Uchiha Sasuke. Because in the 4th grade, it was no longer a child's play. During the small exams and the random tests, Irika could still freely decide the list. But when it came to the big exam, it was not Irika who had the final say, and there had to be fairness. On the training ground, there was another chunin next to Irika, not Mizuki in the original work, but a female teacher who was good at medical ninjutsu. In the 3rd grade, the rule of the physical duel was no longer whoever fell to the ground would lose, but to subdue the opponent or the opponent surrender. During this period, injuries were inevitable. When the physical duel began, Yagyu and others began to draw lots and match opponents according to numbers. The opponent Yagyu drew was not the 9 strongest in the class, but a girl. The opponent did not surrender, after all, surrendering meant 0 points. Yagyu did not kill her instantly, but gave her face for a few rounds and then defeated her gentlemanly. Interestingly, the opponent drawn by Uchiha Sasuke is Naruto. For some reason, Uchiha Sasuke often meets Naruto in every opponent drawn by lot. This makes Yagyu very suspicious. Could the fate of this pair of brothers affect the rules of the world? In the physical duel between Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the latter undoubtedly won. Now Naruto is the last one in the class. He has low scores in all subjects and often hands in blank papers in cultural subjects. If the graduation assessment is the total score, Naruto will never graduate in his life. When it comes to the kunao hand-to-hand combat, the opponent is still decided by drawing lots. However, the atmosphere is completely different from the physical duel, which can be seen from the serious expressions of Irika and the medical teacher. After Irika blew the whistle, he only took a few steps back and stared at the students fighting. Once he found something wrong, he would intervene immediately. The opponent drawn by Yagyu was still not the 9 strongest students in the class, but a male classmate who often greeted him on weekdays. "Thanks for your advice." Just like he did to the female classmate, Yagyu held a kunao and easily resisted the opponent's attacks several times. Suddenly, he disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the opponent, with the kunao pressed against the back of her neck, ending the fight. As expected of Yagyu, "I am not your opponent at all." The male classmate who was almost killed in seconds stretched out his hand to make a seal of reconciliation with Yagyu, without any frustration on his face. Except for Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who would feel unwilling to lose to Yagyu, other students have become accustomed to it in the past few years. In their eyes, Yagyu is now an invincible demon king. It might be a good thing to meet Yagyu in a kunao hand-to-hand fight. In the following duel, many students had their clothes or skin cut by kunao during the fight. Once someone's life was in danger, Irika would immediately stop it in an instant and declare the student who might be killed defeated. If it weren't for the kunao hand-to-hand fight, which had been around since the 3rd grade, many people would have cried in pain now. Yagyu still remembers that when the first kunao hand-to-hand combat took place, many students did not dare to fight, and they just stood there shaking while holding the kunao. After the kunao hand-to-hand combat ended, the next round of exams did not start immediately, but the injured students were treated first. Many students had white bandages or band-aids on their bodies and faces. Of course, some people's injuries were very light and healed on the spot. Soon, the next round of exams began again. It was not a survival exercise, but a battle without rules. Then, Yagyu and others began to line up to receive equipment. These equipments were ninja tool bags containing shurikens and kunao, and gloves with iron sheets. After putting on gloves and fastening the ninja tool bags, Yagyu and others began to draw lots again. When everyone drew their lots, Irika and the female teacher arranged the numbers, and their opponents came out. When Yagyu saw his opponent, he was slightly stunned. Like him, there was Uchiha Sasuke. Then, Uchiha Sasuke's face showed a strong joy. Yes, Yagyu's opponent is Uchiha Sasuke. Finally a match. Yagyu's mood now is the same as Uchiha Sasuke's. In the past few years, Yagyu could only compete with Uchiha in small tests and temporary tests. Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke. But since the 3rd grade exam, Yagyu has never met Uchiha Sasuke again. Although Yagyu has won in the past few years, he has not gotten anything from Uchiha Sasuke. And now, they are finally matched again, and it is still an unregulated duel. This is the most valuable duel. Not only Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke are full of expectations, but all the classmates, as well as Iruka and the female teacher, are also full of expectations. They all want to know who is stronger between Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke, who are firing on all cylinders. As the groups win and lose, soon, this much anticipated duel finally arrives. You are sure to lose this time. In the open space, Uchiha Sasuke and Yagyu stand facing each other. Looking at Yagyu on the opposite side, Uchiha Sasuke, who had never won against him so far, was full of confidence and said in a proud tone, "I will let you see how big the gap between our strengths is. I am looking forward to it. I hope you won't let me down." Yagyu smiled and raised his index and middle fingers. Uchiha Sasuke also raised his index and middle fingers and said excitedly, "You will definitely not be disappointed." No rules duel, the 7th group, Yagyu vs Uchiha Sasuke, the battle, begins. Seeing that both of them had formed the seal of opposition, Iruka didn't say anything and blew the whistle directly. Beep. Chapter 15 Red Light Ball, Blood Limit. Beep. As the whistle sounded, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke almost moved in unison, reaching into the ninja tool bag, and then holding 3 shurikens between their fingers and throwing them at each other. The 6 shurikens collided with each other, splashing a few sparks in the air. Whoosh! Before the shuriken fell to the ground, the bodies of Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The 2 shadows collided with each other at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke appeared in front of each other in an instant, holding kunao in their backhands, either slashing or stabbing at each other. The attack speed was extremely fast, but they were either blocked by the opponent's kunao or the opponent used the iron sheet on the back of the glove to remove the power. During the wrestling, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke also kept raising their feet to attack each other. When the opponent caught a flaw during the period, Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke used the instant body technique or the substitute technique in the 3 body techniques many times to avoid the opponent's attack. The fight between the 2 people dazzled the people present, making them feel the gap between themselves and the top student and the second in the class. Whether it was the speed of attack, the speed of movement, or the combat experience and combat IQ, they were completely not at the same level. Even Iruka and the female teacher, who thought that Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke would be fatally injured and almost couldn't help but attack several times, were stunned. There is no doubt that based on the basics alone, both Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke have the ability to graduate from the ninja school. When they were young, they were just like those students watching, not even qualified to carry shoes for these 2 geniuses. However, the next second, Iruka and the female teacher's expressions changed. The students watching the game were also stunned. There was another round of collision. Uchiha Sasuke, who failed to hurt Yagyu, suddenly jumped back and distanced himself from Yagyu, showing a smug smile in the air, making a hand seal gesture with both hands, and shouted, "You lose, fire style. Great fireball technique." The hand seals of both hands changed rapidly, Uchiha Sasuke's cheeks bulged, and then a wisp of flame came out of his mouth. The flame quickly grew, forming a huge fireball that hit Yagyu. The orange-red flames shone on everyone's face. At this moment, all the students felt a terrifying high temperature. Not good. Iruka, with a look of shock, was about to go over and save Yagyu. But the next second, he was also stunned. Yagyu also made seals with both hands, and the speed of making seals was faster than Uchiha Sasuke, and he shouted, "Water style, water array wall." A stream of water spit out from his mouth, quickly forming a huge water wall, and like a huge sailor, slapped the fireball with a slap. Sizzle. Like the sound of boiling water, thick water vapor spread and submerged Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke. The white mist formed by the water vapor lasted for more than 10 seconds before it dissipated. When the mist dissipated, the figures of Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke appeared in everyone's eyes again. At the same time, it also announced the victory or defeat of this unregulated duel. Uchiha Sasuke stood there with a dull look on his face, his face full of disbelief. Yagyu was already standing behind him, with the kunai against his neck. Beep. A whistle sounded. Irika, who was the first to come to his senses, immediately announced the result: the battle is over, the winner is Yagyu. Wow, so awesome! Ninjutsu, Sasuke and Yagyu, they both used ninjutsu. Is this their true strength? Even ninjutsu can be used, Yagyu and Sasuke can use it, strength, he can graduate early, right? Irika's voice brought everyone back to their senses. Instantly, the training ground was in an uproar. Voices of exclamation and discussion rang out in various places. Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke, who had finished the battle, were still standing in the same place. Uchiha Sasuke had not yet come to his senses, and obviously could not accept that he, who was already able to use fire escape, still lost to Yagyu. And just now the white fog blocked his sight. How did Yagyu get behind him in an instant? Could it be that he also knew the perception technique? Yagyu, on the other hand, was attracted by the dazzling red light that suddenly flashed on Uchiha Sasuke's body. After the special effect flashed, a red beam flew out from Uchiha Sasuke's body and fell to the ground to form a floating red light ball. After the red light ball was automatically picked up and flew into the body, Yagyu immediately came back to his senses. Thank you for your advice. Yagyu did not check the red light ball immediately, but came to Uchiha Sasuke and extended his index and middle fingers to him. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke came back to his senses. Looking at Yagyu with complicated eyes, Uchiha Sasuke also extended his index and middle fingers. After making the seal of reconciliation, Uchiha Sasuke turned and left. Every time he lost in the past, Uchiha Sasuke would look unwilling and then make harsh words to Yagyu. But now, Uchiha Sasuke said nothing. Obviously, in this battle without any rules, everything can be used, and he also fought at full strength. He lost to Yagyu, this arrogant genius, was dealt a huge blow. I am afraid that before he mastered the new ninjutsu or could open the Sharingan on his own, Uchiha Sasuke would not be able to regain his arrogance and confidence in front of Yagyu. Yagyu returned to the team, dealing with those enthusiastic classmates perfunctorily while watching the next duel with inattention. In fact, Yagyu was staring at the virtual panel that only he could see, looking at the red light ball in the space backpack. A new level appeared. In the past few years, Yagyu also broke out a few things, but they were all white light. These light balls contain the most common things. The most valuable thing is the perception technique that came out from Sakura. This is also one of Sakura's biggest growth in the past few years. Just now in the white fog, Yagyu used the perception technique to lock Uchiha Sasuke's position, and then instantly appeared behind him. White is ordinary, mostly ninjutsu, and certain skills, things that can be acquired later. Blue is precious, generally innate, or talents and abilities that can be changed by hard work and external forces. Gold is a legend, a divine object that can change fate. This is Yagyu's definition of the three colors. And now, new colors and levels have appeared. Is it above blue, or below blue? As for being above gold, that is impossible. After all, the greatest treasure of Uchiha Sasuke is Indra Chakra, which is at most the same level as Naruto. So, Yagyu checked the information of the red light ball. When the information appeared, Yagyu's heart suddenly burst into ecstasy, and his expression almost changed. The information displayed by the red light ball was Bloodline Limit Sharingan, Red. Chapter 16 By Beauty Contact Lenses, surpass the upper limit of the shadow. Bloodline Limit Sharingan. Seeing these words, Yagyu felt like drinking a sip of iced Qualuo in the hot summer, and felt a cool and refreshing feeling all over his body, and goosebumps were about to appear. Even when the game system was awakened and he got Ashura's Chakra, Yagyu didn't have this feeling. Because at that time, Yagyu was only excited and afraid. After all, he didn't know whether the dropped Ashura Chakra had the backhand of the Six-Path Sage. Now that everything is clear, Yagyu is only ecstatic when he sees the Bloodline Limit Sharingan. As we all know, the world of Naruto is also known as the Legend of the Eyes of the Five Villages. Rather than saying it is a world where bloodline is supreme, it is better to say it is a world where pupil skills are supreme. The evolutionary root of the Sharingan is the best definition of the strength level of the ninja. 1 Megatama corresponds to Genin, 2 Megatama corresponds to Chunin, 3 Megatama corresponds to Jonin, Mangekyo corresponds to Cage level, Eternal Mangekyo corresponds to Super Shadow, and Samsara I corresponds to 6 paths. Those who master the Sharingan at this stage are the best at this level. The best representatives are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara. They have developed the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the extreme, which can be called the bug existence of that level. And the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye have various abilities, that is, super combat power. Yagyu has always wanted to get Indra Chakra, which is at the same level as Ashura Chakra, from Uchiha Sasuke. In this way, his upper limit is the 6 paths. Unfortunately, he has not been able to get what he wanted. But now that the blood limit Sharingan has been exploded, Yagyu is already satisfied. As long as he evolves the Sharingan to the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that will never go blind. Because Yagyu possesses Ashura's Chakra and his physique is inherited from the sage body of the 6-path sage, his pupil power is consumed less and his recovery speed is faster, which is even more amazing than Uchiha Obito, whose half-body is made of Hashirama's cells. Even if he is a loser in the future and fails to get Indra's Chakra from Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu only needs, just like Uchiha Madara, he would implant Uchiha Sasuke's cells into his body and wait for decades, then he would have the hope of awakening the Samsara Eye. When he thought of this, Yagyu couldn't wait to fuse the bloodline limit Sharingan. But in the end, Yagyu gave up this idea, and he was eager to finish the exam quickly. After more than half an hour, the unregulated duel finally ended. The female teacher continued to treat the injured students, and Irika listed the results of Yagyu and others. The winners all got full marks, and the losers got low or high marks according to their performance. After the injured students recovered, Yagyu and others finally ushered in the last round of assessment, which was survival drill. Like the survival drill in the 1st grade, the survival drill in the 5th grade was also hide and seek. But unlike the 1st graders who only knew how to be invisible, the 5th graders had already learned all the basics. If you have the ability, you can completely avoid Irika with the 3-body technique and the instant body technique. As long as you are not caught within the specified time, you will get full marks. Similarly, unlike the 1st grade, Irika will be very serious in finding people now. Of course, as long as the students' disguise and evasion methods are not so poor, Irika will also give them some slack. And in this round of assessment, Yagyu naturally got full marks. When the scores of the survival exercise came out, the sun had already set, and only a little sunset glow was left on the horizon. After parting with the 3 girls of Ino and agreeing to practice together tomorrow, Yagyu did not go home immediately, but went to a store and bought a pair of beauty contact lenses. There are beauty contact lenses in this world. The cameraman who was faked by Kakashi taking off his mask in the original work was wearing beauty contact lenses. In the past few years, Yagyu has always wanted to expose Hinata's Byakugan and Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. However, these 2 eye techniques are among the 3 major eye techniques, and their popularity in the ninja world is even higher than the legendary Samsara Eye. They are household eye techniques. Once Yagyu really reveals his Byakugan and Sharingan, he must not expose them in Konoha. After all, he is just a civilian orphan. If he is exposed, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen protects him, Shimura Danzo will definitely come to him at the first time. Even if Shimura Danzo doesn't come to him, Hyuga Hayashi will come to him. But Yagyu can't bear to hide these 2 eye techniques. So when he was very young, Yagyu has been thinking about solutions. There are currently 2 methods. One is to wear sunglasses since childhood. Although this behavior is a bit strange, it will not be regarded as a weirdo. In addition to the Aberame clan, many people in Konoha also like to wear sunglasses. For example, Konohamaru's teacher, Konoha's special ninja Ebisu. However, after Yagyu visited various stores and found that Konoha also sold beauty contact lenses, he gave up the idea of wearing sunglasses. Compared to beauty contact lenses, sunglasses are not safe enough. Once fighting with the enemy, if the sunglasses are broken, Yagyu must hide his eye technique unless he kills everyone present. And sunglasses affect his appearance too much, and things are black when he does not use the eye technique, which is too ugly. So Yagyu decisively chose beauty contact lenses. Back home, Yagyu could not wait to go to the bathroom, stand in front of the mirror to call out the virtual panel, and fuse the bloodline limit Sharingan. When the red light ball turned into a beam of light, it flew out of the space backpack and penetrated into Yagyu's body, and then no more. Like fusing with Ashura's Chakra, Yagyu's body did not change at all. It was even worse than fusing with Ashura's Chakra. After fusing with Ashura's Chakra, when Yagyu extracted Chakra, at least he changed from a child peeing to turning on the faucet. After fusing Bloodline Limit Sharingan, Yagyu had no changes in appearance or inner self. The imagined black Megatama did not appear in Yagyu's beautiful red eyes. Yagyu was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Soon, he understood the reason. Bloodline Limit Sharingan. From this display, it can be seen that what Yagyu exploded was not Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, but the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Bloodline limit, a special ability, must be awakened before it can be used. Thinking of this, Yagyu immediately called out the virtual panel. In the bloodline limit column, it was no longer blank, but 3 more words: bloodline limit, Sharingan. Yes, only Sharingan. The body of the immortal does not belong to the bloodline limit. The Sharingan that needs to be awakened before it can be used is undoubtedly good news for Yagyu. This means that after Yagyu's Sharingan evolves to the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, his exclusive eye technique will not be the same as Uchiha Sasuke's, but will derive his own exclusive eye technique. When he thought of this, Yagyu was full of expectations for the future. The endurance brought by the immortal body, the combat power brought by the Sharingan. Yagyu's current potential limit has reached the Super Shadow level. Chapter 17 Konoha 60 years, Shikamaru's bold guess. Time flies, years pass by. Another round of winter has passed and spring has come, and time has officially turned over 60 years of Konoha. March 18th, a familiar day. The unregulated duel between Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke last year is still as if it was yesterday, and is still talked about by classmates. I vaguely remember that when school started in April, classmates told others about the duel between Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke, which attracted countless schoolgirls to come to the window to peek at the two. After all, it was shocking that the 5th graders could use the 5 elements escape technique. Many students were not even proficient in the E-level 3 body technique, and their chakra volume was so low that they could not use the 3 body technique many times. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke's Great Fireball technique was a C-level fire escape technique. Yagyu's Water Array Wall was a B-level water escape technique. Everyone thought that Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke had the ability to graduate early. However, Iruka did not apply to Sarutobi Hiruzen to let Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke graduate early, but let them stay in the ninja school for another year. When they were promoted to the 6th grade, both Yagyu and Uchiha Sasuke became low-key and silent. During the small tests and temporary tests, Uchiha Sasuke no longer took the initiative to ask Iruka to fight with Yagyu, but kept a low profile and developed quietly. The same was true for Yagyu. After the unruly duel, Yagyu had figured out the explosion rate mechanism of the game system. A duel that required compliance with the rules would affect the invisible score, making his explosion rate extremely low. Only a duel with full firepower can improve the score and increase the explosion rate and the chance of getting good things. In the ninja school, only the unruly duel can be full firepower. There are no small tests and temporary tests for such a duel. And there are no major tests in the 6th grade, only graduation examinations. Realizing that he could not get Indra Chakra from Uchiha Sasuke in the next year, Yagyu finally stopped going to school in person and sent a shadow clone to the ninja school. In his original form, he stayed at home to practice ninjutsu and improve his strength. Except for training with Hinata and the other 2 girls during the holidays, Yagyu's real body has hardly ever left the house. Until today, Yagyu rarely did not do morning training, nor did he split his shadow clone to practice, but dressed up carefully before going out. A year later, Yagyu, who was in the growth period, grew a lot taller, from 1.63 meters to 1.68 meters, almost a head taller than the 9 little strong men. If he wore a ninja forehead protector, people who didn't know Yagyu would think he had been a genin for several years. After all, Naruto in Shippuden was only 1.66 meters tall, 2 centimeters shorter than Yagyu now. When he arrived at the ninja school, Yagyu didn't meet Hinata and the other 2 girls on the way. During this year, Hinata and the other 2 girls knew that Yagyu was not going to school in his real body, so naturally there would be no chance encounter. Yagyu, good morning. Yagyu, have you had breakfast? When he arrived at the classroom, Hinata and the other 2 girls seemed to have come very early. Seeing Yagyu sitting down, Hinata and Sakura greeted him one after another, and Ino asked a code that only the 4 of them understood. Yeah, I ate. Yagyu nodded. Hearing this, Hinata and the other 2 girls' eyes lit up, and they became enthusiastic in chatting with Yagyu. The code for I ate was very simple, that is, I am the real body. After all, shadow clones don't eat. Looking at the Hinata and the other 2 girls who suddenly became enthusiastic, Nara Shikamaru, who was lying on the table next to Yagyu, had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Sure enough, it's not a conflict. Hasn't Yagyu been the real body for a year? The shadow clone technique. This guy has actually mastered 2B level ninjutsu. No, it should be. Yagyu's chakra volume can actually be divided into shadow clones that can last for a morning and afternoon, and even complete the exam. How much chakra does he have? Even Nara Shikamaru, who has always been calm, couldn't help but feel shocked at this time. No wonder neither Uchiha Sasuke nor they have been able to shake Yagyu's position as the top student in these years. This guy's strength is far ahead of them. What happened to that purposeful guy back then to become what he is now? At this moment, Nara Shikamaru's curiosity about Yagyu reached its peak, but he did not ask much. Because he knew that Yagyu would not tell. But what is certain is that Yagyu must have a bloodline limit. This bloodline limit may be awakened across generations. After all, apart from the bloodline limit, Nara Shikamaru could not think of anything that could make a person change so much. Shua. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Nara Shikamaru's mind. Staring at Yagyu's hair and eye color, Nara Shikamaru, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly had a bold idea. Silver hair, red eyes, and an exaggerated amount of chakra. Is this Yagyu a descendant of the Senju clan that merged into Konoha? If I remember correctly, the second-generation Hokage seemed to have this hair color and eye color. His chakra amount is so amazing, could it be that he has awakened the body of the Thousand Hands Sage? Yagyu didn't know what Nara Shikamaru was thinking, otherwise he would be shocked. Good guy, the guess is very close. It's a pity that no one could have imagined that there is such a mysterious existence as the game system. However, Nara Shikamaru's guess helped Yagyu to complete the body of the sage. After all, what he can think of, others can definitely think of. When Yagyu revealed the amazing amount of chakra secrets, those who have seen Tobirama Senju himself or his photos will definitely think that Yagyu is a descendant of the Senju clan, not that his body hides some secrets. This is good news for Yagyu. Time passed by, and soon it was time for the graduation examination to begin. The topic of the graduation examination is the clone technique, and those whose names are called will come out later. Irika's figure appeared at the door of the classroom, but he did not come in, but left after leaving a word. After a while, another Chunin wearing a green vest appeared at the door of the classroom, holding a list in his hand, and began to read the names, Inyazuka Kaiba. As the names sounded one by one, the classmates who had been classmates with Yagyu for 6 years stood up and left with different reactions, and then never came back. The same was true for Ino and Hinata, whose names had been called. Yagyu. Soon, Yagyu heard his own name. Yagyu stood up and looked at Sakura and said, "Come on, I'll wait for you at the door of the teaching building." "Well, come on Yagyu." Sakura smiled and nodded. After leaving the classroom, Yagyu came to the examination room and saw Irika and Mizuki sitting at the table. Looking at Mizuki with a gentle smile, Yagyu quickly made seals with both hands, clone technique. With a bang, a sound like a balloon bursting sounded. White smoke flew out from the door of the examination room. After the white smoke dissipated, Yagyu, holding a ninja forehead protector, walked out from inside. After leaving the teaching building, Yagyu saw Hinata and Ino at the door. Not long after, Sakura also came out with a ninja forehead protector. They did not leave the ninja school immediately, but quietly waited for the graduation examination to end. Because they still had to take photos for the file. Only after taking the photos and putting the files in the warehouse, they were real genin. Of course, if they failed to get the approval of the guiding jonin, they would still be sent back to school to retake a year. Chapter 18 Class Division. Who will be Indiana? The same group with Yagyu. By the time Yagyu and the others finished taking the archival photos, the school gate was already full of people, all of them were parents who came to pick up their children. Looking at the classmates who were either holding ninja forehead protectors and accepting the praise of their parents, or who failed the graduation test and threw themselves into their parents' arms and cried, and then were comforted or scolded, Naruto, who was sitting on the swing, failed to pass the graduation test just like in the original work, and looked very disappointed. Many people also noticed Naruto, and then either glared at him with hatred or looked away with disgust. Whispers were heard in the circle of parents. Yagyu also saw this scene, but he did not go over to comfort Naruto. Although Naruto is so miserable now, only Yagyu knows that after this day, Naruto will start to counterattack. On the other hand, Uchiha Sasuke began to suffer. After parting with Hinata and the other two girls, Yagyu returned home. After dinner and taking a shower, Yagyu lay on the sofa on the balcony, admiring the night sky full of stars and the moon hanging high. As he admired, a black afterimage would occasionally pass through the night sky. On weekdays, patrolling ninjas would often pass by on the eaves in an instant. But tonight, the afterimages flying over the eaves and walls were several times more than usual. And when these afterimages stopped, everyone was wearing a green vest, and their level was at least chunin. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be looking for something. Yagyu knew that they were looking for Naruto. If nothing unexpected happened, Naruto is now learning or has already learned the multiple shadow clone technique. Like the Raise Nan, this A-level forbidden technique is one of Naruto's 3 axes in the future. Shadow clone, rolling balls, shining golden body. Naruto's skills are not as many as Uchiha Sasuke, nor are they as fancy, but with the help of the 2 nuclear power plants of the Sage Body and the 9 Tails, few people in the future can withstand Naruto's 3 axes. Yagyu was also very envious of the multiple shadow clone technique. Yagyu's shadow clone technique can also create a large number of shadow clone, but it takes a lot of time and cannot create hundreds or even thousands of shadow clone at a time. And the multiple shadow clone technique uses a huge amount of chakra to create hundreds or thousands of shadow clone at a time. This ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama is definitely one of the ninjutsu that is most suitable for the Sage Body. Although he was very envious, Yagyu did not intervene in this incident. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clear. As the most important place in Konoha, how could there be no Anbu on duty in the Hokage building? How could such an important thing as the Book of Sealing be left randomly? Naruto was able to successfully obtain the Book of Sealing because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's cooperation. The multiple shadow clone technique is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's compensation to the son of the hero, and this ninjutsu is very suitable for Naruto. Naruto will be fine if he learns it secretly. If Yagyu dares to learn it secretly, he may have to go to the torture department for tea after the incident is over. Therefore, Yagyu had no intention of participating at all. After appreciating the starry sky, Yagyu went back to his room to rest. The next morning, after Yagyu washed up, he tied the ninja forehead guard on his arm and ate breakfast. And went out. Since the school was closed, only the 6th graders who had passed the graduation test would come, so the ninja school was very deserted today. However, along the way, Yagyu still met many classmates wearing forehead protectors to greet him. Some were from his class, and some were from the next class. Yagyu, good morning. When they arrived at the classroom, the 3 girls from Ino arrived early as usual. No matter what the occasion, the 3 girls were together. This group has long been famous in the ninja school. Thanks to them for blocking the cheering group, Yagyu was not often surrounded by a large group of girls like Uchiha Sasuke. Because they ate alone, the 3 girls from Ino were also rejected by all the girls in the school, and many girls in the class isolated them. Fortunately, their grades were all in the top 10 of the grade, otherwise there must be a group of girls who could not help but teach them a lesson. After greeting Yagyu, Ino rested her chin on both hands and said expectantly, "The classes will be divided soon. I wonder if we will be in the same group as Yagyu." Sakura and Hinata also looked expectant. Before Yagyu could speak, Nara Shikamaru, who was supporting his head with one hand, yawned and said, "Sakura and Hinata may still have hope, but you should forget it." "Why?" "It's simple, because our fathers are too famous." Nara Shikamaru said slowly, "If you, me, and Koji were missing one person, you might still have a little hope. Unfortunately, the 3 of us are the same age, so no matter what our entrance scores are, we will be assigned to the same class and the same group after graduation. Just wait and see, our guiding Jonin must not be an ordinary Jonin. And his mission is to train us into the new generation of Ino Shikacho." "How could this be?" Ino said with a mad look on her face, "In other words, I was arranged just after I entered school. To be precise, we were arranged after we were born." Nara Shikamaru hit ruthlessly. Seeing this, Yagyu asked with interest, "Then Shikamaru, can you guess who I will be in the same group with?" "You asked the right person, I really guessed it." Nara Shikamaru also became interested and said his analysis, "It is certain that Yagyu, you have a high probability of being in the same group with Sakura or Hinata." "Why?" Ino asked quickly. Sakura and Hinata were surprised. "Because the 4 of you have been inseparable in the past few years." Nara Shikamaru said, "First of all, in terms of tacit understanding, you are ahead of other girls, and secondly, expertise. Yagyu is an all-rounder, and the three of you happen to be auxiliary types. Considering the tacit understanding you have formed with Yagyu in the past few years, in addition to Ino, Hinata, and Sakura have a great chance of being in the same group with Yagyu. Hearing this well-reasoned analysis, Sakura and Hinata's faces were even more joyful. Sakura couldn't help asking, "Shikamaru, who do you think has a better chance, me or Hinata?" "It's you, Sakura." Shikamaru Nara pointed at Sakura and continued, "Just like me, Ino, and Koji's Ino Shikajo, there are many classmates from the great ninja clans in the class. They will most likely be assigned to the same group based on their expertise. In this way, the village doesn't have to waste too many resources. Just arrange a strong guiding jonin to lead. Hinata's blood limit is the Byakugan, which is a very famous perception eye in the ninja world. If I'm right, the most suitable people to be in the same team with Hinata are Kaiba from the Inyazuka clan and Shino from the Aberame clan. The three of you will form a new perception class." Hearing this, Hinata's mood instantly dropped. Sakura did not hide her joy at all. The bright smile on her face contrasted with the two girlfriends next to her. Fortunately, under Yagyu's training, they have become good girlfriends who can talk about anything. If it was the same fake sisterhood as in the original, they would probably fight. "Great, Shikamaru, you really inherited the excellent brains of the Nara clan." Yagyu couldn't help but clap his hands, admiringly. Chapter 19 Unexpected Class Division. Yagyu, who was valued. Just as Nara Shikamaru analyzed, Yagyu also thought about who his teammates were. Then he did the elimination method. Except for him, the most important people in the class are the 9 strong ones. Among the 9 strong ones, Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Koji will definitely be grouped together. Just as Nara Shikamaru said, their fathers are too famous, and the whole ninja world knows the combination of Ino Shikajo. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not give up training a new generation of Ino Shikajo. This can be seen from the fact that he arranged his son to be the guiding jonin of the new generation of Ino Shikajo. After excluding Ino Shikajo, among the remaining 6 strong ones, Naruto and Sasuke have special identities, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not separate them. The remaining Inyazuka Kaiba, Aberame Shino, Hinata, and Sakura are all very good at perception. But among these 4 people, Hinata, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Aberame Shino are all from big families. Putting them into a small group and sending an excellent jonin to lead them will make their parents satisfied. So among the 9 strong men, only Sakura is most likely to become Yagyu's teammate. But in this case, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's Team 7 will have a vacancy. Position. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really puts Yagyu and Sakura in the same group, wouldn't that mean that Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would have to arrange an ordinary girl as a teammate? Of course, Yagyu has another guess, that is, Sakura is still arranged to enter Team 7, and he will team up with 2 classmates with average grades. Or, join the Enbu. Whichever it is, Yagyu doesn't care. After graduation, it means the beginning of the plot, and a new round of fateful battle between Ashura and Indra has begun. The fateful battle between the 2 sons of immortals will make this ninja world chaotic. No matter who the teammates are, Yagyu has the confidence to grow up quickly. Just when Yagyu and others were chatting, more and more students came in. Naruto's appearance also surprised many people, but they did not ridicule him. Unfortunately, the famous scene is gone. Since there was no girl he liked, Naruto still couldn't stand the cool Uchiha Sasuke, but he didn't jump in front of him like in the original work, and then staged the kiss of the century with the help of his classmates. Yagyu was very sorry about this. After all the classmates arrived, Irika soon walked into the classroom. "Congratulations, from now on, you are a genin." Looking at the students who were not missing a few people in the classroom, Irika, who had been with them for 6 years, was relieved, and then suppressed his reluctance, holding the list and smiled, "But you still have a lot to learn. Before you can stand on your own, you need to form a group of 3 and follow your guidance to learn how to become a real ninja. Okay, now start the class division, the first class." Names were called out one by one from Irika's mouth. The students whose names were called showed excitement or disappointment on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the 7th class. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura. When Irika read out the last name, the faces of the Yagyu people changed slightly. Sakura, who thought she had won, froze the smile on her face since the class division. Nara Shikamaru stroked his chin and said with a little surprise, "I guessed wrong. It seems that the next class division will be interesting." Yagyu was also surprised. Could it be that he would really team up with two ordinary classmates? Is the gold content of the chief student so low? Or does Sarutobi Hiruzen plan to recruit him into the Anbu? And the name that Irika read out next made the faces of the Yagyu people change slightly again, and only Hinata looked surprised. Irika continued, Team 8, Yagyu, Abarame Shino, Hyaga Hinata. Team 9. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino. I didn't expect, my analysis was so wrong. Nara Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand and looked at Inyazuka Kaiba, who was playing with Akamaru and didn't seem to care who his teammates were. He looked at him with some pity and thought, poor guy, has he been abandoned? Not counting the extinct Uchiha clan, there are a total of 6 ninja clans in the class. As he analyzed, the new generation of Inoshikajo did not separate. But Inyazuka, Abarame, and Hyaga, who are likely to form a team, are only Abarame and Hyaga. Inyazuka Kaiba did not form a team with Uchiha Suzuki. The only ones who can form a team with him are other civilian students. There is only one ninja clan member in the team, which means that Inyazuka Kaiba's guidance of the Jonin will not be a very famous Jonin in the village. Unless someone from his clan took the initiative to apply to be a mentor to Inyazuka Kaiba. Whichever it was, it meant that Inyazuka Kaiba was abandoned trademark. Even Yagyu didn't trademark T expect that he would replace Inyazuka Kaiba. This is the strongest perception class of the new generation. Its importance can be seen from the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged Kurane Ui to be a mentor to Team 8. If Asuma Sarutobi in the original work hadn't trademarked T died and lived to Boruto, he and Kurane Ui would have been the teachers of the 6 major ninja clans heirs, Inoshikajo, Abarame, Inyazuka, and Hyaga. With such connections, even if Asuma Sarutobi couldn't trademark T become Hokage, he could still walk sideways in Konoha. In Yagyu trademark SI's, Team 8 was actually the same as Inoshikajo, and was the least likely to be split up. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually let Yagyu replace Inyazuka Kaiba. This kind of courage that would obviously offend the Inyazuka clan surprised Yagyu. Did the third Hokage think so highly of his potential? Or, his training in the past few years was actually seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen using the crystal telescope technique. Can the crystal telescope technique even spy on the scenes inside the house? When Yagyu thought that the scene of him secretly practicing that ninjutsu at home might have been seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart sank. Team 12. After reading the last name, Irika put down the list and glanced at the scene that he would never see again after school started. A touch of sadness flashed in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. He said, students who are assigned to the same group, remember to get along well with your teammates. You will be your companions fighting side by side in the future. Your instructor, the Jonin, will come and take you away. I hope that you will be an excellent ninja when we meet next time. After saying that, Irika walked out of the classroom quickly. No one cared about Irika's departure, and no one could understand Irika's current mood. All the students were looking forward to their future ninja careers, and then discussing who their instructor, the Jonin, was and whether he was powerful. Congratulations, Hinata. Ino said with envy, I didn't expect that you and Yagyu were in the same team. Hearing this, Hinata lowered her head and twirled her fingers. If you look closely, you will find that the corners of her lips are slightly raised, unable to hide the joy in her heart. Sakura looked like a loser. She happened to be sitting behind Nara Shikamaru. Looking at the back of this strongest brain, Sakura almost awakened her second personality on the spot and punched Nara Shikamaru away. The analysis raised her expectations to the highest, but a basin of cold water was poured down. Such a gap, pain. It's too painful. Chapter 20 Humble Licking Dog, Mainline Task. Third Team, come out, I am your guiding ninja. Not long after Irika walked out of the classroom, a ninja in a green vest appeared at the door of the classroom. 5 teams, follow me. Just as the third team left, another Jonin appeared at the door. The classroom, which was almost full of students, quickly lost people. After a while, there were only a dozen people left in the classroom. Unlike Hitaki Kakashi who liked to be late, Kurane Ui didn't keep Yagyu and the others waiting for long. Soon, a hot black-haired lady appeared at the door of the classroom. She had the same red eyes as Yagyu. After scanning the classroom, her eyes fell on Yagyu and she smiled and said, come out from the 8th team. I am your guiding Jonin. Before the 3 Yagyu stood up, another bearded man appeared at the door of the classroom and looked at Yagyu in the same direction, come out from the 10th team. As Kurane Yui's admirer, Sarutobi Asuma obviously left the Hokage's office at the same time as Kurane Yui. "We'll leave first, Sakura. Remember to come to us during your vacation." "Well, bye." After the Yagyu people stood up, they greeted Sakura, who was forcing a smile, before leaving the classroom. "Hong, should we let these guys get to know each other?" Sarutobi Asuma asked, and anyone with a discerning eye could see his little trick. Nara Shikamaru, who was following behind, just happened to hear this and frowned slightly. Why does their guiding Jonin feel a little unreliable? Yui Kurane looked at Sarutobi Asuma, who had lit a cigarette again without knowing when, and frowned slightly and said, "No need, you have seen their relationship. Also, Asuma, can you please not smoke in front of ladies?" Sorry. Asuma Sarutobi quickly put out his cigarette. His humble appearance instantly destroyed his image as a Jonin in the eyes of Team 8 and Team 10. Ino was even more mad. It's okay that he couldn't be in the same group with Yagyu, but how come their instructor is also a smoker? Yagyu was thoughtful. Hasn't there been any breakthrough in their relationship? If I remember correctly, when Uchiha Itaki returned to the village in the original work, Kurane and Asuma Sarutobi were dating on the street, and then they ran into Hitaki Kakashi by chance, right? But at that time, the Konoha collapse plan had just ended. Could it be that the two people's progress only ushered in a breakthrough after Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle? When Yagyu thought of this possibility, he looked at Asuma Sarutobi with a hint of contempt. Good guy, it turns out that he is playing misery to pick up girls, what a humble licking dog. Hey, kids, what are you looking at? The eyes of the Yagyu people were like needles piercing his back, and Sarutobi Asuma, who noticed their gazes, blushed instantly. Ino didn't know what restraint was, and her look of pity almost broke Sarutobi Asuma's defense. It was only then that he realized what he had done in front of his students. This is good, the teacher's majesty collapsed. Goodbye Yagyu, remember to come to the flower shop to find me when you have time. After leaving the teaching building, Ino waved goodbye to Yagyu, and the 8th and 10th classes also separated on the spot. Ren Yui did not take the 8th class to a training ground in the school, but took Yagyu and the others out of the ninja school, left the central street of Konoha, and came to an abandoned training ground in the wild. This training ground is the same as the training ground of the 7th class in the original work. To be precise, the training grounds in the wild are almost the same. Coming to a wooden stake, Ren Yui turned to face the 3 Yagyu and smiled, "Before you can stand on your own, we will be together for a long time in the future. Let us introduce ourselves. I'll give you a demonstration. My name is Ren Yui, you can call me Teacher Hong in the future. My best ninjutsu is illusion, my favorite food is shaku, vodka and wasabi octopus, the food I hate most is cake, and my dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade." After the introduction, Kurane's eyes fell on Yagyu. Unlike the 3 elite jonins, Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy, Kurane was a newcomer who was promoted to jonin not long ago. After learning that several people in their class were going to become guiding jonin, at the party organized by someone unknown, Hitaki Kakashi and others did not take Kurane seriously and beat her. When betting on whose students are the best, Kurane Yui was not included. Kuren Yui, who was looked down upon, did not say it on the surface, but was actually very dissatisfied in her heart. After getting her student list from the 3rd Hokage, Kurane Yui was most concerned about not Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, nor Shino of the Aberame clan, but Yagyu, the top student. After seeing that Yagyu was in the same class with the heirs of the major ninja clans, but had been suppressing them for several years and had been the top student for several consecutive years, Kurane Yui placed her hopes on Yagyu. She decided to train an excellent student to slap Hitaki Kakashi and others in the face in the future Chunin exams or other competitions. Yagyu certainly didn't know what Kurane Yui was thinking. Seeing that Kurane Yui was looking at him, Yagyu immediately introduced himself, "My name is Yagyu. I know several types of ninjutsu, but I am best at water escape. I like spicy food and hate sour and bitter things. My dream is to become an excellent ninja." The first part is true, and the second part is a dream that Yagyu perfunctorily tells Kurane Yui. Yagyu's dream is to explode all precious things and become an all-round 6-path level strongman. This is the goal that Yagyu set for himself after awakening the game system, which is also the main task. "My name is Hinata Hyuga. I am good at family soft fist and perception. My favorite food is red bean paste, cinnamon rolls, and cold cuts. I hate shrimp and crabs. My dream is also to become an excellent ninja. At this time, Hinata also completed her self-introduction. Although her voice was low, she did not lower her head and was not timid at all. The dream was not to get her father's approval. Because of Yagyu's butterfly effect, Hinata did not disappoint Hayashi Hyuga. After all, in the past few years, Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi have secretly observed the training of Yagyu and others more than once. Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi are very clear about their daughter's true strength. Compared with other ninja children, their daughter is already good enough. Under the influence of Yagyu, Hinata is not as inferior as in the original work. But her dream is not to become an outstanding ninja. As for what her dream is, no one knows. After Hinata introduced herself, Shino Aberame also began to introduce herself. My name is Shino Aberame. I am good at the family's secret technique. My favorite food is vegetable salad and winter melon. I hate food with too strong flavor. My dream is to find new species of insects. Very good, I know all your expertise and hobbies. Yui Kurane nodded with satisfaction and smiled, but I don't know enough about your strength, so I want to test your strength and cooperation ability. Gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I want to play a survival exercise with you. Let's disband now. After saying that, Yui Kurane turned into a residual image and disappeared. Chapter 21 A World of Two with Hinata. Yagyu, should we make a battle plan or set a trap here? After Yui Kurane left, Shino Aberame took the initiative to ask Yagyu for his opinion. This also means that Shino Aberame gave the captain position of the 8th team to Yagyu. In the original 8th team, Kaiba Inyazuka looked like the captain. In fact, Shino Aberame is the backbone of Team 8. Shino Aberame will let Kaiba Inyazuka decide on unimportant matters. When it comes to a critical moment, Shino Aberame will not give in, and her momentum can also intimidate Hinata and Kaiba Inyazuka. But now, Shino Aberame has taken the initiative to give up power and is willing to be Yagyu's deputy. It's not because Yagyu is the top student, but she has to give up. Unless Shino Aberame wants to be isolated. The group of the 3 Ino girls is very famous in the whole school, which is the main reason why Yagyu's cheering group is not as good as Uchiha Sasuke's cheering group. Yagyu and Hinata are assigned to the same group, and Hinata will definitely listen to Yagyu. 2-1, if Shino Aberame wants to stay in Team 8, she must give up power. Yagyu was also very satisfied with Aberame Shino's tact, and smiled and said, it's still early now. Teacher Hong didn't start right away, which should be time for us to prepare. But even if the 3 of us, the genin, join forces and set up various traps, we can't be the opponent of Teacher Hong, the jonin. So the main purpose of this survival exercise, as Teacher Hong said, is just to understand our strength and ability to cooperate. There's no need to set traps. If we fall into Teacher Hong's illusion, these traps will hurt us instead. Let's talk about the characteristics of our respective ninjutsu, and then make a battle plan and go all out. Unlike Hitaki Kakashi, Yui Kurane didn't use the fact that if they failed the survival exercise, they would have to return to school to retake it to scare the 3 Yagyu. The only people who would return to school to retake it were those who were very weak in strength and ability and unwilling to cooperate with their teammates. Even if the excellent students like Yagyu were poor in cooperation, they would not be sent back to school to retake it. Because the school had nothing to teach them. So unlike Hitaki Kakashi scaring Team 7, Kurane Yui didn't scare Yagyu and the others by saying they would go back to school to take the course again. And for these 3 good seedlings, Kurane Yui is too late. It is seeing this, Yagyu will be fearless. Okay. Shino Aberame also agreed with Yagyu's words. So the 3 of them returned along the original route while talking about their ninjutsu abilities. When Yagyu finished talking about his ninjutsu, Hinata's eyes were full of admiration when she peeked at his side face. Although Shino Aberame didn't change much on the surface, if you took off his sunglasses, you would definitely find that his pupil shrank. In Shino Aberame's heart, there was even more turbulence. I thought that Yagyu's mastery of B-level water escape and water formation while in the 5th grade was already exaggerated enough. I didn't expect that this top student actually hid so much. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke couldn't beat him all the time. Not to mention Uchiha Sasuke, even if the ninja children of the ninja clan united, they could not be Yagyu's opponent. I'm afraid that Yagyu had the ability to graduate in the year he entered school. After talking about the ninjutsu they had mastered, the 3 Yagyu made a simple battle plan. If they had any ideas after returning, they could modify it tomorrow morning. So they returned to the central street of Konoha, and the 8th team disbanded on the spot. Yagyu and Hinata walked on the street. This was the first time they were alone since they were 3 years old. There was no way. Yagyu was just a civilian without a surname and had no right to enter the mansion of the Hyuga clan. Not to mention him, even Sakura was the same. Only Ino could enter and leave the Hyuga clan and invite Hinata to play. So every time Hinata went out, either the guards followed her or Ino went to find her. Hinata looked a little dazed, and her white eyes seemed to travel through time and space and return to the snowy night when she was 3 years old. That night, Yagyu sent her home in the same way. Unconsciously, 9 years had passed. The boy who made her admire so much was indeed so outstanding that no one could match him. Secretly looking at Yagyu's handsome profile, Hinata's lips couldn't help but slightly rise when she thought of the scenes of getting along with him over the years, and her heart was as sweet as eating honey. At this time, Yagyu suddenly turned his head and met Hinata's eyes. Hinata, who was discovered, lowered her head in shock and subconsciously turned her fingers. Looking at the cute Hinata, Yagyu couldn't help but smile. Hinata, do you want to go to my house to practice together? Yet. Hinata was surprised, but she still lowered her head on the surface, making a mosquito-like sound. Yagyu has become accustomed to this. The shy girl dared to go home with him alone, which was very courageous. Yagyu thought Hinata would refuse. After seeing Hinata agreed, Yagyu was also very happy. Being assigned to the 8th team was definitely the biggest surprise for Yagyu. He was thinking about how to invite Hinata out without Ino's help in the future. Now that they have become companions, Yagyu will have plenty of time to spend with Hinata, while cultivating feelings and exploding the blood limit, Byakugan from her body. After taking Hinata home, Yagyu created a shadow clone and asked the shadow clone to cook, while the main body took Hinata to the training room for a physical duel. Only by practicing can Hinata quickly adapt to being alone with Yagyu. You see, after the girl entered the door with Yagyu, she realized what a bold decision she had made, and kept her head down the whole time, with her cheeks flushed. Yagyu planned to wait until Hinata was fully adapted, and then invite her to go out for training and have an unregulated duel. Unless you are as lucky as when the game system just awakened, or more accurately, the newbie gift pack, otherwise, if you want to explode red and above light balls, you can only have hope in an unregulated duel. Sure enough. Yagyu, who defeated Hinata in a physical duel, still did not see any flashes of light. But over the past year, Yagyu has gotten used to it. After the shadow clone finished cooking, Yagyu invited Hinata to stay for lunch. Hinata did not refuse. In the past few years, Yagyu often cooked for them, and they stayed at Yagyu's house for dinner more than once, so they were used to it. Usually, when Yagyu cooked, they would help Yagyu. If it weren't for the fact that she was in the state of dementia, Hinata would also have separated a shadow clone to help Yagyu's shadow clone. Now thinking about it, Hinata felt ashamed. It was embarrassing to let Yagyu cook, but she actually ate for free. Yagyu didn't know Hinata's thoughts. Seeing that the girl kept her head down and didn't eat as freely as usual, he thought that the girl had not yet adapted to being alone with him, and just laughed. After finishing the meal, Hinata took the initiative to push Yagyu away and took the initiative to clean up the dishes and go to the kitchen to wash. Seeing this, Yagyu didn't force it. After washing the dishes, Hinata didn't go back immediately, but started to help Yagyu clean up. The 3 girls often report back to Yagyu in this way, and it has become a habit for them to come to Yagyu's house. After cleaning, Hinata said goodbye to Yagyu and fled in a hurry. Except for the physical duel, the girl was an ostrich the whole time. Yagyu only regretted that the current technology development was too slow and there was no camera that could be carried with him. Otherwise, he must take a picture of Hinata's cute appearance. Chapter 22 Team 8 vs Sunset Red. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Yagyu has completed his daily morning training and is taking a shower in the bathroom. The shadow clone is making breakfast. Wait until the clone brought out breakfast, dissolved itself, and turned into a puff of white smoke when Yagyu just came out of the bathroom. After finishing breakfast, Yagyu went to the room to change clothes. A white undershirt, a black windbreaker, black ninja pants and ninja shoes. After fastening the ninja bag and the ninja forehead protector, Yagyu went to the bathroom again and put on the red beauty contact lenses. After getting dressed, Yagyu walked out of the house and walked towards the training ground. It was only 7:25 now. When he arrived at the training ground, Yagyu found that he was the last one to arrive. Good morning, Hinata, Shino. Good morning, Yagyu-kun. Yagyu raised his hand and greeted the two. Hinata responded immediately, still using the honorific for Yagyu. Aberame Shino, who was leaning against the wooden stake with her hands in her pockets, nodded slightly, morning. Yagyu didn't mind Aberame Shino's attitude. Others would only think that Shino Aberame is acting cool, but as a time traveler, Yagyu knows that Shino Aberame is just not good at speaking and is sultry. In fact, he is very passionate inside and is eager for friendship and recognition. After removing the seal of his personality, he also lost his original personality in Boruto. One of his teammates is shy and the other is sultry, and Yagyu doesn't know what topic to talk to them about. If Shino Aberame is not here, Yagyu may not be able to help teasing Hinata. But there is a guy who can sense insects next to him. If Yagyu dares to tease Hinata, not to mention that this extremely shy girl will turn into a steam princess and faint, his black history will definitely be recorded by Shino Aberame. So, Yagyu also leaned against a wooden stake, closed his eyes and waited for Kurane Ui to appear. Time passed by minute, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Whoosh! Krina Ui was not late. As soon as the time came, she appeared in front of Yagyu and the other two in an instant. In other words, the three Yagyu people didn't have watches, otherwise, if they looked at the time, they would definitely wonder if Kurane had arrived a long time ago, and they were so late. It seems that you are all ready, so let's get started. Looking at the three Yagyu people who were ready, Kurane took out 3 bells from the ninja tool bag, shook them in front of the 3 Yagyu people, and said with a smile, "Your task is very simple, that is to find a way to snatch these 3 bells from me." After that, Kurane hung the bells around her waist and said to the 3 Yagyu people, "Then, let's get started." Swoosh! Almost at the moment when Kurane finished speaking, the 3 Yagyu people turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Karina stood there with one hand on her waist. She didn't teleport to find the 3 Yagyu people, nor did she use the perception technique to find out the location of the 3 Yagyu people. Instead, she stood there as a target, wanting to see what the 3 Yagyu people would do. It's different from Hotaki Kakashi, who only had 2 bells and a time limit. The difficulty of the test given by Kurane to Team 8 is definitely the lowest among all the Jonin who guide them. Perhaps, this is the gentleness of women. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing Kurane not making any moves, she looked like she was letting you attack her. Someone in Team 8 could not hold back any longer. 3 kunao flew out from a tree with lush branches and leaves, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air and stabbing towards Kurane. All 3 kunao were aimed at Kurane's head. Even at such a long distance, he could accurately lock his head, which shows that this person's throwing skills are very good. Facing the attack of these 3 kunao, Kurane did not dodge at all, but let the kunao pierce into her head. Puff bang! As soon as the sound of the sharp weapon entering the body sounded, Kurane turned into a ball of white smoke. When the white smoke dissipated, a piece of wood with 3 kunao stuck in it fell to the ground. The figure of Kurane walked out from behind another wooden stake. Substitution technique. Ui Kurane's behavior seemed to tell the 3 Yagyu people that she would not go all out, but would suppress her strength to test them. Then 3 more black beads flew out from another big tree. The thrower skills were equally exquisite. The 3 beads fell in front of Ui Kurane and on both sides. With a few bangs, 3 groups of white smoke spread and enveloped Ui Kurane. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Just as the smoke covered Ui Kurane, a girl's cry was heard. Hinata appeared in an instant and slapped the smoke in front. A group of twisted airflow flew out from her palm immediately. The twisted airflow turned into an air cannonball and fell into the smoke. The next second, the smoke was blown away by the strong wind, revealing Ui Kurane's figure. However, Ui Kurane's figure also showed a twisted shape, like a mirage in the desert, gradually becoming transparent. When Kurane's figure disappeared, a black phantom suddenly appeared behind Hinata. Because she didn't open her Byakugan, Hinata didn't seem to notice the black phantom. Just when the black phantom attacked Hinata, Hinata suddenly turned into a ball of white smoke with a bang. The white smoke dissipated, and Hinata also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ui Kurane, who still came out from behind the wooden stake, said with surprise, "It's the shadow clone technique." Just like Uchiha Sasuke in the original work used the Great Fireball technique to surprise Hotaki Kakashi, Hinata can use the shadow clone technique at this age, which surprised Ui Kurane. This means that Hinata's chakra volume far exceeds the standard for this age. But Ui Kurane is still surprised. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. A light shout sounded from behind, and then a huge water flow formed a huge wave of 5 or 6 meters high, hitting Yui Kurane. Turning her head to look at the amazing water wave, Yui Kurane's eyes were full of surprise, and then she chose to dodge for the first time. Boom! The water wave of amazing weight hit the ground, making a loud sound. Before the water flow was sucked dry by the ground, 2 figures were seen walking on the water, rushing towards Yui Kurane, who appeared in another open space in a flash. The 2 figures looked exactly the same, they were Yagyu. Looking at the Yagyu and the shadow clones rushing over, Yui Kurane's eyes were still full of surprise. In a waterless environment, he can actually create such an amazing water flow. With such chakra, is he really a genin? But seeing that Yagyu and the shadow clones were approaching, Yui Kurane had no time to guess Yagyu's secret. Instinctively taking out a kunao from the ninja tool bag, Yui Kurane prepared to test Yagyu's close combat ability. But the next second, her pupils shrank again, and the scene with a look of surprise appeared again. Water escape, great waterfall technique. One of the 2 Yagyu rushing over suddenly jumped back, formed seals with both hands in the air, and spit out an amazing water flow from his mouth. The water flow formed a huge wave again, but the target of the attack was not Yui Kurane, but the Yagyu in front. Yagyu, who kept rushing forward, suddenly raised his right hand, palm facing the sky, as if he wanted to catch the waves hitting down. Chapter 23 Spiral Waterspout, The True Strength of Yagyu. Spiral Waterspout. The waves that slapped down were like a basin of water being poured out, trying to soak Yagyu's entire body. However, just as the waves landed on Yagyu's raised palm, about to drown him, the diffused water flow suddenly gathered towards Yagyu's palm as if attracted by a magnet. The terrifying rotating force appeared out of thin air, causing the gathered water flow to rotate, and in the blink of an eye, a huge waterspout was formed. As soon as the waterspout was formed, Yagyu threw it out and swept towards Yuihong. Although it was a waterspout, it plowed a gully on the ground like a giant gyroscope. The terrifying suction force pulled up the surrounding flowers and plants, and also made Yuihong's body lean forward slightly. Looking at the sweeping waterspout, Yuihong, who was only good at illusion, had no means of resistance and could only escape in an instant as before. The mighty water tornado disappeared. However, when the water tornado entered the forest, it uprooted a row of trees, making the ground a mess. Except for Kurane, Hinata, and Shino Aberame, who were hiding in the trees, felt that their worldviews had been refreshed. How could they have seen such a powerful ninjutsu without seeing the tailed beasts? What's more terrifying is that such a powerful ninjutsu is actually unmarked water style. Looking at Yagyu, who was panting after removing the shadow clone. At this moment, Kurane seemed to see a familiar reflection on Yagyu. The person in the reflection was Kakashi Hatake. At the same age of 12, Kakashi Hatake had developed the A-level lightning style ninjutsu Chidori. And now, Yagyu has developed the unmarked water style. Krina is very sure that she has never seen that water style, or even heard of it. Yesterday, she even went to collect information about the 3 students. She knew about Yagyu's background and experience. This water escape technique could not have been left to him by Yagyu's parents. As for being taught by an outsider, that was even more impossible. If there was anyone in the village who knew this water escape technique, he would have been famous long ago. So there was only one possibility, that Yagyu developed it himself. Is this the world of geniuses? Yui Kurane thought to herself. Fortunately, Yagyu didn't have enough combat experience, otherwise she would have been seriously injured if she was hit by that move. Even if she was hit by it, she would have been in a very bad state. When she thought that such a genius was her student, Yui Kurane felt delighted again, and looked at Yagyu as if she was looking at a treasure. At the same time, Yui Kurane also began to form seals without slow movements. The powerful yin escape technique chakra invaded Yagyu's brain. Yagyu, who was originally out of breath, suddenly changed his expression, and then his whole body froze straight in place as if he was tied up. In Yagyu's perspective, he was indeed tied up. A tree appeared out of thin air behind him, and a large number of vines tied him to the tree like tentacles. This move was magic tree binding kill. However, Yagyu smiled calmly and said, "Teacher, you have already lost." Hey! After temporarily subduing Yagyu with illusion and preparing to test others, Yuihong was slightly stunned. Then, Yuihong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked down at her waist. She saw a vine hanging on her waist. The 3 bells disappeared without a trace. Yui Kurane's face changed slightly, and she automatically replayed the previous scenes in her mind. She soon guessed when the 3 bells disappeared. So Yui Kurane smiled helplessly, dispelled Yagyu's illusion, and said, "No wonder you rushed over openly. Is this your tactic?" "That's right." Yagyu looked at Hinata and Aberame Shino who walked out of the woods, and smiled confidently, "My water escape is a no-mark ninjutsu developed by myself. But I don't think that with this ninjutsu, I can defeat you, the senior ninja, Hong Teacher. So, my task is to contain Hong Teacher, let your attention focus on me, and then Shino will snatch the bells." As soon as the voice fell, Aberame Shino took out 3 bells and threw 2 of them to Yagyu and Hinata. And the way Aberame Shino snatched the bells was also very simple, that is, using insects. Yui Kurane's attention was all focused on Yagyu, and she didn't use the perception technique, so she didn't notice the approach of the bug at all. "Papa Papa." Yui Kurane clapped her hands and praised generously, "Great tactics, the teacher lost." Shua. Almost at the moment Yui Kurane finished speaking, a blue light flashed from her body. Then, a blue beam flew out from her body and landed on the open space next to her, forming a floating blue light ball. Seeing this scene, Yagyu was slightly stunned, and then he was happy. Delivery. The explosive equipment of the game system is indeed triggered by a certain probability as long as you win. Yui Kurane just verbally admitted defeat, and the blue light ball exploded. It seems that this time it's lucky. A few seconds later, the blue light ball automatically picked up and flew towards Yagyu. When the light ball penetrated into his body, Yagyu did not open the space backpack to check immediately, but closed the Sharingan first, blinked a few times, and felt whether the lens of the beauty contact lens had changed. Yes, Yagyu has awakened the Sharingan. Half a year ago, when Yagyu was practicing ninjutsu, he entered a state of extreme concentration. When he came back to his senses, he found that the world in front of him had changed dramatically. With his amazing dynamic vision, he could even capture and slow down the movement of a fly flapping its wings. At that moment, Yagyu knew that his Sharingan had awakened. And when Yagyu awakened, it was a double Megatama Sharingan. It is not known whether it was because of the amazing spiritual energy or the Ashura Chakra. And the ninjutsu that Yagyu secretly practiced at home this year was Raise Nan. The spiral water tornado just now was a combination of Raise Nan and Great Waterfall technique. As one of Naruto's 3 axes, Raise Nan is the only A-level unprinted ninjutsu in the original work that fully discloses the principle and the training stage. So after crossing over, Yagyu took advantage of his memory not becoming blurred and wrote down the training method of Raise Nan as soon as possible. Before the awakening of the Golden Finger, Yagyu thought that this ninjutsu should be the strongest ninjutsu he could learn in his life. As for the advanced Rasen Shuriken of Raise Nan and the balls of various colors, Yagyu had no hope. After the awakening of the Golden Finger and the explosion of Ashura's Chakra from Naruto, Yagyu had to learn Raise Nan even more. Just like the multiple shadow clones technique, Raise Nan is too suitable for the owner of the immortal body. Powerful ninjutsu that others can only use a few times, Naruto can not only use it casually, but also create a large number of shadow clones and use them together with the shadow clones. This set of combined skills is too oppressive for opponents of the same level. So after fusing Ashura's Chakra, Yagyu has secretly started to practice Raise Nan. Unfortunately, Yagyu's talent is very average, and the first stage of Raise Nan stumped him. Until he discovered something, his talent was like a cheat. That thing was what came out of Sakura, Chakra Control. Chapter 24 Endorser, Illusion Expert. Although Sakura's Chakra Control was only blue level, and the level was not comparable to the bloodline limit that was awakened and immediately combat capable, in Yagyu's eyes, Sakura's Chakra Control was definitely not inferior to the red bloodline limit. This talent made Yagyu's ninjutsu talent reborn, from an ordinary person to a genius. Yagyu had mastered all the ninjutsu left by his parents before the 3rd grade. Yagyu had mastered all the Raise Nan that needed to be practiced secretly, and the spiral water tornado combined with the water style, Great Falls technique, in the 6th grade. Before graduation, he relied on this talent to master several ninjutsu, including more than 2 B-level and A-level ninjutsu. All this was due to Chakra Control and Shadow Clone technique. He was talented and hardworking, but Yagyu just didn't have more ninjutsu scrolls. Otherwise, he would have mastered even more ninjutsu. Just when Yagyu was feeling whether the lenses of his beauty contact lenses were out of place, Yui Kurane smiled again and said, "Your performance has satisfied me, the teacher. It's still early. I'll take you on a mission and then treat you to barbecue." After that, Ui Kurane transformed from an elder to a big sister and took Hinata's arm. The fragrant shoulders, walking side by side with the three Yagyu people. On the way, Ui Kurane couldn't help but ask curiously, Yagyu, how did you develop that Muji water style? Inspiration, I found in the ninja diary left by my father that the ninjas flying over the eaves and walls was to gather chakra on his feet, so after trying it, I found that I could perfectly control the flow of chakra. Maybe for this reason, the ninja scrolls left by my parents are not difficult for me at all. After going to school, I saw a photo of a tornado in a book. The rotating wind gave me a bold idea. Can I gather chakra on my palm, let it materialize and rotate, and then gather wind or water to form a tornado and waterspout? After trying, I found that it is not difficult to gather chakra. However, I failed countless times to merge the rotating chakra and water flow together until I succeeded a few months ago. Is this the inspiration of a genius? After listening to Yagyu's words, Ui Kurane, Abarame Shino, and even Hinata, who admired Yagyu very much, were all amazed. The principle that Yagyu said was very simple. Their brains were already telling them, I have learned it. I have learned it trademark. But their hands were retorting, no, you can trademark trademark. Only a gifted person like Yagyu could figure out such a no-mark ninjutsu by himself. However, when hearing about Yagyu trademark's way of gathering chakra, Ui Kurane suddenly had an idea and thought of a no-mark ninjutsu that was about to become a legend. She couldn't trademark help but ask, Ayajayu, do you know Raise Nan? Hearing this, Yagyu couldn't trademark help but smile in his heart. I trademark ve fallen into the trap. I found the person who endorsed me. So, Yagyu looked at Ui Kurane with a puzzled look, Raise Nan. Raise Nan is an A-level ninjutsu developed by the 4th Hokage, and it is also a no-mark ninjutsu. While recalling the appearance of that ninjutsu, Ui Kurane described it, that ninjutsu is to condense a chakra energy ball on the palm of your hand, and the high-speed rotation is very similar to your chakra condensation and rotation technique. Chakra energy ball. Yagyu pretended to be in deep thought, then raised his palm, and a blue chakra cyclone immediately emerged in his palm. There were more and more cyclones, but they did not condense into a ball, but turned into a mini blue tornado. Then, the blue tornado was suddenly compressed into a sphere, and after a few seconds of high-speed rotation, it suddenly exploded and turned into a gust of wind that blew the clothes of others flying. Although he failed, Yagyu said with a pleasant surprise, Teacher Hong, this method seems to work. Don't try it randomly, be careful. Ui Kurane patted Yagyu's shoulder and assured confidently, Teacher knows the disciple of the 4th Hokage, I will help you find out the principle of Raise Nan. There is no need for this, Teacher Hong. Yagyu said confidently, as long as you know that it is a high-speed rotating energy ball, I will definitely master it. At this moment, Yagyu's body seemed to be glowing. Looking at the extremely proud Yagyu, Abarame Shino and Hinata once again felt how big the gap between them and Yagyu was. Ui Kurane was stunned by Yagyu's momentum. I have to admit that she was impressed by this boy who was only 12 years old this year and was almost as tall as her. No wonder Kakashi was so popular in school when he was young. Such an aura is really too lethal for girls. Ui Kurane did not dampen Yagyu's confidence, but smiled and said, then you should be careful when practicing, and it's best to use shadow clones to assist. I know, Teacher Kurane. Yagyu nodded obediently, and this respectful look made Ui Kurane's favorability soar. Yagyu is now Ui Kurane's most precious student. She believes that he will be the proudest student in the future. On the way to the Hokage building, Yagyu summoned the virtual panel that only he could see, and checked the blue light ball that burst out from Ui Kurane in the space backpack. The next second, the information of the blue light ball emerged. Illusion expert, blue. When Yagyu saw these words, his eyes lit up. With Sakura as an example, it is not surprising that this illusion expert is also a talent. Even talents such as chakra control can burst out, so it is not surprising to burst out illusion talent. Although in the circle of guiding Jonin, Kurane Ui is not as good as the elite Jonins such as Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy, but compared with other guiding Jonin, Kurane Ui is definitely a very outstanding existence. In Konoha, she is also a famous illusion expert. In the original work, her performance is so bad because her opponents are all cheaters. Uchiha Itachi is the illusion master second only to Uchiha Shisui. Kurama Yakumo is the chosen son of the Kurama clan who only appears once every few generations, and Aizen and Akari in the Naruto world. In front of them, it is very normal for Kurane Ui, who is only good at illusion, to be killed in seconds. But as an ordinary person without blood inheritance, Kurane Yui has reached the extreme she can reach. Illusion expert is the best interpretation of her talent. As long as this light ball is integrated, Yagyu will become an illusion genius even if he does not have Sharingan. This kind of talent that can transform a person. There is no doubt that the illusion expert is just like Sakura's chakra control, absolutely the best in the blue level, and even not weaker than some bloodline limits. So, Yagyu merged it without hesitation. When the ball of light turned into a beam and flew out, it penetrated into Yagyu's body. Just like the fusion of the blood limit, Sharingan, Yagyu's appearance and inner self did not change at all. Only when learning illusions, Yagyu will discover his changes. Chapter 25 3 Megatama Sharingan, this is the Eye Legend. Time is like a swing, and it jumps from late March to early June with a slight swing. In the past 2 months, the 60th class of Genin have been doing various D-level tasks. These D-level tasks are all to help the villagers deal with various trivial matters. Either helping to take care of children, helping to deal with farm work, cleaning up garbage in the ditch, etc. And the rewards for these tasks are extremely low, and most of them will be divided by the village, the guiding Jonin and companions. If you don't have patience, you will definitely feel very irritated. For example, just after graduation, Team 7 fantasized about being able to protect the politicians of the Land of Fire, or fight against powerful enemies. As for Team 8, they worked hard without complaint. Because Yagyu and the others all knew that these D-level tasks were not only to sharpen their minds, but also to improve the tacit understanding of the team. Therefore, Yagyu and Hinata did not use shadow clones to perform D-level tasks, but did it themselves. Besides, Yui Kurane was different from the lazy Hitaki Kakashi. As a first-time instructor of a Jonin, she was very concerned about her students. Every time Yagyu and the others finished their tasks, Yui Kurane would teach them skills that only Genin would learn. For example, Yagyu and Hinata had already mastered climbing trees and treading water. Then she tested the chakra attributes of the 3 Yagyu. Finally, she took out the illusion scroll to see if the 3 Yagyu had yin attributes. After doing all this, Yui Kurane treasured the student Yagyu even more. She even had a feeling that Yagyu was the perfect student given to her by God to inherit the mantle of the Yui family. Just because Aberame Shino and Hinata did not have the qualifications to learn illusions, it meant that they did not have yin attribute chakra. Kurane Yui, who was only good at illusion, had nothing to teach them except the basics of ninja. Kuren Yui had no right to make suggestions for their family ninjutsu. Only Yagyu learned the illusion scroll that Kurane Yui took out in just one day. This meant that Yagyu not only had yin attribute chakra, but also had excellent talent for illusion. So, Kurane Yui began to train Yagyu with all her strength, and gave Yagyu special training every day in front of Shino Aberame and Hinata. In the past 2 months, Yagyu's strength has also improved greatly. First of all, his attainments in illusion have gone from 0 to overwhelming his peers. Even if he only used illusion, Yagyu had the confidence to beat the 12 little strong men. Because his Sharingan finally evolved to 3 Megatama. All this was thanks to the talent of the illusion expert. Illusion is yin-style ninjutsu, and Sharingan is yin-style blood limit, also known as the illusion eye. However, before evolving to 3 Megatama, the Sharingan was only the inside eye and the copy eye. The Uchiha clan is famous in the ninja world, and the Sharingan that is almost invincible one-on-one is the 3 Megatama Sharingan. As for the main Jikaya Sharingan, that is the legendary eye. Every Uchiha who has developed the 3 Megatama Sharingan to the extreme is an elite Jonin and an expert in illusion, as well as an illusion nemesis. Because this blood limit is too rogue, you don't need to make a seal, just a glance, you can enter the world of illusion without knowing it. If the opponent is an illusion ninja, unless the Yintan chakra is stronger than the Uchiha's Sharingan will have illusion rebound. In the original work, Yui Kurane was taught a lesson by Uchiha attack it with illusion rebound. That's right, ninjas who are not good at breaking illusions, or who don't have the means to restrain illusions, fighting with the Uchiha clan are equivalent to giving up a pair of eyes first. This is more deadly than giving up half a life in the game. Because in reality, if you are hit by a special move, you will really die. It may be that when Yagyu was learning illusion, he became more and more proficient in controlling Yintan chakra, and his brain secreted more Yintan chakra. So the Sharingan, which was already in a bottleneck period, naturally evolved to the 3 Megatama Sharingan. When the Sharingan evolved to the stage of the Genjutsu Eye, Yagyu's already reborn talent for illusion was like a cheat. The ninjutsu taught by Ui Kurane was not only easy to master, but also Yagyu could release it without making a seal if he wanted. When Yagyu completely mastered the 3 Magatama Sharingan, his attainments in illusion completely surpassed Ui Kurane. This is the gap between ordinary people and cheaters, this is the I legend. This feeling is best understood by Xiao Li in the original work. In addition to strength, Yagyu's relationship with Hinata has also improved rapidly in the past 2 months. After completing the task every day, Yagyu would invite Hinata to his house for training. Although Hinata was very shy, she never refused. At the beginning, Yagyu was very restrained and gentlemanly, just acting as Hinata's sparring partner. After Hinata gradually got used to being alone with Yagyu, who called himself a training master, began his own training. During the physical duel, it was no longer a matter of countering each other's moves and stopping at the right time. And it gradually became irregular, and then Yagyu secretly opened the Sharingan, captured Hinata's various flaws, used cleverness to make her make various mistakes, and then created various intimate behaviors of hugging and embracing. Yagyu's training was also very effective. At the beginning, Hinata always turned into a steam girl in seconds, and even fainted. But because Yagyu did not go further, Hinata slowly adapted to it and became immune to this intimate behavior of hugging and embracing. After each training, Hinata would stay at Yagyu's house for dinner. Because she was a little restrained at home, her sister and father did not know her big appetite. Only Yagyu would prepare a lot of food for her. Only in front of Yagyu would Hinata eat freely. However, after learning the first lesson, every time Hinata came to Yagyu's house, she would split a shadow clone to help Yagyu's shadow clone. In addition, Yagyu paid for the ingredients, and Hinata, who ate the most every time, also gave the reward for each task to Yagyu. Yagyu did not refuse this. After graduating from the ninja school, the village stopped providing pensions. Yagyu, who had not yet performed a high-level mission, did not earn enough money every day to buy Hinata a meal. So, Yagyu and Hinata started living a couple trademark life in advance. When helping Yagyu clean, Hinata also helped him wash his clothes. Every time this happened, Yagyu would praise Hinata for her virtue and said that she would definitely be a good wife in the future, which made the girl blush with shame and her pua became more diligent. Fortunately, after Hinata graduated, Hyuga Hayashi focused on her younger daughter who was more talented. I don't trademark T know why Hinata would go to the boy trademark S house for dinner every time she finished a mission, and also help him clean and wash clothes. Otherwise, Yagyu would be targeted by the elite jonin. Happy daily life passed quickly. On this day, at 9:00 trademark clock in the morning. As usual, Team 8 gathered at the old place to wait for Kurane Ui. Swoosh! Krina Ui was still so punctual, and appeared in front of Yagyu and the other two in an instant. However, the following words of Ui Kurane made the eyes of the 3 Yagyu brighten. During this period, your performance has been very good, and every mission has been well received by the client. So I decided to take you to receive a higher level mission today. Chapter 26 Hinata, have you grown up? After more than 2 months, I finally waited for the mission that can leave the village. For Yagyu, this is definitely good news. After the Sharingan evolved to 3 Magatama, the only difference between Yagyu's current strength and that of a Jonin is combat experience. To become an elite Jonin, Yagyu needs to go through a very long accumulation period. Accumulate combat experience, enrich the types and ammunition of the arsenal, and have a large number of trump cards. That's how Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy came. The former copied thousands of ninjutsu and developed his own S-level lightning ninjutsu, the latter developed various physical techniques, tempered the body, and increased the number of gates and endurance of the 8 gates. There are only 2 ways for Yagyu to skip this accumulation period. First, he has the ultimate trump card that can threaten the cage, which means that even if he puts in more talent and effort, he cannot definitely learn the S-level ninjutsu. Second, he explodes a large number of ninjutsu, talent and blood limit, using quantity to make up for quality. Of course, if Yagyu can evolve the 3 Magatama Sharingan to the main Jikaya Sharingan again in a short period of time. Then let alone the accumulation period, as long as he can skillfully use the exclusive pupil technique of the main Jikaya Sharingan and can use the Susanoo known as the power of God, Yagyu in this period of time, only Onoki, the top of the 5 cage, and Nagato, the super cage gatekeeper, are worthy of being his opponents. Uchiha Obito did not take back the left eye from Hitaki Kakashi, and he could only provoke Yagyu for 5 minutes, unless he used Izanagi for face, he could last for 10 minutes. Because, when the Manjakaya Sharingan awakens, it is the time for the golden legend of Ashura Chakra to exert its power. However, the Sharingan has just evolved to 3 Megatama, and it is impossible to evolve to the Manjakaya in a short time. So the current shortcut for Yagyu is to enrich his arsenal. However, it is not easy to enrich the arsenal. Yagyu has already obtained the most precious illusion talent of Kurane Ui, and has also mastered some illusions of the Ui family. Even if he finds a reason to fight Kurane Ui and wins, Yagyu can't reveal anything. Yagyu has been working hard on Hinata's Byakugan for more than 2 months. But it has not been revealed yet. And even if the Byakugan is revealed, Yagyu will get very little improvement. After all, the Byakugan is the lowest level auxiliary eye of the Otsutsuki clan before it evolves to the Samsara eye or mutates into the Sharingan and the Pure eye. As for the insect secret technique of the Aberme clan, Yagyu will not be integrated even if it is revealed. People around him cannot provide help, so Yagyu can only choose targets from outside. Yagyu didn't expect that the mission outside the village would have an accident like Team 7, and he would encounter a powerful enemy. He just hoped to pass by places with people and meet some wandering ninjas, and it would be best if he could meet ninjas from other ninja villages. Yagyu, who had experience in developing spiral water tornadoes and knew how much his talent for chakra control could improve himself, only needed to obtain other chakra attributes and ninjutsu, and then practice the nature change, and he would have the confidence to advance the Raise Nan, or the team developed a ninjutsu that was not in the original work. So, under the leadership of Kurane Ui, the 8th team came to the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. Will you accept the sea-level mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage hat, was holding a pipe and puffing out smoke. In his other hand, there was a form with the results of the 8th team in the past 2 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. From the establishment of the 8th team to now, your tasks have been well received by the client, and the team performance is the best so far this term. It seems that your team cooperation and tacit understanding have been honed to a certain extent. It's time for you to perform more advanced tasks. Putting down the form in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a huge scroll from under the table. Opening the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly found a task for the 8th team. A few days ago, a caravan came to Konoha to do business. They were afraid of being robbed on the way back, so they entrusted us to escort them back to the iron ore village in the country of Kawano. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's finger gently swiped on the task list. With a bang sound, the white smoke dissipated. A small scroll appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Throwing the scroll to Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "This is the information of the person in charge of the caravan, Kurane, go and negotiate with him." "Yes, Hokage." Ui Kurane responded respectfully. Then, she took the 8th team out of the Hokage's office. When leaving, Yagyu found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at him. Obviously, this Hokage knew him and might have been paying attention to him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, and Yagyu certainly would not speak, but pretended not to see it and left. After leaving the Hokage building, Kurane Ui opened the scroll in her hand, and then brought the 8th team to the door of a certain hotel to negotiate with a middle-aged man who was guarding the carriage. The 3 Yagyu watched from a distance. After a while, the middle-aged man walked into the hotel, and soon another middle-aged man dressed luxuriously came out. Kurai Ui continued to negotiate with the middle-aged man. During this period, the middle-aged man's eyes also turned to the 3 Yagyu. If you look closely, you will find that his face is full of surprise. Hinata whispered, "Yagyu-kun, that person seems to have been looking at me." Without waiting for Yagyu to speak, Aberame Shino said calmly, "He is indeed looking at you, but he is looking at your eyes." Yagyu also smiled and said, "It's normal, Hinata, your eyes are the most famous perception eyes in the ninja world. With your white eyes, we can clearly see any ambush within 1 kilometer." Hearing this, Hinata was slightly enlightened. Soon, Kurane Ui finished the negotiation and said to the 3 Yagyu, "Today is a holiday. You go back and pack your things and gather at the village entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes, Teacher Kurane." The 3 Yagyu nodded in response. So, Team 8 disbanded on the spot. "Hinata, do you want to practice together?" "Yes." After separating from Kurane Ui and Shino Aberame, Yagyu invited Hinata as usual. Naturally, Hinata nodded. So, the two went to the market to buy ingredients, then went home to let the shadow clone cook, and the main body went to the training room to start the daily physical duel. This time, Yagyu also cheated with the Sharingan, using clever strength to make Hinata suddenly lose balance when attacking, and then hugged Hinata in time. Seeing that Hinata's immunity had become stronger, Yagyu decided to increase the firepower. I saw Yagyu holding Hinata, who had bumped into his arms, lowering his head and teasing, "Hinata, have you grown recently?" "What?" Hinata was a little puzzled at first, then she looked down along Yagyu's gaze, and her pretty and cute cheeks instantly turned red from bottom to top, and her head was like boiling water, emitting white mist. Then, Yagyu felt a weight in his arms. I saw that the girl had fainted, and her beautiful white eyes turned into mosquito coil-like circles. Chapter 27 I Like Big Ones, the ability of the space backpack. Yagyu's firepower was obviously too much, and his training results of more than 2 months were back to the pre-liberation period in one day. Hinata had never received such a verbal shock. After waking up, she immediately turned back to the ostrich loli she used to be, with her head lowered all the time, and her cheeks were still red. However, her head lowered like this made her conscience, which was already very obvious because of her big appetite and absorbed a lot of nutrients, more obvious. I believe that Ino and Sakura would be very envious and jealous. According to this growth rate, Hinata will probably become a baby-faced giant in no time. Looking at Hinata, who kept her head lowered, Yagyu was afraid that she would be like the heroines of some comics, disgusted with her conscience for developing early, or feel inferior, so he comforted her inexplicably, "It's okay, Hinata, it's better to be bigger, I like big ones." Buzz. As if the sound of a train whistle sounded, a white mushroom cloud suddenly rose above Hinata's head. Then, the girl fell on the tatami and fainted again. Yagyu. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, the 8th team came to the village entrance early to gather, waiting for the arrival of Yui Kurane and the caravan. Abarame Shino, carrying a backpack, looked at Yagyu with empty hands and asked, "Yagyu, don't you have any luggage?" Hinata, who had not dared to look Yagyu in the eye since she woke up yesterday, also looked at Yagyu curiously. He felt even more regretful, blaming himself for being too timid. If he had known, he would have helped Yagyu pack his luggage before going back yesterday. Yagyu took out a scroll and smiled, "I have very little luggage, and everything is in the storage scroll." This is a lie. The scroll is empty. Yagyu's luggage is all stored in the space backpack. In addition to killing monsters and getting equipment, the best function of the game system is naturally the 5x5 grid space backpack. Yagyu has already tried it, and the space backpack is the same as the backpack in the game. 25 space grids can only store inanimate objects, and the weight and volume of the objects cannot exceed that of the host, Yagyu. As long as they do not exceed that of the host, Yagyu, the same objects stored in the space backpack will overlap and occupy only one space grid. However, the maximum number of overlaps is only 99. If used properly, Yagyu's space backpack can hold a lot of things. Storage scroll. Abarame Shino and Hinata were slightly surprised. Then, Team 8 fell into silence again. This was something Yagyu could not help. One was sultry and cold, and the other was shy and silent. No matter what the topic was, it would end quickly, and Yagyu did not know how to liven up the atmosphere. So, Yagyu could only choose to close his eyes and rest. It was 8 o'clock soon. Yui Kurane and the caravan did not let Yagyu and the other three wait for a long time, and soon arrived at the village entrance together. "This is Mr. Yamada, you must protect him these days." Yui Kurane introduced to the three Yagyu. "Yes, Teacher Kurane." The three Yagyu nodded in response. Mr. Yamada smiled kindly and said, "Thank you for your hard work along the way. I will treat you well when we return to the iron ore village." Mr. Yamada's words instantly won the favor of the three Yagyu. Compared with Dasna, who Team 7 met in the original work, this client is simply too good. No wonder he is the head of the caravan. After a brief acquaintance, Yui Kurane and Mr. Yamada handed the village exit certificate to the gatekeeper. For the first time since the birth of the three Yagyu, they finally walked out of the military base of Konoha. Hinata's face was full of expectation, and she was very curious about the outside world. Abarame Shino still put her hands in her pockets coolly, as if she didn't care about anything. In fact, he was more expectant than Hinata. Only Yagyu really didn't care. Although he lived in a steel city before crossing, Yagyu was actually a child from the countryside. For this world without cement roads, where nobles travel by carriage, Yagyu can guess what it looks like even if he has never seen it. In addition to the fresh air and beautiful natural scenery, there are yellow muddy roads. When encountering some passing carriages, they would also eat a lot of dust. If they had not performed a lot of D-level tasks and tempered their minds, this way of walking would actually be a torture for the 3 Yagyu. Because it is really exaggerated that ninjas are rushing at full speed. In the original work, Shippuden has just begun. Team 7 set out to rescue Gaara. It only took 1 day to reach Sand Village from Konoha. In between, there are not only the territories of 2 big countries, but also small countries in the middle. Yagyu's history grades are very good, and he knows the location of the river country. This country is sandwiched between the fire country and the wind country. In the original work, the Akatsuki organization sealed Gaara's one-tailed Shikaku in a cave in the river country. This country is full of mountains and forests. Some towns and villages are either built at the foot of the mountain or on the mountain. The village built on the mountain is also called a mountain village. If nothing unexpected happens, the iron mine village is one of the mountain villages. From the name of this village, we can also see that this caravan came to Konoha to do iron ore business. Due to the large number of mountains, it is normal for bandits to run rampant. Along the way, the most likely enemies they will encounter should be those bandits. Thinking of this, Yagyu was slightly disappointed. Bandits are a group of poor people who can't survive, and the probability of having a rebellious ninja is close to 0. However, what disappointed Yagyu was still to come. Mr. Yamada may have a huge sum of money, and this huge sum of money is not his alone. In order to avoid accidents, Mr. Yamada had already purchased enough supplies when he left Konoha. Along the way, the caravan avoided all places with people and wanted to get back to the iron ore village as quickly as possible. At night, they camped directly in the wild. Therefore, the 8th team took turns to keep watch, which was extremely boring. It took 3 full days for the caravan to leave the land of fire. After entering the territory of the land of rivers, Hinata, who opened her white eyes from time to time, did find that many bandits had set their sights on the caravan. However, after the spies found Team 8 and reported back, the bandits left again. There were quite a few smart bandits who tried to follow the caravan to see where the caravan was going and wait until Team 8 left before taking action. After getting permission from Kurane Ui, Shino Aberame directly sent out the bugs to knock the bandits to the ground. On the 5th day after leaving Konoha, Team 8 and the caravan, who had crossed mountains and conquered various harsh environments, finally arrived at the iron mine village built on a mountain. Although they are both villages, the iron mine village is completely different from Konoha. Rather than calling it a village, it is more like a construction base for mining. Except for the elderly, women, and children, almost all other villagers were digging holes and mining. Seeing this scene, Team 8 no longer had the idea of resting here for a few days. Rejecting Mr. Yamada's invitation to entertain, Kurane Ui received the mission reward and took Team 8 down the mountain to return. However, after going down the mountain, Team 8 was about to use the instant body to hurry on the road and return to Konoha as quickly as possible. In front of them, a group of figures wearing black raincoats suddenly appeared. Seeing this group of people, Kurane Ui and Hinata's faces changed slightly. I saw Kurane Ui making a gesture with her back to the 3 Yagyu. Hinata leaned close to Yagyu and whispered, "When I went up the mountain just now, I used my Byakugan to observe the surroundings, but I didn't find this group of people." Hearing this, Yagyu and Aberame Shino immediately tensed up, and while continuing to move forward, they reached for the ninja tool bags on their waists, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 28, Kuroki Rega, the Restrained Byakugan. Ninjas from Konoha reminds me of a nasty guy. Just as Team 8 was on high alert, the group of people in black raincoats who were coming towards them, led by the one with a bulge on his back, also murmured. As if sensing the change in this person's mood, a young man's voice came from the bulge in the raincoat behind him, "Are we going to hold a funeral for them?" "Hey!" The raincoat man did not answer, but grinned. Soon, Team 8 and the group of people in black raincoats passed by. During the period, each of them stared at each other with the corner of their eyes, as if they would attack immediately if the other party made any move. Fortunately, neither side seemed to want to cause trouble, and there was no movement when they passed by. Just when Kurane Ui was about to let down her guard, suddenly, a thick white fog appeared in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the eyes of Team 8 became white. "Oh no, this is the mist hidden technique." Kurane Ui's expression changed. "Byakugan open." Hinata immediately opened her Byakugan, then turned around and shot a distorted airflow behind her, 8 trigrams empty palm. The distorted airflow, like an invisible artillery shell, hit a man in a raincoat and directly knocked him away. Ah! A scream sounded in the thick fog. But the next second, Hinata's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly said, "There is an ambush, there are at least hundreds of them." From Hinata's perspective, in the thick white fog, a large group of people with chakra flowing in their meridians appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Don't be nervous, it's just an illusion." Aberame Shino was very calm, looking at the bug crawling on her index finger, and said, "Although there are illusions that can deceive the Byakugan, it's incredible, but, my bugs told me that their smell has not changed." Hearing this, Yagyu, who had already opened his Sharingan and also saw hundreds of chakras in the thick fog, paused as he was about to make a seal. Then, Yagyu's seal gesture changed, shadow clone technique. Bang! Because the white fog turned the world white, Team 8 only heard a sound like a balloon bursting. Spiral water tornado. Yagyu took a few steps, raised his right hand above his head, palm facing up. Circles of blue cyclones emerged out of thin air, forming a small blue tornado. As soon as the blue tornado was formed, huge waves of water fell from the sky. The area of the water wave was amazing, and it could definitely push Team 8 a long distance away. However, the water waves failed to drown the 8th team. As if attracted by a magnet, they gathered on top of Yagyu's head, forming a rapidly growing waterspout. Yagyu threw the waterspout out while it was still forming. The waterspout had just broken away, and the eye of the wind was like the bottom of a gyroscope, plowing a huge gully directly on the ground. The gravel was rolled into the waterspout, and the tornado, which was only rotating with water, immediately became more lethal. The terrifying suction also pulled the surrounding thick fog in, like a huge vacuum cleaner. At the same time, the waterspout, which was growing in size and filled with more and more gravel, also swept towards the black raincoat crowd in front at a very fast speed. Because the waterspout was extremely fast, and they were also affected by the thick fog. By the time the group of people in black raincoats reacted, they had been pulled into the waterspout by the suction. Ah! The screams resounded through the mountains. When the thick fog dissipated, a waterspout with a lot of rubble and several figures spinning at high speed quickly moved away from the sight of Team 8. Unless there was a thick mountain wall in front to block it, this waterspout would probably fly far away before dissipating. It has such power on land. Yui Kurane and Aberame Shino dare not imagine how powerful it would be if Yagyu used this move on the sea. Hinata, with veins bulging on both sides of her temples, said in disbelief, "It's really an illusion, this how is it possible?" Like the Sharingan, the Byakugan is also the nemesis of illusions. As long as the Byakugan is turned on, Hinata can see the meridians of the human body. All ninjas have chakra flowing in their meridians. Unless it is a real entity like a shadow clone, the human illusion created by the illusion is nothing in the eyes of the Byakugan. Hinata only needs to lock on to the person whose meridians have chakra flowing. But just now, Hinata clearly found that there were at least hundreds of meridians with chakra flowing in the thick fog. That was not created by illusions at all. But it was really an illusion. So much so that Hinata questioned her family's Byakugan for the first time. Boom! Just then, the sound of thunder suddenly came to the ears of Team 8. The next second, Yagyu and Yui Kurane seemed to have sensed something, their faces suddenly changed, and they shouted, "Disperse quickly!" After saying that, Yagyu picked up Hinata, who had not yet recovered from her shock, and flew out in an instant. Boom! Almost the next second after Team 8 dispersed, a huge lightning bolt struck where they were standing. A large pit was instantly blasted out of the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. A wisp of blue-white arcs swirled and flickered. Team 8 appeared in an open space, forming a triangle, and scanning the surrounding mountain roads. Yui Kurane said seriously, "Hinata, use your Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Have you found the person who used the lightning release?" Hinata, who was held in Yagyu's arms, said in panic, "I can't find it. Except for the few people hit by the waterspout, I didn't see any chakra. I can't find my bugs either." Aberame Shino also said with a serious face. On the other hand, Yagyu, with his 3 Magadama Sharingan under his beautiful pupils, seemed to have caught something, and gently comforted Hinata in his arms, "Don't panic, it's not that your eyes can't see people, but that the other party has the means to restrain the Byakugan and perception. I have found him, look over there." Yagyu raised his hand and pointed to a mountain road. Looking in the direction pointed by Yagyu, the 8th team really saw a figure, it was the leader with a bulge behind the raincoat. At this time, the other party had taken off the hat of the raincoat, revealing a head of green hair, and two uniquely shaped blades in his hands, flashing blue and white electric light. Seeing the appearance of this person, and the very famous ninja sword in the ninja world, Yui Kurene's beautiful face suddenly broke out in cold sweat. This person, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kuroki Riga. The next second, Kurene Yui took out a kunai without hesitation, and said with a firm look, I will hold him back, you guys hurry up and leave here. Teacher Kurene, won't you run away with us? Hinata asked hurriedly. I can't run away. Kuren Yui said in a deep voice, the opponent is a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and he is a senior ninja who is proficient in the assassination technique of the Hidden Mist Village. If we run away together, we will only be defeated one by him. In that case, let's let Team 8 join forces to fight the enemy. Yagyu smiled confidently and said, it's just right to use him to try out my new ninjutsu. Hinata also stood beside Yagyu with a firm look. Although Aberame Shino did not speak, she also stood on the other side of Yagyu. You. Looking at the 3 Yagyu who were unwilling to leave and ready to die, Yui Kurene was stunned for a moment, and then a warm current surged in her heart. She smiled and said, then let's fight the rebellious ninja together in Team 8. Boom boom. The sound of thunder echoed in the mountains, deafening. A huge lightning bolt fell from the sky again and struck Team 8. Chapter 29, Kurene Yui, the Jutsu of the Shackle and the Hard Vortex Water Blade. Swoosh. Just like before, Team 8 had disappeared instantly the second before the lightning struck. 4 after images, 1 in front and 3 behind, rushed towards Kuroki Riga on the mountain road in the posture of ninja running. Seeing this scene, Kuroki Riga put away his 2 swords and was about to make a seal slowly. Kure Yui, who recognized what ninjutsu the hand seal was, immediately made a seal with both hands. Then, her body was like a mirage in the desert, twisted and disappeared from the eyes of the 3 Yagyu and Kuroki Riga. It turned out to be an illusion ninja. What a poor woman. Ryuaga Riga was not panicked, but shed tears, and shouted exaggeratedly, ah! I really look forward to your crying next. She's coming, 2 o'clock, Riga. The boy's voice, which only Riga could hear, sounded again from the raincoat behind him. Ryuaga Riga did not doubt the boy's words, and drew out his 2 swords again, crossing them to face the 8th team running down from below. Thunder escape, thunder ball. The chakra of the changed nature of the lightning escape turned into lightning and covered the blade, quickly transmitted to the tip of the double swords, forming a lightning ball. Just when Team 8 thought that Kuroki Riga would use this lightning ball to launch a long-range attack on the 3 people of Yagyu, the corners of Kuroki Riga's mouth suddenly grinned, and then suddenly changed the direction of the tip of the knife and shot the lightning ball out. Sitsizizizi. The lightning ball just shot out, as if it hit something, exploded in the air and turned into lightning all over the sky. Ah! A scream sounded, and a twitching figure appeared in the lightning. It was Yui Kurene. Yui Kurene obviously didn't expect that she would be discovered. What was even more unexpected was that Kuroki Riga's attack on the 3 Yagyu people was actually a bait. Hit by the thunder ball, Kurene Yui was twitching all over, and then her figure fell from the air on the mountainside. Looking at her, she seemed to have been electrocuted. Teacher Kurene! Hinata screamed when she saw this scene. Yagyu frowned, not because Kurene Yui was killed in an instant, but, his 3 Magadama Sharingan saw red powder again. Yagyu was very sure that the previous illusion was caused by these red powders. Hinata's Byakugan was restrained because of this ability. But for a moment, he couldn't remember what bloodline limit this was. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this bloodline limit is definitely not in the main storyline. After traveling through 12 years, Yagyu has been sorting out the main storyline and some important plots while his memory has not become blurred. However, since Naruto has too many memories and original plots, and Yagyu didn't finish watching it in his previous life, he couldn't remember what this ability was, but just felt a little familiar. The current situation doesn't allow Yagyu to think slowly. Seeing that Yui Kurene was tricked by Kuroki Riga, Yagyu, as the captain of the team, quickly gave an order, Hinata, go and treat Teacher Kurene. After saying that, Yagyu grabbed Hinata's arm with both hands and threw Hinata out with a spin. Flying into the air, Hinata hugged Yui Kurene, who was covered with burnt marks and exuding a wisp of white mist, and then gathered chakra with her feet and ran to the ground on the mountain wall. Shino, you go and protect Hinata and Teacher Kurene, and then act according to the situation. Yagyu made seals with both hands and shouted softly, Shadow Clone Technique. The white smoke dispersed, and 5 shadow clones appeared around Yagyu. Then, Yagyu and the 5 shadow clones turned into afterimages and dispersed instantly. 6 Yagyu flew over the walls of the mountain and rushed towards Kuroki Rega on the mountain trail. Rega, be careful, this guy is very strong. The young man's voice once again reached Kuroki Rega's ears, his chakra is many times that of yours. The water tornado just now was also created by him. Hearing this, Kuroki Rega, who originally wanted to play with Team 8 like a cat and mouse, and hold a funeral for them after playing with them until they were exhausted, immediately put away his double swords and made seals with both hands, ninjutsu rock avalanche. Boom! The ground under his feet shook, and the mountain wall under the mountain trail immediately bulged and fell off, and countless rolling stones hit the Yagyu and shadow clones below. However, the next second, Kuroki Rega's expression changed. I saw the Yagyu below also making seals with both hands, ninjutsu rock avalanche. The vibration was from top to bottom, and Kuroki Rega looked up and saw that there were also stones rolling down from above. Who is this guy? Heichulaya looked at Lu Sheng below with an unbelievable look in his eyes. At the same time, he left the mountain path without hesitation and prepared to jump to the ground below. Lu Sheng and his shadow clones also left the mountain wall, and their figures flew in the air. As soon as they left the mountain wall, they saw 4 shadow clones began to perform a combination technique. 2 shadow clones formed seals with their hands and spit out amazing water streams at the other 2 shadow clones, water style, great waterfall technique. The other 2 shadow clones raised their hands to condense a blue tornado, gathered the water stream into a water tornado, and then threw it towards Heichulaya, who had no way to dodge because he jumped into the air. Water style, spiral water tornado. Looking at the sweeping water tornado, Heichulaya could feel the amazing suction force from a long distance, and did not dare to let them get close to him at all. So, Kuroki Rega drew out his 2 swords, injected a large amount of lightning chakra into them, and shouted, "Thunder sword technique falling thunder." He waved his hands, and 2 huge blue-white slashes roared towards the 2 water tornadoes at the speed of lightning. The water tornadoes obviously had not yet formed. As soon as they collided with the 2 lightning slashes, they exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into a downpour, soaking Lu Sheng like a drowned chicken. Stepping on a rolling stone, Kuroki Rega appeared on the ground in an instant. As soon as he landed, Kuroki Rega heard the panicked reminder of the young man in his ear, "Rega, get out of the way." Kuroki Rega looked up at Lu Sheng in the air, only to see that the other party had already made a throwing posture. However, what he had in his hand was not a water tornado, but a javelin formed by water flow. Next to him, there was a shadow clone who kept the hand seal gesture and had just spit out water flow. Lu Sheng's eyes were fixed on Heichulaya. Almost at the moment when he looked up, Lu Sheng's eyes widened slightly and his pupil shrank. The next second, Heichulaya's eyes widened and his face was full of shock, as if he had seen something terrible. From Heichulaya's perspective, the world suddenly changed drastically. Or, his body traveled through a different space. From the mountains where the rain was pouring, he appeared in a blood-red space. His body could not move because there were several large black iron nails inserted into his body. Only his eyeballs could move. When Heichulaya's eyeballs looked up, his pupil shrank. The blood red in the sky, 2 moon-like eyeballs were hanging. The red pupils, dotted with 3 black megatama, were rotating slightly. Right, Sharingan. Kuroki Rega subconsciously wanted to say the name of this pair of eyes, but he couldn't even open his mouth. Crack. At this moment, a large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the blood-red space in front of Kuroki Rega's eyes, and then it shattered like a mirror falling to the ground. The scene returned to reality. Kuroki Rega had just regained control of his body when he felt a sharp pain and a heavy feeling rushing straight to his brain. Looking down, he saw that a blue water javelin had pierced his chest. The ball behind his raincoat was also pierced with him. Boom! The water javelin exploded like a cannonball, forming a huge water tornado. These 2 moves were Magic Jaghang Technique and Water Style, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Chapter 30 Bloodline Limit Red Eyes. Magic Shackle Technique and Water Style Hard Whirlpool Water Blade are the biggest progress of Yagyu during this period. Magic Shackle Technique is also known as the Immobilization Technique, or the Sharingan version of the Golden Binding Technique. They are all immobilization techniques. The 3 Magatama Sharingan only needs a glance to pull the opponent into the Sharingan's illusion space, and the Yin-style chakra turns into several huge black iron nails to deprive the opponent of control of the body. This illusion is very famous in the original work because a cage-level strongman gave it 2 records. That cage-level strongman is Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. During this period, Yagyu has learned the golden binding technique from Kurenai Ui, and combined it with the illusion ability of the 3 Magatama Sharingan to develop the magic shackle technique. As for the water-style hard whirlpool water blade, this is not actually the real water-style hard whirlpool water blade, but a combination ninjutsu performed by Yagyu and his shadow clone. Rather than calling it water-style hard vortex water blade, it is better to call it combined ninjutsu hard vortex water blade. The real hard vortex water blade creates a water vortex in the hand, compressing the water style change and form change into a water spear. This water spear not only has a strong penetrating force, but also forms a huge water tornado after it explodes. In Yagyu's eyes, hard vortex water blade is water-style Rasen Shuriken. The principle of this move is almost the same as wind-style Rasen Shuriken, which is to inject the property change into the chakra form change. Raise Nan is a very advanced form change, and the difficulty of practice reaches A level. If you can inject the property change into such an advanced form change and it does not collapse, it is the S-level ultimate Rasen Shuriken. Yagyu does not have wind attribute chakra, nor does he know wind-style ninjutsu. The wind-style Rasen Shuriken developed by Naruto in the original work was just a semi-finished product that could not be thrown out at the beginning. Therefore, Yagyu has never thought of developing the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, at least not now. Yagyu did think about injecting water escape nature changes into the Raise Nan, and tried it more than once. Unfortunately, his attainments in water escape nature changes were not enough, and he failed every time. Then one day, when Yagyu and his shadow clone were practicing spiral water tornadoes and wanted to improve the speed of the water tornadoes and the speed of formation, he suddenly had an idea and thought of the hard vortex water blade of Senjo Tobirama. Creating a water vortex in the hand, and then changing the form into a water javelin, isn't this the reverse of the spiral shuriken? So, Yagyu began to try again and again. After failing again and again, Yagyu used the shadow clone to assist himself, just like Naruto did when he used the Raise Nan for the first time. First, create a chakra vortex in the hand, then add water to the vortex to turn it into a water vortex, wrap the high-level form change with the low-level nature change, and compress it to form a water javelin. Finally, Yagyu really made the hard vortex water blade. All this is thanks to the chakra control that burst out from Sakura. Without this talent, even if Yagyu had this inspiration, he would not be able to realize it so quickly. Before the appearance of the super shadow level strongman, the battle of ninjas was a battle of intelligence. The reason why Kurenai was killed by Kuroki Riga in seconds was because she was deceived by Kuroki Riga's original intelligence. Similarly, Kuroki Riga was killed by Yagyu because he knew nothing about Yagyu. After all, how could he have thought that in addition to such a powerful water-style ninjutsu, Yagyu actually had the Uchiha clan's 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the power of illusion was even more amazing. In order to protect the people behind him, Kuroki Riga, who did not dare to get close to Team 8, was very normal to be ambushed by Yagyu. After landing from the air, Yagyu was ready to go and see what was happening with Kurenai. Just then, a scene that made Yagyu's eyes widen appeared. Swish, swish, swish. I saw several beams of light flying out of the water tornado, forming several light balls of different colors, suspended in the air less than 10 centimeters above the ground. These light balls are white, blue, and red. Fuck. Ryuo was not stunned, but opened his mouth slightly and couldn't help but utter a Chinese quintessence. What's going on? When those light balls were automatically picked up and flew towards Ryuo. Ryuo counted and found that there were 7 light balls, 1 red, 1 blue, and 5 white. It was the first time for Ryuo to see multiple light balls burst out at the same time on a target. Did he save the world just now? He was so lucky. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Ryuo's mind. Could it be that is it true that you get equipment by killing monsters? Killing the enemy is the greatest victory. Because the enemy can no longer challenge you, the score has reached the extreme, and the drop rate is so high. At this moment, Yagyu seemed to have guessed the truth. But since he could not verify it, Yagyu could only suppress his curiosity. Turning and walking towards Hinata, Yagyu summoned the virtual panel to check the information of the light balls in the space backpack. The first one was a red light ball. When Yagyu saw the information of the red light ball, he finally remembered what the red powder was capable of. Space backpack, blood limit red eyes, red. This is the blood limit in the original plot of the animation team. Yagyu has forgotten what the owner is called. The owner should be hiding behind Kuroki Riga, which is why Kuroki Riga is timid and does not want to fight with teammate in close combat. The ability of the red eyes is similar to that of the white eyes, but it is the natural enemy of the white eyes. In addition to being able to see through and sense the opponent's power, the red eyes can also create illusions to interfere with the perception and judgment of the white eyes. The phantoms of human figures that Hinata saw, and the inability to find the location of the Black Hoe Thunder Fang, were all due to the interference of the red eyes. Yagyu couldn't help but complain in his heart, the red eyes in the original plot all exist, doesn't that mean that the blood dragon eye also exists? This is good news for Yagyu. There are many good things in the original plot. If they can all be revealed, Yagyu's arsenal will definitely be greatly improved. After all, who would complain about having too many cards? Yagyu did not immediately fuse the red eyes, but continued to check the information of the blue light group. After seeing the information of the blue light group clearly, Yagyu was immediately happy. Space Backpack, Thunder Attribute, Blue. The blue light group contains chakra attributes. As long as it is fused, Yagyu will have 5 chakra attributes. Only the last wind and fire are missing, and Yagyu has a very rare all-attribute physique in the ninja world. Yagyu did not hesitate at all and directly fused it. As the blue beam flew out and penetrated into the body, Yagyu continued to check the information of the other 5 white light balls. The 5 white light balls are all ninjutsu, all burst out from Kuroki Riga. They are Water Style, Mist Hidden Technique, Ninjutsu, Rock Avalanche, Lightning Style, Thunder Ball, Lightning Style, Thunder Fang, Ninjutsu, Lightning Armor. Except for the first 2, the other 3 are Thunder Style Ninjutsu performed by Kuroki Riga using Thunder Blade, Fang. Looking at these ninjutsu, Yagyu frowned slightly. This is not all of Kuroki Riga's ninjutsu. Although Yagyu didn't know how many ninjutsu Kuroki Riga knew, there was no lightning slash that defeated the water tornado in the white light ball. In other words, if you kill the enemy, not all the equipment will burst out, but only half or most of it. For Yagyu, this is not good news. He thought that as long as he killed the enemy, all of them would burst out. The current situation is more like the game system reminding him that he should never kill the enemy casually before the most important thing is swiped out. Thinking of this, Yagyu could not help but dispel the dark thoughts that had just arisen. He still wanted to find an opportunity to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 31 Yagyu's Weakness, Return to the Village. Hinata, is Teacher Hong okay? After merging the 5 white light balls, Yagyu came to Hinata and Aberame Shino, looking at Ui Kurane lying on the ground and asked. Hinata cast a healing spell on Ui Kurane while replying, Teacher Hong is fine, she was just stunned. It's good that she's okay. Yagyu nodded, feeling a little heavy. Ui Kurane's appearance alerted Yagyu. In terms of lethality, Yagyu, who has developed the hard vortex water blade, already has the ability to kill enemies above his level. After all, except for the 4th generation Reikage who is good at ninjutsu, the physiques of the other 5 shadows are the same as ordinary people. As long as he is hit by the water javelin, he will definitely die. The same is true for Yagyu. Except for a few strong ones, the ninjas in the Naruto world are all fragile mages with high attack and low imitation. Ui Kurane was just hit by a thunder ball head-on and was knocked unconscious. Yagyu felt that he was not much better after being attacked like this. Before he grows up into a sage body and has the ability of no-seal healing, or awakens the Mangekaya Sharingan and can use the absolute defense Susanoo, Yagyu's current weaknesses are defense and speed. Once he encounters an enemy with amazing defense or a faster instant body speed than him, Yagyu, who only has high lethality, will be quite passive. Thinking of this, Yagyu knew which aspect to improve next. Yagyu-kun, Kurane is awake. Just then, Hinata's surprised voice came into his ears. Looking sideways, he saw Ui Kurane lying on the ground slowly opening the same red eyes as Yagyu, with a hazy look in her eyes, as if she had just woken up. Teacher Hong, are you okay? Yagyu's voice brought Ui Hong back to his senses. Looking at Yagyu, and the mountain wall and sky behind him, Ui Hong stood up suddenly, looked around vigilantly and said, Yagyu, are you okay? Without waiting for Yagyu and the other 2 to reply, Ui Kurane, who stood up too quickly, suddenly had a black vision in front of her eyes, and fell to Yagyu due to insufficient blood supply to the brain. Yagyu, who was only a few centimeters shorter than Ui Kurane, immediately reached out to support Ui Kurane and comforted her, Don't be nervous, Teacher Hong, Kuroki Riga is dead. What? Full of worry, Yui Kurane was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful eyes widened and said, Kuroki Riga is dead. Without waiting for Yagyu to nod, she saw a bear Meishino said, he was killed by Yagyu's new ninjutsu, and the body is over there. Looking in the direction pointed by a bear Meishino, Yui Kurane saw a body, which was Kuroki Riga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yui Kurane's emotions became complicated in an instant. There was both pride and shame for her disciples. As a teacher, not only did she fail to protect her disciples, but she also asked her disciples to protect herself. What a failure! At this moment, Yui Kurane realized her own weakness and regained the motivation that had been lost for a long time. You can't drink and play around anymore. If you don't work hard to practice, you will really become a joke in the circle of jonin instructing in the future. So, Yui Kurane patted Yagyu's shoulder who was supporting her and said with a smile, Yagyu, well done. Looking at Yui Kurane whose aura suddenly changed, Yagyu was a little puzzled, but on the surface he still smiled respectfully and said, thanks to the golden binding technique you taught me, Teacher Hong, otherwise I wouldn't have caught that man's flaw and killed him. So that's it. Yui Kurane and a bear Meishino were slightly enlightened. The former knew how Yagyu killed Kuroki Riga, and the latter finally understood why Kuroki Riga didn't dodge just now, but stood there and was hit by Yagyu's attack. He thought it was the rain that blocked his sight, but it turned out that Yagyu used the golden binding technique to freeze him. Kuroho Riga is a trader from the Hidden Mist Village and one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen. Since he took the Hidden Mist Village's Raito-ga with him when he defected, his bounty on the black market is very high, but the prerequisite is that he must be handed over together with Raito-ga. After recovering, Yui Kurane came to the body of Kuroho Riga, looked around, and soon found Raito-ga that fell on the ground. After picking it up, Yui Kurane looked at Yagyu and asked, Yagyu, you killed Kuroho Riga, and his head and Raito-ga are your trophies. Do you plan to take this ninja sword or Kuroho Riga's bounty? Teacher Hong, I want this ninja sword. Yagyu said without hesitation. Yagyu, who has already thought about which aspect to improve next, needs the ability of this ninja sword to assist himself. Okay, this ninja sword is yours. Yui Kurane handed the Thunder Blade Fang to Yagyu and said, just use it with confidence. I will report to the Hokage after returning to the village. After that, Yui Kurane took out a storage scroll from her body and prepared to pack up the body of Kuroki Riga. Kuroki Riga's brain was not damaged. This body is very valuable to Konoha, which owns the Yamanaka clan. If the body is handed over to the village, even if the people of Kirigakure see the Thunder Blade Fang in Yagyu's hand, they will not be afraid that they will use diplomatic means to force Yagyu to return the Thunder Blade Fang. Watching Yui Kurane packing up the body, Yagyu's face suddenly changed as if he thought of something. He quickly said, Teacher Kurane, can you let me deal with this body? Hearing this, Yui Kurane paused slightly, then turned to look at Yagyu with a serious face. A few seconds later, Yui Kurane smiled and took out a detonating talisman from her body and stuck it on Kuroki Riga's body, or to be more precise, on his head. Back off! When the detonating talisman ignited, Team 8 instantly disappeared. Boom! With a loud bang, Kuroki Riga and the boy in the raincoat were all blown to pieces. After destroying the corpse, Kurane clapped her hands and said with a smile, okay, let's go back to the village. Seeing this, Yagyu couldn't help but ask, Teacher Kurane, don't you want to ask the reason? There is no need for this. Everyone has secrets that they don't want to be discovered. Karina patted Yagyu's shoulder again and said with a smile, you can use Thunder Blade Fang with confidence. As for the body of Kuroki Riga, I will explain to the Hokage that he was blown to pieces by our trick. Looking at Kurane who chose him without hesitation between loyalty and disciple, Yagyu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and smiled sincerely, thank you, Teacher Kurane. At the same time, Yagyu was also afraid. The secret was almost exposed. When seeing Kurane cleaning up the corpse, Yagyu suddenly remembered Kakuzu in the original work, and also remembered the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, the mind-reading technique. This ninjutsu does not require any device to read the other party's thoughts and memories in the brain, even if the other party is just a dead person. The ninjutsu that Yagyu used to freeze Kuroki Riga was not the golden binding technique at all, but the magical shackle technique in the Sharingan. Yagyu didn't know whether Kuroki Riga's brain was sealed by the Hidden Mist Village, but he didn't dare to bet on this possibility. If the Konoha F4 knew that he had the Sharingan, Yagyu had already imagined the next scene. At this moment, Yagyu learned his lesson. The dead can't keep secrets either, and the bodies must be destroyed. So, Yagyu took out the storage scroll from his body and went to collect the fragments of Kuroki Riga and the boys' bodies. Looking at the busy Yagyu, the 8th team didn't stop him or ask more questions. But the hearts of the 3 people, Yui Kurane, were full of curiosity. Obviously, the method used by Yagyu to kill Kuroki Riga is not as simple as it seems. It is not known whether it is a secret technique or a blood limit. After Yagyu cleaned up the wreckage, Team 8 began to return. Unlike the 5 days it took to come here, Team 8, which used the instant body technique to travel, only took less than half a day to return to Konoha from the country of rivers. At this time, it was just dusk. I will go to report the results of the mission to the Hokage, you go home. As soon as they entered the village gate, Yui Kurane said to the 3 Yagyu, I will give you 3 days off, and you should have a good rest during this time. Yes, Teacher Kurane. The 3 Yagyu, who looked a little tired, nodded in response. After disbanding on the spot, Yagyu also separated from Hinata and Aberame Shino, and did not invite Hinata to his house for dinner. During this period, the 3 Yagyu were tired. Not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. Now Yagyu just wanted to go home, take a shower, have a simple meal, and then have a good sleep. Just when Yagyu was about to buy fresh ingredients, he suddenly passed by someone. His footsteps paused slightly, Yagyu turned around and looked at the person behind him, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. It was an old man wearing a bamboo hat, carrying a wooden box on his back and holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Although the comics and animations have become the real world, and it was the first time for him to see this old man, Yagyu still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. No other reason, in the past 12 years, whenever Yagyu sorted out the main line and important plots, the first person he thought of was him. The bridge builder from the land of waves. Dasna. Chapter 32 The starting point of all pupil techniques, leaving the village again. The bathroom was filled with steam. Yagyu stood under the shower, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. He looked up and closed his eyes, but he was recalling the main plot. Dasna is an important character in the Land of Waves chapter and the client of the first sea-level mission of Team 7. However, this mission is not easy. The one who wants Dasna dead is Cardo, one of the richest men in the ninja world. The other party has not only a large number of Ronin and rebel ninjas, but also Mamakai Zabuza, a demon of the same level as Kuroki Riga. However, what Yagyu cares about is not Cardo and Mamakai Zabuza, but the boy next to Mamakai Zabuza Shiro. The boy with red eyes next to Kuroki Riga, Yagyu still can't remember his name. But the name and the person of Shiro left a deep impression on Yagyu. There is no way, this character is too popular. Before the official announcement of gender, countless netizens once thought she was a woman. In some forums and videos, she is often rated as one of the most beautiful women in the Naruto world. In the youth chapter, there are many geniuses who are more dazzling than Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who are the reincarnations of the sons of immortals. Shiro is one of them. The blood limit, ice release and one-handed seal, these 2 things, Yagyu is very envious of. Ice escape is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of water escape and wind escape. As long as Yagyu explodes this bloodline limit, he will not only get wind attribute chakra, but also his attainment of wind escape will soar from 0 to a very high level. With Sakura's chakra control, Yagyu is very confident that he can develop a complete wind escape spiral shuriken even without the sage mode. Not only spiral shuriken, but also real hard vortex water blade, Yagyu is confident to develop it. Not to mention the one-handed seal, before the seal is simplified to a clap of both hands, this is the best way to trick people. Thinking of this, Yagyu immediately made a decision in his heart. If he wants to participate in the chapter of the Land of Waves, he must explode these 2 things from Bai's body. So, after Yagyu wiped his hair, he called out the virtual panel and merged the red light ball in the space backpack. As the red beam flew out of the backpack, it penetrated into Yagyu's body. On the virtual panel that had not yet been folded, the words red eyes appeared next to the Sharingan in the bloodline limit column. Swish! It was different from the fusion of Ashura's Chakra and the bloodline limit Sharingan. Yagyu's eyes, which had just fused the bloodline limit red eyes and had taken off the beauty lenses, immediately flashed a dazzling red light. This red light made Yagyu's beautiful red eyes look like glowing rubies, with a hint of enchantment. And the things in front of Yagyu also changed from color to red. The perspective changed from the first-person perspective to the god's perspective, and the eyes could penetrate everything, see through and see far away things in all directions. The far-sighted range was at least 1 kilometer. Turning off the perspective and far-sighted functions, Yagyu suddenly increased the output of Yintun Chakra. Red powder appeared out of thin air in the air. Then, Hinata's figure appeared out of thin air in front of Yagyu. The Hinata in front of him was just a mirage-like illusion, but whether it was the Byakugan or the Sharingan, or even the advanced perception, they would think she was a real person. Because in these perceptions, there were meridians with chakra flowing in the body of this illusion. This is a characteristic of living people. I didn't expect that the Byakugan wouldn't burst out for so long, but first the pirated red eye was exposed. Yagyu turned off the red eye and thought to himself. Yagyu didn't know where the red eye came from, but this ability is indeed very similar to the white eye. It's just that the white eye sees things in black and white, and the red eye sees things in red. If it is in color, it is simply the red eye version of the pure eye. And the red eye has the illusion ability that the white eye doesn't have. It can not only create illusions of humans, but also create illusions of things, so that even the white eye's level of perception can't find itself, and the invisibility ability is more useful than the transparent escape. After all, the transparent escape can only hide oneself, while the red eye can hide in groups. That's it. The ability of illusion makes the red eyes known as the natural enemy of the white eyes. At first glance, the red eyes seem to be more advanced than the white eyes. If the white eyes cannot evolve, or cannot mutate, and there are not so many branches, then the red eyes are indeed more advanced than the white eyes. Unfortunately, there is no if. So far, the white eyes are the starting point of all eye techniques. Whether it is the Sharingan or the Samsara eye, or the Samsara eye and the pure eye, they are all mutated and evolved from the white eyes. Yagyu even suspected that the red eyes and the blood dragon eyes might be variants of the white eyes, but unfortunately there is no evidence. The red eyes can be used just after fusion, which is very important for Yagyu. This is good news. In this way, he will know when Dasna left Konoha. Lying on the bed, Yagyu opened his red eyes again, and after finding Dasna's location in Konoha, he closed his eyes and rested. He slept until 7 o'clock the next morning. Yagyu had just woken up, and the first thing he did was to open his red eyes and look for Dasna's location. After seeing that Dasna was still sleeping, Yagyu went to wash up, and then did morning training in his own yard. After the morning training, he asked the shadow clone to make breakfast as usual, and the main body went to take a shower. When Yagyu finished breakfast, it was already 8:30. Dasna, I got up a long time ago, holding the bottle of wine I was reluctant to finish yesterday, and walked towards the Hokage building. As luck would have it, not long after Dasna entered the Hokage building, the figures of Team 7 also appeared at the door of the Hokage building. In Sakura's arms, there was a kitten. Seeing this scene, Yagyu immediately understood that the first chapter of the main line was about to begin. So, Yagyu went to the bathroom to put on the beauty contact lenses, then checked the things in the space backpack, took a graffiti pen and walked out of the house, wrote a few words on the sign at the door, going out to practice, and then came to an alley, and made a seal with both hands, transformation technique. When Yagyu came out, he had become a middle-aged man in simple clothes, wearing a bamboo hat on his head. You can go now. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Yagyu exchanged a glance with the two Chunins guarding the gate. Instantly, the two Chunins' expressions became dazed, and then they let Yagyu pass. Konoha is the military base of the Land of Fire, with the best perception barrier in the ninja world, and the only entrance and exit is the village gate. The conditions for entering the village are not difficult, sometimes registration is required, and sometimes even registration is not required. But outsiders and villagers must go to the Hokage building to apply for a certificate of leaving the village to leave the village, and villagers must have reasons to be approved. This is also the reason why Yagyu and his friends have never left Konoha since they were born. It is definitely not possible for Yagyu to apply for a certificate of leaving the village, and it will leave traces. So he directly used the method of Uchiha Attack to return to the village, and used illusion to hypnotize the Chunin guarding the gate to let him pass. After leaving Konoha, Yagyu was on a tree a few hundred meters away from the village entrance. He opened his red eyes to create an illusion to hide himself, waiting for the appearance of Team 7 and Dasna. Not long after, Team 7 and Dasna walked out of the village and headed towards the Land of Waves. Along the way, the three genin of Team 7 were curiously looking at the things outside. Hitaki Kakashi was holding a book and reading without looking at the road. Only Dasna kept sipping the almost empty wine, trying to use this method to hide his inner panic. He knew very well what kind of enemies he would encounter on the way back. He also knew very well that he lied about the level of the mission when he commissioned it. Therefore, Dasna was now afraid of the appearance of the enemy, and also afraid that these ninjas would abandon him and leave after discovering that he lied about the mission. If he died, the land of waves would really be hopeless. Chapter 33 Reliable Sakura, Yagyu watching the show. The land of waves is a small island surrounded by the sea, and it is also a country without ninjas. Before the Naruto Bridge was built, people in this country could only take a boat to go to the land. That is why Dasna wanted to build a bridge to connect the land of waves to the ninja continent and revitalize the economy of this island. The land of waves is located at the eastern end of the land of fire, and is only separated from the land by a cross-sea bridge. So unlike the iron mine village in the land of rivers, Team 7 only needs to cross forest roads to reach the seaside, and then the boat will reach the destination by heading to the island. Along the way, Team 7 started chatting after getting tired of the scenery. During the time, Hatake Kakashi and Sakura both taught common sense to the illiterate Naruto. At least he understood the situation in the ninja world, the one country one village system of the country and the ninja village, and the status and influence of the 5 shadows. Otherwise, this guy who always shouts that he wants to become a Hokage would think that the Hokage is really just a village chief. Sakura, wearing a red cheongsam, with pink hair down to her waist and a classical lady's temperament, also released the perception technique from time to time to observe the surroundings like Hinata. Looking at the quiet but reliable Sakura, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Hatake Kakashi's eyes. Although Sakura has no means of attack, the perception technique and medical ninjutsu she has mastered can make up for the shortcomings of the team. And the girl seems to have someone she likes. She will not favor someone in the team. She treats everyone equally and helps whoever is right. This style can always resolve the conflict between Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. This girl is very similar to Lin. Thinking of the girl who was killed by his own hands, Hatake Kakashi's eyes darkened again. Looking at the very vigilant Sakura, Yagyu was also very satisfied. This is all the result of his training. As a time traveler, Yagyu, whose narrative level is above everyone else, has been very cautious since childhood. This caution has also affected the 3 Ino girls who grew up with him. During training, Yagyu often exercises their perception ability. This behavior of perceiving the surroundings from time to time has become the instinct of the 3 Ino girls. Neither Hinata nor Sakura disappointed Yagyu. They are much better than the original. However, the cautious Sakura still failed to find Yagyu. Even the elite Jonin Hatake Kakashi did not notice that there was a figure following them 100 meters behind them. In order to test the illusion ability of the red eyes, Yagyu would get closer to Team 7 every once in a while to see if Team 7 would find him. As the natural enemy of one of the 3 major eye techniques, the ability of the red eyes did not disappoint Yagyu. Even the illusion ability that cannot be seen through by farsightedness and perspective cannot be detected by ordinary perception. However, thinking of his Sharingan, which can capture the red powder of the red eyes, Yagyu did not get too close. If Hatake Kakashi pulled up the forehead protector, his 3 Magatama Sharingan might find the red powder. In this way, Yagyu followed Team 7 and moved forward slowly. The next morning, Team 7 was about to reach the end of the east. After crossing a forest road, the sea and the land of waves were ahead. At this moment, a large puddle of water suddenly appeared on the road in front of Team 7. Seeing this puddle of water, Yagyu looked up at the blue sky and was speechless. Although this place is close to the sea, it is not necessary to do such a brain-dead operation, right? How far is the distance between the land of fire and the land of waves? It has not rained in the past few days, but they dare to pretend to have such a large puddle of water. Isn't it just trying to cover up the truth? At this moment, Yagyu suddenly realized the key to cultural studies. Even if it is a chunin, it can't beat a genin without a brain. Sure enough. Except for Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura looked at the puddle of water, and their eyes flashed. Sakura made a secret signal gesture, and when she saw Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly, she was relieved. However, when she glanced at Naruto next to her and saw that he was still humming a song, she was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? He clearly mastered the forbidden level multiple shadow clone technique, and his chakra volume was many times greater than hers. His true strength was not the last one at all, so how could he not have any vision? Fortunately, another teammate was Uchiha Sasuke, the only one in the class who could fight with Yagyu for a while, otherwise Sakura would really be crazy. I can't imagine how happy Hinata is now when she is in the same group with Yagyu. Just like the original work, when Team 7 passed by the puddle of water, two figures instantly emerged from the water, holding a chain in their hands, and tied up Hatake Kakashi, who had walked to the back of the team at some point, and dismembered him. This scene shocked Naruto. Sakura stood in front of Dasna, holding a kunao in one hand and a few beads in the other. Uchiha Sasuke rushed towards the demon brothers and knocked them to the ground with agility. Before Naruto could come to his senses, Uchiha Sasuke easily defeated the demon brothers. At this time, the dismembered Hatake Kakashi appeared in front of Team 7 again. First, he tortured the demon brothers, and then hurt Naruto's heart by apologizing. As Naruto pierced the back of his hand with a kunao and swore to self-mutilation, the last team officially ushered in a transformation. Later, under Dasna's moral kidnapping, Team 7 decided to complete this task and escort Dasna home. When they arrived at the beach, Dasna's companions had been waiting for a long time. Team 7 took a small boat to the land of waves, and Yagyu walked on the water. Today, the land of waves was very foggy in the morning. This was a good thing for Dasna, so that he could avoid the patrolling Ronin and return to his home with Team 7. But he didn't know that because he couldn't contact the demon brothers, a powerful Jonin was waiting for them in front. When a huge machete, like a huge shuriken, flew over the heads of Team 7 who had just laid down, a duel between elite Jonins was about to begin. Unlike Kuroki Rega who needed to protect the people behind him, Momokai Zabuza did not need to protect anyone and could exert his greatest strength. On the other hand, Hatake Kakashi fell into the same situation as Kuroki Rega, needing to protect Team 7 and Dasna behind him, and his strength was weakened. However, Yagyu did not. Instead of focusing on the duel between the two Jonin, his eyes flashed with a red light that could not be blocked by the lenses of his beauty contact lenses, and his gaze was always fixed in a certain direction. To be precise, he was staring at a boy wearing an Anbu mask on a certain tree. This boy was the purpose of Yagyu's trip Haku. After finding Haku, Yagyu did not rush to take action, as it was not the best time yet. So, Yagyu focused on watching the duel between the two Jonin. Like the original work, Hatake Kakashi, who should have not fought a high-intensity battle for a long time, was tricked by Momokai Zabuza with the water prison technique because of distraction, and temporarily lost his combat ability. However, since it was the original body that performed the water prison technique, Momokai Zabuza could only split a water clone to deal with Team 7 and Dasna. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who had overcome their fear, changed their usual bickering and showed amazing tacit understanding. They directly attacked Momokai Zabuza over the water clone, forcing Momokai Zabuza to dodge and also lifted the water prison technique. After breaking free from his restraints, Hatake Kakashi began to go all out to let Momokai Zabuza see the power of Konoha's technicians and copy ninjas. Finally, Momokai Zabuza was defeated by Hatake Kakashi, who was one step faster than him in making hand seals, using the water style, Great Waterfall technique. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Hatake Kakashi was about to finish off the opponent, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Several thousand blades pierced into Momokai Zabuza's neck. Haku, who was disguised as the Kirigakure Enbu, also appeared in front of Team 7 in an instant, and after getting permission from Hatake Kakashi, took away Momokai Zabuza's body. Yagyu, who finally waited for the best opportunity, immediately followed in an instant. Chapter 34 Yagyu's Experiment. As soon as Haku left, Hatake Kakashi fell into a coma due to overuse of the Sharingan. Although in Yagyu's previous life, Hatake Kakashi was jokingly called the unit of chakra calculation by countless netizens. In fact, the amount of chakra of Hatake Kakashi is as terrifying as the sage bodies of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. At the age of 5, Hatake Kakashi was able to use the multiple shadow clone technique. In the original work, there was no Sharingan as a burden. It only took Hatake Kakashi a few years to develop the purple lightning and possess the strength of the 5 kg level. With such an amazing amount of chakra, he can even perform earth escape that circles Konoha. Fortunately, he had an amazing amount of chakra since he was a child, otherwise after transplanting the Sharingan, Hatake Kakashi, who was consuming chakra all the time, would have died long ago. Bai didn't know that the enemy had reached his limit. Even if he knew, with his personality, he would not attack Team 7. After taking Momokai Zabuza away, Bai used the instant body technique with all his strength, wanting to return to his residence as quickly as possible to treat Zabuza-sama. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Bai. To be precise, it was a huge shadow covering from behind. The sound of the waves reached his ears. Bai turned his head and saw that the expression on his face under the mask suddenly changed. He saw a huge wave of water, like the hand of the sea god, slapping down towards him. Already in the state of instant body, Bai had no way to dodge. He didn't even have time to think about how this wave of water appeared, and why the person who cast this ninjutsu was so close, but he didn't notice it at all. Bai instinctively made a seal with one hand. Ice escape Hyagando no. The moisture in the air condensed quickly, forming a huge ice wall. Bai held Mamakai Zabuza in front of him and hid behind the ice wall. The huge wave of water hit the ice wall heavily. The lethality of water escape is impact and weight. The wave hit the huge ice wall, immediately smashing the thick ice wall, drowning Bai and Mamakai Zabuza who were hiding behind the wall. Fortunately, the ice wall relieved a lot of the impact force. Bai, who was washed away by the waves, did not feel his internal organs surging, and the injuries of Zabuza in his arms did not worsen. Just as Bai let the waves wash him away and gathered chakra on his feet, ready to wait for the waves to disappear and then escape instantly. Suddenly, a large amount of white mist appeared in the air, and the surroundings turned into a thick fog area in the blink of an eye. Seeing this familiar white mist, Bai's expression changed again. The mist hidden technique. Could it be that the people from the mist hidden village came to capture Zabuza? Thinking of this, Bai quickly formed a seal with one hand, ready to use his own ice escape secret technique to escape from here with Mamakai Zabuza. However, before his hand seal was completed, red powder came into his eyes. The next second, Bai's movements stopped, and his body was like being tied to a tree, unable to move at all. And the fact is indeed so. In Bai's perspective, a big tree appeared out of thin air, and a large number of vines tied him and Master Zabuza up like tentacles. Then, Bai's eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. From beginning to end, he didn't even see the appearance of the attacker. Is it dark? After the white mist dissipated, Yagyu looked at Bai who was knocked unconscious by him, but there was no light on his body, and murmured. For this, Yagyu was mentally prepared and did not feel disappointed. Taking out 2 iron chains from the space backpack, Yagyu tied up Zabuza Mamakai who was in a state of suspended animation and Bai who was unconscious, and then carried them one by one, and instantly came to a remote place in the land of waves. After putting Zabuza Mamakai and Bai on the ground, Yagyu also took out a mask and put it on, then made a seal with both hands to split a shadow clone, and began his own experiment. Yagyu pulled out the senbon from Zabuza Mamakai's neck, and the shadow clone performed medical ninjutsu to treat Zabuza Mamakai. After a while, Zabuza Mamakai's eyelids twitched, and then he opened his eyes, subconsciously complaining, "Too slow, Bai." Snap! Before Zabuza Mamakai's hazy vision became clear, a hand knife fell on his neck and knocked him out. Continue. Looking at Zabuza Mamakai without any flashing light, Yagyu said expressionlessly. The chakra amount allowed Hitaki Kakashi to look at the crying shadow clone and continue to perform basic medical ninjutsu on Zabuza Mamakai. Yagyu's father is a combat ninja, good at water escape. His mother is an auxiliary ninja, good at medical ninjutsu. Hinata and Sakura's medical ninjutsu were actually taught by Yagyu. I don't know if it's because of the immortal body and Ashura Chakra, Yagyu found that his medical ninjutsu was very powerful, and the effect was better than the A-level palm ninjutsu. I can't imagine that after Yagyu mastered the palm ninjutsu, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be cured quickly. Under the treatment of the shadow clone, Mamakai Zabuza quickly regained consciousness. This time when he opened his eyes, Mamakai Zabuza finally saw Yagyu, and also noticed Bai who was tied next to him. You. Before he could open his eyes wide and say who you were, Yagyu struck him with another knife. Continue. Looking at Zabuza Mamakai, who still had no light flashing, Yagyu frowned slightly, and then gave another order. The shadow clone didn't speak, but continued to treat Zabuza Mamakai. Snap! Snap! Zabuza Mamakai woke up again and again, and was knocked unconscious again and again. It was repeated countless times, just when Yagyu thought the experiment had failed. Swish! After knocking out Zabuza Mamakai once again, he finally saw what he wanted. A white light flickered on Zabuza Mamakai's body. Then a white beam flew out of his body and landed next to him to form a floating light ball. Seeing this light ball, Yagyu finally showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, any form of victory can trigger the mechanism of exploding equipment. So, Yagyu stopped torturing Zabuza Mamakai and started to brush equipment on Bai. Just like Zabuza Mamakai, Bai woke up again and again, was knocked out again and again, and was treated again and again. However, until the evening, Zabuza Momokai had woken up naturally many times and was knocked out by Yagyu mercilessly, and Yagyu did not see any light on Bai's body, even if it was just the lowest level of white. This situation is very familiar to Yagyu. This is the case with Ino and Hinata. In the past few years, Yagyu has not been able to get the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique from Ino, nor has he been able to get the blood limit Baigan from Hinata. In the past few years, Uchiha Suzuki, who often fought with Yagyu in small tests and temporary tests, only provided Yagyu with 2 light balls, 1 blue and 1 red. And his strength is the only second in the class who can fight with Yagyu for a while. Yagyu thought that he had never been able to get precious things from Ino and Hinata because he was too cunning. Now using Momokai Zabuza and Haku as experiments, and adding the example of Uchiha Suzuki, Yagyu felt that cunning was only one aspect, and the more important thing was, the explosion rate was reduced. Just like a physical duel that needs to follow the rules, it will affect the invisible score and it is difficult to get something. Yagyu wants to win by constantly knocking out the enemy, and get the red level blood limit ice release, and the blue level one-handed seal, and the score and explosion rate will become lower. Besides, his strength is not equal to Bai's. As a strong man, he will definitely not get as good a score as defeating Yui Kurane and Momokai Zabuza if he defeats the weak Bai. Ino and Hinata never dropped anything, it should be these 2 reasons. The more Yagyu thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. So, he stopped using the method of knocking out the equipment and prepared to change to another method. Chapter 35 System Loopholes. Lord Zabuza. After an unknown amount of time, Bai woke up from coma again. Since he was not knocked out this time, the first thing Bai did when he regained consciousness was to care about the safety of Momokai Zabuza. Although it was dark at this time, a bonfire was lit not far away. With the help of the flames, Bai soon found Zabuza Momokai tied up next to him. After seeing that Lord Zabuza was still breathing, Bai, who was panicking, breathed a sigh of relief. Awake. At this time, a voice came to Bai's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a masked man holding a skewer of barbecue. Bai knew without asking that this masked man was the mist-hidden Anbu who attacked him. The constant awakening and unconsciousness before should also be his masterpiece. Seeing that the other party did not cut off the head of Zabuza-sama, nor did they seal their bodies and consciousness and take them back to the mist-hidden village in the land of water. Bai knew that the other party must have some purpose. So, Bai hurriedly said, "This sir, can I make a deal with you?" "What a coincidence, I also want to make a deal with you." Yagyu sat in front of Bai and asked, "What deal do you want to make with me?" "I am a descendant of the Snow Clan. I have the Ice Release bloodline Genkai and I am only 15 years old this year." Bai promoted himself and said, "As long as you release Zabuza-sama, I am willing to be your tool. No matter how you treat me, I can do it. Even if you kill people, it's okay." The last sentence rang in Bai's heart. If he can save his benefactor, even if he is asked to kill people, he is willing to give up his kindness and become an emotionless killing tool. What a touching loyalty! It can be seen that he has become the only light in your heart. Yagyu smiled and said, "But I am not interested in tools that are not loyal to me, so I refuse." Without waiting for Bai to increase the stakes in a hurry, Yagyu continued, "I can release Momokai Zabuza, but you have to help me do an experiment." "No problem, as long as you release Zabuza-sama, my body is at your disposal, no matter what human experiments you do." Bai replied quickly, obviously misunderstanding what Yagyu meant. "It's not a human experiment, as long as you cooperate obediently." Yagyu untied the chain on Bai's body, handed the barbecue in his hand to him, and said, "Eat this first, and when you recover, you can be my experimental tool." "Yes." Bai had no idea of resisting. After taking the barbecue, he took off his mask and started eating. When Bai finished eating the barbecue, Yagyu took out a ninja tool bag from somewhere, threw it in front of Bai, and then made a seal with his hands, shadow clone technique. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and a shadow clone with huge chakra appeared next to Yagyu. Unless it encounters a fatal or serious attack, it is difficult for this shadow clone to explode. Seeing Yagyu's shadow clone, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Bai's eyes. Although the convenience and ease of use of the shadow clone have led to the practice method of this ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Hokage, it has long been spread throughout the ninja world. But due to their pride and habits, ninjas from major ninja villages still often use the clone technique of their own ninja village. For example, Mamakai Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame like to use water clones. The ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village like to use earth clones. Only the ninjas of Konoha like to use shadow clones. Could it be that this Kirigakure Enbyu is not a ninja from Kirigakure, but an Enbyu from Konoha? Since they are the Enbyu from Konoha, why don't they kill them or bring them back to Konoha? Or does he not belong to the 5 major ninja villages? He was very curious about Yagyu's identity, but Bai didn't ask much, or to be more precise, he didn't dare to ask. Yagyu wore a mask, obviously not wanting to be discovered. If he was too curious, Lord Zabuza would definitely die. So, Bai tied up his ninja bag obediently. Yagyu took out a notebook and a pen, pointed at the shadow clone next to him, and said, "When you go to fight my shadow clone, you can only use the weapons in the ninja bag, and you can't use blood limit and ninjutsu." Yes. Bai was very confused, but still didn't dare to ask more. The shadow clone and Bai came to the open space not far from the campfire, and fought an unregulated battle in the dark night with the help of the flames. This battle was just like the unregulated battle between Yagyu and Uchiha Suzuki. It was a basic duel. And the result was naturally that the shadow clone won. Because the shadow clone cheated, he secretly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and with his amazing dynamic vision, he did not miss any flaws, leaving a lot of scars on Bai's body, and finally subdued him. Seeing this scene, Yagyu drew a horizontal line on the notebook with a pen, and said to the shadow clone, "Heal him, and then continue." After the shadow clone healed Bai, the two continued their unregulated duel. The result was the same, the shadow clone won. Defeated again and again, healed again and again. Every time Bai was defeated, Yagyu's original body would draw a line on the notebook with a pen, either horizontally or vertically. When Bai was subdued by the shadow clone again, Yagyu drew on the notebook again. These horizontal and vertical lines just formed 2 positive characters, indicating that Bai had lost 10 times. After the shadow clone healed Bai, Yagyu did not let them continue, but dismissed the shadow clone that still had a lot of chakra. Then, Yagyu split another shadow clone. This time, the shadow clone did not have an amazing amount of chakra, but was about the same as Bai. "Eat it, and then continue." Yagyu took out a small package and threw it to Bai. Bai took it and saw that it contained a Bing Liang pill. Although he didn't know what Yagyu was doing, Bai still ate a Bing Liang pill obediently and continued to fight with the shadow clone. Although the shadow clone's chakra was similar to Bai's and its endurance was far less than that of the shadow clone just now, the shadow clone still won this battle. From beginning to end, Bai had never encountered the shadow clone. The night weakened Bai's combat effectiveness, but improved the combat effectiveness of the shadow clone. Then, just like before, Bai was defeated again and was treated again and again. But the person who treated him this time was Yagyu's original body. Not long after, Yagyu's notebook was only 1 stroke away from completing the 4th character. Just when Yagyu felt that the experiment had failed and was about to go up himself, the shadow clone had defeated Bai again. Swish! Bai, who was subdued this time, suddenly flashed a blue light on his body. In this dark night, it was so dazzling in Lu Sheng's eyes. Seeing this light, Lu Sheng was ecstatic. Success! Not only the main body, but also his shadow clone can trigger the mechanism of exploding equipment by defeating the opponent. When the blue light ball automatically picked up and flew towards Lu Sheng's main body instead of the shadow clone. Lu Sheng understood that he was the only one, but not the only one. As long as it was him, whether the main body or the shadow clone defeated the opponent, it was his victory, and there was a chance of exploding equipment. And as Lu Sheng had guessed before, the invisible score was not only related to the way of defeating, but also to strength. If you defeat someone with a higher level or stronger than yourself, then even if the victory is a trivial one, it is easy to explode something. For example, Yui Kurene's verbal surrender, such as Mamakai Zabuza who was knocked unconscious with a hand knife. If you defeat someone with a lower level or weaker than yourself, the explosion rate will be reduced. For example, Ino and Hinata, who have not been shipped in the past few years, and Bai who was constantly knocked out before. But this explosion rate can be exploited, that is, the shadow clone. Now, Yagyu not only confirmed this conjecture, but also found a loophole in the system. Chapter 36 Ice Escape and One-Handed Seal. In order to confirm whether the loophole exists, Yagyu split a shadow clone again. This time, the chakra of the shadow clone is only 2/3 of Bai's. Yagyu looked at Bai who was eating the soldier pills and said, "Continue to fight with my shadow clone." This time you can use blood limit and ninjutsu. Yes. Bai still nodded obediently. Soon, the already cool air at night suddenly became cold. Ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. Bai used his own ice escape secret technique at the beginning, creating a large number of ice mirrors to surround Yagyu's shadow clone. Water style, mist hiding technique. The shadow clone, whose chakra was inferior to that of Bai, also created a thick white fog, blocking Bai's sight. Then, the eyes under the mask of the shadow clone flashed a dazzling red light. Red powder also appeared in the thick fog. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound in the thick fog. Bai, whose figure was hidden in the ice mirror, seemed to have seen something in the thick fog and was constantly throwing thousands of books to attack. And after each throw, Bai would shuttle through the ice mirror and change positions. Yagyu, who was watching the battle with his red eyes in the outside world, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, muttering, "I didn't expect that the illusion ability of the red eyes, combined with illusions, would have such an effect. It's simply a combination of the white eyes and the illusion eyes." In Yagyu's perspective, Bai kept attacking the ground with thousands of books, attacking once every time he changed his position. The ground was already full of long needles. As for Yagyu's shadow clone, it was still standing there, performing the shadow clone technique and creating a spiral water tornado. This was the perspective of Yagyu's original body and shadow clone. But from Bai's perspective, he, who had been defeated 20 times, finally gained an advantage. He was now using the 1,000 bones to force Yagyu's shadow clone to flee continuously, but the shadow clone's instant speed was too fast, resulting in the 1,000 bones not stabbing once. And Bai was also afraid that Yagyu would lose face and vent his anger on Lord Zabuza, so he did not go all out to make his shadow appear in all the ice mirrors and then create a 1,000 bones needle rain for a full range attack. Obviously, Bai did not realize that he had been hit by the enemy's illusion. The target of the illusion is the 5 senses, allowing the yin release chakra to invade the enemy's brain through the 5 senses, and then manipulate the enemy's brain nerves to produce various hallucinations. So there are many types of illusions, including sight-based, sound-based, and smell-based. However, most illusions require face-to-face and sight-based contact to take effect. And the mist hidden technique is just one of the ninjutsu that restrains this type of illusion. Bai never thought that Yagyu's shadow clone could cast an illusion on him in the thick fog. This was also a flash of inspiration from Yagyu. The red powder is the product of red eyes using yin release chakra. Since it is yin release chakra, it can also create illusions that are more useful than Tou release. Isn't this also an illusion? So, can these red powders be used to cast illusions? Bai's current state is obviously feasible. Water release spiral water tornado. At this time, the shadow clone has also completed the creation of the spiral water tornado and threw it towards Bai, who had just changed his position. Crack! In an instant, the sound of glass breaking continued to sound. Bai, who was hidden in the mirror, and the ice mirrors around him, were all pulled into the waterspout by a strong suction force. Bai, who was caught in it, was like clothes in a washing machine, spinning constantly, and his body could not move at all. The eye of the wind connected to the ground also plowed a gully on the ground, sucking in a lot of gravel and soil, causing both physical and magical damage to Bai. Boom! When the waterspout exploded, Bai's body fell to the ground. At this time, Bai was covered with wounds. His consciousness has fallen into a coma. If it weren't for Yagyu's red eyes, I could still see chakra flowing in his meridians, and I would have thought he was dead. Shua! As soon as Bai landed, a dazzling red light flashed on his body. Then, a red beam flew out and formed a floating light ball on the ground next to him. Seeing this scene, Yagyu was incomparably happy. The game system really has loopholes. Although the shadow clone is a clone, it is also a B-level ninjutsu, a ball of chakra separated from Yagyu. It is this ball of chakra that can disguise Yagyu's strength as a weaker existence than the weak, and then deceive the system's judgment, get a score of victory over the level, and increase the explosion rate of precious items. The shadow clone technique is worthy of being a divine skill. Senju Tobirama, you are really a great man. When the red light ball automatically picked up and flew into Yagyu's body. While letting the shadow clone treat Bai, Yagyu summoned the virtual panel to check the 3 light balls in the space backpack. Space backpack, water escape technique, water prison technique, white. Space backpack, one hand seal, blue. Space backpack, blood limit, ice escape technique, red. The white light ball that burst out of Zabuza Momoki's body was the water escape technique he used to trap Hitaki Kakashi. The blue and red light balls that burst out of Bai's body were the one-hand seal and ice escape techniques that Yagyu wanted the most. As long as the two light balls were fused, Yagyu could not only use one-hand seals to catch the enemy off guard, but also gain wind attribute chakra and powerful wind escape nature changes. So, Yagyu did the fusion without hesitation. When the three beams of light penetrated into the body, the word ice escape appeared in the blood limit column of the virtual panel. At the same time, Yagyu also felt that a special ability had been added to his body. It may be because of the growth of the immortal body, or it may be because the Yang escape chakra and Yin escape chakra have reached the standard. The red eye is not higher than the Sharingan, and the ice escape is now awakened by Yagyu as soon as it merges. Recalling the hand seals when Bai used ice escape before, and the chakra flow of the meridians, Yagyu slowly made a seal with one hand, and the chakra in his body instantly flowed in different meridians with the changes of the hand seals. Ice escape. Yagyu whispered, Hyagando no. In an instant, the moisture in the surrounding air condensed rapidly, forming three thick ice walls to protect Yagyu. Looking at the ice wall that appeared out of thin air, Yagyu murmured, is this the elemental bloodline limit? It requires seals to mobilize chakra, and then change the nature and form. It is much more complicated than the Sharingan and red eyes. But as long as the chakra amount is sufficient and the control is perfect, you can create various ice creations to cause physical and magical damage to the enemy. I just don't know if the temperature can be lowered. You can try to develop in this direction in the future. If the temperature can be lowered, the growth and potential of this bloodline limit will be very high. Developed the spiral water tornado, the hard vortex water blade made by his own efforts, and combined the red powder of the red eye with illusion. Yagyu has gradually become proud of the developer. He no longer wants to imitate his predecessors, but wants to develop his own ninjutsu. At this time, the shadow clone has also treated Bai. After checking and finding that Bai is not in danger of life, Yagyu released the shadow clone and left here instantly. He kept his word and did not kill Zabuza Momoki and Haku. Yagyu still had a good impression of Haku, who had a kind personality. One Haku and one Kimimaro, both of whom were representatives of die-hard fans. If he could meet them before Zabuza Momoki and Orochimaru, Yagyu would definitely train them to be his right-hand men. Unfortunately, there is no if. As loyal dogs, they will only recognize one master in their lives. Yagyu doesn't want a dog that is not his own. Chapter 37 Film Camera, the white eyes finally burst out. After getting the ice escape and one-hand seal, Yagyu rushed back to Konoha without stopping. After all, Yui Kurane only gave the 8th team 3 days of rest. Just like when he left, Yagyu's method of returning to the village was still to use illusion to hypnotize the gatekeeper Chunin, avoiding the registration link. The next day, which was the 3rd day of the holiday, Yagyu rarely got up early for training, but gave himself a holiday. These few days, Yagyu also felt a little tired. Although both times leaving the village had huge gains, the walking and camping outdoors with people following each other was really boring, and sometimes even taking a shower was a problem. In addition, in this era, ninjas are still versatile tools, from sneaking into other countries to steal intelligence, or fighting enemies, to helping villagers take care of children and cleaning up the village's garbage. No matter which world it is, it's not easy to make some money. That day, Yagyu decided to relax. He didn't read books at home or study the changes in the nature and form of chakra, but went out for a stroll. Since Sakura hasn't come back yet, Hinata can't go out easily, and Yagyu didn't go to find them, but came to the outside of Ino's flower shop and secretly turned on the red eye perspective to see if Ino was helping in the flower shop. After seeing that Ino was not there, Yagyu gave up the idea of looking for her to play, and continued to go shopping to relax. Yagyu, long time no see, are you on vacation today? Yagyu-kun, long time no see, you are alone. Do you want to date me? Senior Yagyu, how is life as a genin? Have you ever left the village? While relaxing, Yagyu also met many classmates and junior schoolmates. They all greeted Yagyu enthusiastically. Yagyu did not ignore them, but stopped and patiently chatted with them. During this period, there were also female classmates and junior schoolmates who had a crush on and admired Yagyu, and sent Yagyu a date invitation, but Yagyu smiled and rejected them. When passing by a store, Yagyu suddenly stopped and was attracted by the billboard at the door. After seeing the photos and fonts on the billboard, Yagyu was surprised and full of surprise and said, "Film camera, so small." So, Yagyu walked into the store and chatted with the boss. "Boss, is the camera at the door still in stock? Can I take a look?" "Of course, customer, you really have a good eye. This is a very popular camera in the ninja world recently." Seeing the ninja forehead protector on Yagyu, the shop owner's attitude was very enthusiastic. After all, in this era when technology has not yet exploded, ninjas are not only strong, but also the most profitable profession. So, the boss immediately took out a small film camera that can be held in one hand and handed it to Yagyu. "It's really a small camera." Looking at the camera in his hand, Yagyu thought to himself. When taking the archival photos, the photographer used a large vertical camera. When the 8th team took the full member photo, the photographer also used a vertical camera. Yagyu thought that Konoha did not have such a small camera for sale at the moment. Thinking of the camera used by Sakura and others at the end of Shippuden, Yagyu couldn't help asking, "Boss, is there a camera in the ninja world now that is as big as a palm and has a screen on one side of the body?" Hearing this, the shop owner asked blankly, "Is that thing still a camera?" "Well, it seems that technology has not yet developed to that stage." Yagyu stopped asking and said, "Then how much does this camera cost?" 98,888 taels. The shop owner rubbed his hands and said, "It's a bit expensive, can you make it cheaper?" Yagyu frowned. The reward for a sea-level mission is only between 30,000 and 100,000 taels, and it has to be deducted by the village, the guiding jonin, and the companions. If he encounters a relatively low-level sea-level mission, Yagyu may not even make 10,000 taels. He is still too kind. If he had known earlier, he would have robbed Kato and come back. Yagyu said with some regret in his heart. "Customer, this is already the lowest price. 88,888 taels, this number is more auspicious. Deal." Looking at the cheerful shop owner, Lu Sheng inexplicably felt like he was being cheated. But there was nothing he could do, because he never bargained in his past or present life. So, Lu Sheng reached into his pocket, but actually opened his space backpack and took out the banknotes stored in the space grid. Lu Sheng, who knew very well how many disasters Konoha would experience in the future, never kept valuables at home. After buying the film camera, Lu Sheng bought some more film, and then walked out of the store under the enthusiastic voice of the owner. On the street, Lu Sheng couldn't put down the film camera. XXXX. With this thing, he can take pictures of Hinata and the others now and record everyone's growth process. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng immediately left the central street and went to the wild to practice shooting skills. "Teacher Lu, oh no! Brother Lu Sheng, officially online." The next day, the holiday ended. The 8th team gathered at the old place as usual. Next, they started the boring D-level task again. Having experienced C-level tasks, the 8th team had no rejection of the same boring D-level tasks. This kind of task of helping villagers deal with trivial matters, at most it's just tiring for a while. But the escort mission that requires walking and being aware of the surroundings at all times, and even having difficulty finding a place to take a shower during breaks, is truly tiring. At this moment, Abarame Shino and Hinata both realized the importance of D-level missions. If there were no D-level missions to sharpen their minds, it would be easy to get into trouble if they just became genin and went on C-level missions. Seeing that Team 8 had understood the significance of D-level missions, Kurenayui also smiled with relief. She didn't believe that such excellent students would lose to Hataki Kakashi and the others. If I remember correctly, the time for this Chunin exam is approaching. When the time comes, I must give them a good slap in the face to see if they dare to look down on me. After the mission, Yagyu invited Hinata to practice with him as usual. Hinata, who hadn't seen Yagyu for a few days, naturally nodded. If she wasn't shy, Hinata might have nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. However, this time, Yagyu didn't take Hinata home immediately, but came to the abandoned training ground and had an unregulated duel with Hinata. Yagyu first crushed Hinata with his real body, and then, under the pretext of seeing Hinata's growth during this period, he split a shadow clone to fight Hinata. And the real body took out a film camera from somewhere and took pictures not far away. It has to be said that the normal Hinata and the Hinata in combat state are completely different. There are two people. The former is very shy, while the latter is a little cool, with a bit of the temperament in the limited Tsukuyomi. Because the shadow clone has little chakra and many methods cannot be used, Hinata can fight with the shadow clone to a draw at the beginning, with some winning and some losing. However, when the shadow clone is familiar with her fighting style and finds Hinata's flaws, Hinata loses more than she wins. In the next few days, the chakra of the shadow clone separated by Yagyu also gradually changed from the same level as Hinata to only 2/3 of Hinata's, or even only half of Hinata's. Swish! On this day, after the shadow clone won again, the red light that Yagyu had been looking forward to for several years finally lit up on Hinata's body. When the red light ball automatically picked up and flew towards him, Yagyu knew without looking that there must be a blood limit, the Byakugan. The starting point of all eye techniques is finally in hand. Chapter 38 The upcoming Chunin exam. Space backpack, bloodline limit Bun, red. Yagyu's house. After sending Hinata away, who helped him clean up after the meal, Yagyu summoned the virtual panel and checked the red light ball in the space backpack. Looking at this bloodline limit that he had been looking forward to for several years, Yagyu was very happy. Although after getting the red eye, the Byakugan has no improvement for Yagyu. But as a time traveler, Yagyu knows that this is only at this stage. As the starting point of all pupil techniques, the Byakugan not only has many branches, but also has amazing growth and potential, provided that the bloodline is pure. The reason why the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is so weak is because their bloodline is not pure enough. On the other hand, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has a much higher bloodline than the Hyuga clan. Even if they cannot awaken the Samsara Eye, they can use a large number of Byakugan to synthesize a huge Samsara Eye. Otsutsuki Tonari, who has a pure bloodline, only needs to transplant a pair of Byakugan with a relatively high purity to awaken the Samsara Eye in just a few days. Aoitsutsuki Hagoromo's Byakugan can mutate, also because of his pure bloodline. The reason why Uzumaki Boruto and Boruto Naruto next generations can awaken a pure eye is also because of his upgraded bloodline. Similarly, as long as Yagyu upgrades his bloodline, his Byakugan potential will also increase. When he achieves the 6 paths, even if the Byakugan does not evolve or mutate, he may be able to kill the enemy with a single glance like Kagaya Aoitsutsuki, or see through other people's thoughts. Or he may be able to see other people's fate like Momoshiki Aoitsutsuki. In a word, Yagyu can do without Byakugan, but he cannot do without it. Coming to the mirror in the bathroom, Yagyu merged the blood limit and Byakugan, and then observed his changes in the mirror. When the red light penetrated into his body, Yagyu clearly felt that his brain was secreting chakra, and then all of it gathered in his eyes. Then, Yagyu's pupils changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yagyu's pupils were originally red, with small pupils inside. But now, Yagyu's pupils have turned white, and there is no pupil. If the pupils were not still covered by the iris, Yagyu would have thought that he only had the white of his eyes. At the same time, Yagyu also felt that this white pupil contained energy similar to the Sharingan and red eyes. Moreover, he seemed to know how to stimulate this hidden energy. Yagyu made a seal with his hands and shouted, "Bun open." The next second, the veins on both sides of Yagyu's temples in the mirror suddenly bulged. If it were an ordinary person or an ugly monster, this would definitely be very hideous. But these veins appeared on the beautiful boy Yagyu, just like Uchiha Sasuke opening the curse seal, with a kind of weird beauty. After opening the white eyes, Yagyu's perspective suddenly changed from the first person to the god's perspective, just like opening the red eyes, and the picture within a radius of 1 kilometer was all reflected in his eyes. However, these images and things are all in black and white, except for the meridians in the human body and the chakra flowing in the meridians, which are blue in Yagyu's eyes. It is precisely because the meridians and chakra are so conspicuous that the Byakugan becomes the nemesis of invisibility and illusion. In this world that is all black and white, the Byakugan owner only needs to find that touch of blue to know where the enemy is. After feeling the perspective of the Byakugan, Yagyu turned it off. As the bulging blue veins disappeared, Yagyu's white pupils gradually turned back to their original red. Seeing this scene, Yagyu was incomparably happy. Unlike the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan, Yagyu's Byakugan is like the Uzumaki sunflower in Boruto, which only turns into Byakugan when it is turned on, and turns back to its original pupil color when it is turned off. In this way, he doesn't have to wear beauty contact lenses all the time. However, the feature of bulging blue veins is still too obvious. Before all the cards can be exposed, the Byakugan should not be used. After leaving the bathroom, Yagyu took out the Thunder Blade Fang from his space backpack and started a new stage of training. Yagyu is not interested in swordsmanship. Just like if a ninja's bloodline is not related to the Otsutsuki clan, even if he develops bloodline elimination, he can only reach the top of the 5 cage. The end of a ninja's swordsmanship is only the cage level. Of course, this is not the key. The key is that Yagyu only needs to awaken the main Jikaya Sharingan and be able to use the complete Susanoo, so that Susanoo Kansanohu swung a slash at the level of a great swordsman in the pirate world, easily splitting mountains and cracking the earth. The huge complete Susanoo does not require any skills, and can break all laws with one force. It is just a waste of time for Yagyu to learn swordsmanship from scratch. The reason why Yagyu wants the Thunder Blade is because this ninja sword is just like Sarutobi Asuma's Flying Swallow, which can make Yagyu's chakra easily complete the lightning escape nature change. Using this ninja sword to practice the lightning escape nature change will be twice the result with half the effort. However, Yagyu practices the lightning escape nature change not to strengthen his attack, but to make up for his shortcomings. Yagyu's current weaknesses are defense and speed. Before the immortal body has the ability to heal without seals, Yagyu can use earth escape and lightning escape to make up for these two weaknesses. The defense shown by Kakuzu in the original work is the earth escape ninjutsu. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke was able to catch up with Rock Lee's efforts of several years in just 1 month because he used the lightning escape nature change to stimulate cells and increase his instant body speed. After successfully developing ninjutsu many times, Yagyu also knows the advantages and disadvantages of Sakura's chakra control. The advantage is that this talent allows Yagyu to perfectly control chakra and easily complete various forms of changes. But this talent cannot improve Yagyu's nature changes. That's why Yagyu can easily create chakra cyclones and control water flow to form spiral water tornadoes, but he can't directly rub water tornadoes with his hands. The same is true for hard vortex water blades. So, Yagyu can only use these external forces to help himself. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of June. During this period, the 8th team gathered from time to time to perform tasks, but they were all D-level tasks. Ui Kurane did not take Yagyu and the other 3 to perform C-level tasks. Not only Ui Kurane, but even Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, as well as the previous year's guiding ninjas, did not take their disciples out to do tasks during this period. Because they all know that the period from late June to early July is very special. A superscript 3. On this day, Team 8 was helping the village deal with garbage American Samoa usual. At this moment, the sound of an eagle suddenly rang out in the sky. The sound was so high that it seemed to spread throughout Konoha. The jonin who heard the sound stopped their actions, and then disappeared in an instant, turning into after-images and rushing towards the Hokage building. Ui Kurane also said to the 3 Yagyu, after completing the mission, you will disband on the spot and gather at the old place tomorrow. After saying that, Ui Kurane disappeared in an instant. Yagyu looked at the eagle hovering over Konoha, thinking. At this time, if nothing unexpected happens, the Chunin exam should be approaching. Chapter 39 Crazy Ideas, Life is a Gamble. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the 3 Yagyu came to the old place to gather very early. Ui Kurane did not let them wait for long, and soon appeared in an instant. Usually, as soon as Ui Kurane appeared, she immediately took the 3 Yagyu to receive the mission. However, this time, Kurane Ui didn't do that, and she had 3 forms in her hand. Kurane Ui handed the forms to the 3 Yagyu and said, yesterday, the Hokage summoned all the guiding jonin and announced that the time for this Chunin exam is July 1st. I have registered for you. Here is the application form. You 3 can discuss it. If you decide to participate in this Chunin exam, fill out the application form and then take it to the comprehensive building before noon on July 1st to submit it. If you don't plan to participate in this Chunin exam, you can ignore this application. Every Chunin exam is not only an opportunity for genin to be promoted, but also a time for Konoha to show its national strength. So if you participate, your opponents will not only be genin from this village, but also genin from other ninja villages. And fighting with genin from other ninja villages will inevitably result in casualties, and the teacher can't help you, so you have to think carefully. Okay, let's disband, and you will have a few days off. After saying that, Kurane Ui disappeared in an instant. From beginning to end, Kurane Ui didn't remind the 3 Yagyu that if one of them gave up, then Team 8 would not be able to participate in the Chunin exam. Obviously, she was testing the team tacit understanding of Team 8 to see if they had established a bond after fighting side by side for several months. Aberame Shino looked at the application in his hand and asked, Yagyu, what do you think? Of course I will participate. Yagyu smiled and said, this is one of the few opportunities to compete with other ninja villages genin and see how big the gap is between us and other people of the same age. Hearing this, Aberame Shino's mouth slightly raised, since you are participating, I will participate too. Me too. Hinata echoed. In that case, let's practice well these few days and gather here at 11 o'clock in the morning on July 1 St. Yagyu raised the application in his hand and said goodbye to Aberame Shino and Hinata. He did not invite Hinata to his house, and Hinata was not disappointed. After deciding to participate in this Chunin exam, Hinata and Aberame Shino felt pressured. Strength, and also full of motivation. Hinata decided to ask her father to guide her after returning home, so as not to become a burden to Yagyu. Shino Aberame had the same idea. Having seen Yagyu's strength and certain that he had a trump card, Shino Aberame felt safe and full of pressure. She was too strong, so even if she couldn't catch up with him, she couldn't hold him back. So, Shino Aberame decided to ask her father to give her some special treatment after returning. This is the benefit of being born in the ninja clan. After separating from Hinata and Shino Aberame, Yagyu did not go home, but came to a cliff waterfall. Shadow Clone Technique. Yagyu made seals with his hands and created 5 shadow clones. Then the 5 shadow clones worked together and began their own training. Boom boom boom. Zzz. The sound of detonating talismans exploding and the sound of electric currents constantly sounded. But because there was a waterfall next to it, these sounds were drowned out by the loud sound of water. Unless someone passes by here, no one would notice Lu Sheng and his 5 shadow clones. One of the shadow clones would occasionally turn on red eye perspective and far-sightedness. If someone passes by here or peeks in here, Lu Sheng would find out in advance. With the surveillance of the shadow clones from a god's perspective in this special time period, Lu Sheng no longer needs to be so cautious. A few hours later, Lu Sheng, who finally felt tired, took out a towel from his space backpack to wipe his wet hair and body, and took out dry clothes to change. Then, Lu Sheng released the shadow clones, and his fatigue increased again. However, Lu Sheng did not go home, but lay on the grass, ready to rest for a while before continuing to practice. A diary appeared out of thin air in his hand. When he opened the diary, it was full of Chinese characters. The content of the text was the main line and important plot that Lu Sheng had sorted out over the years. Lu Sheng lay on the grass, holding the diary horizontally in front of his eyes, and flipping through it carefully. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen used the crystal telescope technique to spy here, he would only see the scene of Yagyu lying down and reading a book. Looking at the words on the diary, Yagyu reviewed the plot of the Chunin exam again, and some important plots and important characters flashed in his mind. At the same time, a bold idea that often popped up during this period also appeared in Yagyu's mind, this time without exception. The Chunin exam is just the subtitle of this chapter. The real theme is actually Konoha's collapse plan. It is also the second time Konoha has suffered after the Nine Tails Rebellion. The protagonists of this chapter are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto, and their opponents are Orochimaru and Gaara respectively. Others are just extras. Even if Yagyu goes all out, at most he can be a high-level extra like Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. If he does nothing, at most he will be like Nara Shikamaru, and go with Naruto to support Uchiha Sasuke. If Yagyu had not met Kuroki Rega, obtained Red Eyes and Ice Release, or discovered system loopholes in the past few months, Yagyu would definitely choose to be a dead supporting role. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Konoha will soon enter the era of Tsunade. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade will not be suspicious of all kinds. If Yagyu performs well, he will only be valued by the 5th Hokage. As Tsunade's subordinate, Yagyu is not afraid of Shimura Danzo targeting him. After all, Tsunade's background is too strong, and as a medical expert, she is also the savior of countless ninjas of her generation and younger generations, and the female idol of the entire ninja world. As long as she becomes the 5th Hokage, both the ninja clan and the civilian ninja will become her fans. In Tsunade's era, Shimura Danzo didn't even dare to mess around like he did in Sarutobi Hiruzen's era. Sarutobi Hiruzen would protect him because of their friendship and Konoha's need for roots, but Tsunade would never be polite to him. So at the beginning, Yagyu felt that the chapter of the Chunin exam was just a transitional chapter for him. After turning over this chapter, it was his stage. But now, Yagyu has a very bold, even crazy idea. And this idea has also formed a very feasible plan. Once it is realized, Yagyu will be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, unstoppable. Thinking of this, Yagyu's breathing suddenly stagnated slightly. Under the diary, a firm look suddenly flashed in the depths of Yagyu's red eyes, and he murmured, "The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Life is a gamble." After that, Yagyu gave up the idea of continuing to practice, got up and went home, preparing to perfect this plan. Chapter 40 Contrasting Beauty, Two Great Gods. In the next few days, Yagyu stayed indoors and asked his shadow clone to buy ingredients. He stayed in the house all day, and no one knew what he was doing. And in these few days, a large number of new faces appeared in the central street of Konoha. They are all genin from other countries, who came to Konoha to participate in this Chunin exam. After arriving in Konoha, these ninjas were not idle, using various means to collect information about Konoha's genin in recent years. As the top student of Konoha's 60th class, Yagyu naturally became their target. Whether it was the real body staying at home or the shadow clone going out to buy groceries, Yagyu found that there were many prying eyes. However, seeing that they had not yet dared to sneak into the house, Yagyu did not ignore them. During this period, the three girls of Ino did not come to see Yagyu. Obviously, they are all preparing for the upcoming Chunin exam. Sakura is better. Ino and Hinata, the heirs of the ninja clan, have been receiving guidance from their parents and are working hard to practice the family secrets. As the heirs of a clan, it would be too embarrassing if they were eliminated too early. This is a matter of family honor. It's okay for Ino, Yamanaka Inoichi is not that strict. As the last wealthy family in Konoha, Hinata must have a hard time these days. July 1st, 10:50 am. Yagyu, who has been a otaku for a few days, finally walked out of the house. Arriving at the old place where the 8th team gathered, Yagyu saw Hinata, who had already arrived, from a distance. At this time, Hinata put her hands in the pockets of her white windbreaker, with a serious look on her face, as if she was alert to the surroundings. Click! Yagyu didn't go over to greet Hinata right away, but reached into his black windbreaker, actually opening his space backpack, taking out the film camera inside, and taking a picture of Hinata's current appearance. The sound of taking pictures reached his ears, and Hinata's sharp eyes immediately cast over. When she saw that it was Yagyu, her imposing appearance immediately became weak at a speed visible to the naked eye. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and Hinata almost subconsciously lowered her head, took her hands out of her pockets, and turned her fingers on her chest, which was already very large and definitely the best among her peers. Click! This appearance did not make Yagyu restrain himself, but instead kept pressing the shutter to take pictures of Hinata's entire transformation process. If time did not allow it, Yagyu would have wanted to go home and develop the photos. After taking the photo, Yagyu put away the camera, came to Hinata, gave a thumbs up and praised, "Hinata, you looked very handsome just now, and your aura is completely different from usual. It seems that you have grown a lot in the past few days. Yagyu-kun, you are too kind." Hinata lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. But her heart was as sweet as eating honey. "Be more confident, don't always lower your head." Yagyu patted Hinata's shoulders and smiled, "I like you more like the way you were just now." "Yet." Hinata responded and raised her head. But she still didn't dare to look at Yagyu, but just dodged and squinted around, and the blush on her cheeks became more intense. What's more adorable is that even Hinata herself didn't notice that her hands kept tapping her index fingers on her chest, and the frequency was so high that her nervousness was completely revealed. If she didn't know that the girl's threshold had reached the limit, Yagyu really wanted to take out the camera again and take a picture of this scene. The slightly ambiguous atmosphere was quickly destroyed. "Sorry, I'm late." The voice of Shino Aberame came into their ears, startling both Yagyu and Hinata. Looking at Shino Aberame, who appeared beside them at some point, with her hands in her pockets and a cool pose, Yagyu asked, "Shino, when did you come? It's inconvenient to disturb you when you're secretly taking pictures of Hinata." Shino Aberame said lightly. Instantly, Hinata's already flushed cheeks turned red, and white mist began to appear in her head. Ahem. Seeing Hinata about to faint from shame, Yagyu coughed lightly and changed the subject, saying, "Since everyone is here, let's go to the ninja school. Have you filled out your application and brought it?" "Everything is ready." "Me too." Shino Aberame and Hinata nodded. Yagyu grinned and said, "Then let's go meet our seniors and other ninja village genin." So, Team 8 set off for the ninja school. Along the way, they saw many ninjas from other ninja villages. Those ninjas looked at them fiercely, as if they wanted to use their eyes to intimidate Team 8. However, Yagyu only glanced at them lightly, and these hostile ninjas immediately became dazed. After a while, they came back to their senses and broke out in a cold sweat. "Illusion, illusion, How did I get an illusion? Who, that guy? Remember the guy's appearance, and run away immediately when you see him during the exam. Yagyu didn't know about these people's reactions. He just taught them a lesson and let them know whose home court this was. They dared to be so arrogant when they came to the enemy's ninja village. People who didn't know would think they were the ninjas of the big ninja village. After entering the ninja school, the 8th class followed Kurane Yui's instructions and first went to the general building to find the registration point for submitting applications. When they arrived at the stairs, the 3 Yagyu saw a sign that said the registration point for submitting applications was on the 3rd floor. However, just as they reached the 2nd floor, the expressions of the 3 Yagyu suddenly changed slightly. After looking at each other, the 3 raised their index and middle fingers to disrupt the flow of chakra in their bodies and disperse the Yin-Dun chakra that had just invaded their bodies. The 3 Yagyu saw a large number of genin on the 2nd floor, and they were all looking for the registration point. The 3 Yagyu, whose teacher was an expert in illusion, saw at a glance that they were under an illusion, and they were hiding in the illusion. The consciousness thought that the 2nd floor was the 3rd floor. At the staircase connecting to the 3rd floor, there was also a sign of the 3rd floor, and there were 2 chunins in green vests, watching the jokes of the examinees. These 2 chunins were the 2 great masters of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu. The 3 Yagyu ignored the group of people and walked directly to the staircase guarded by the 2 chunins. Looking at the 3 Yagyu coming over, Kamitsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu were slightly surprised, and after seeing Hinata's eyes, they were slightly enlightened. No wonder the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can break the magic and the art of not here. However, this kind of cheating will not be recognized by them. Just when Kamitsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu met each other and smiled tacitly, they were about to give the younger generation a show of strength. They turned their heads to look at the Yagyu, and just like the genin on the road, their expressions suddenly became dazed. When they came to their senses, the 3 Yagyu had disappeared. Izumo, did you notice anything just now? Gangzisha asked. Kamizuki Izumo shook his head and asked, no, what about you? Me neither. Gangzisha said with horror, no sound, which means it's not an auditory illusion. No smell, which means it's not an olfactory illusion. He didn't even make a seal. Kamizuki Izumo suddenly laughed. He doesn't have the characteristics of those ninjas, but he can make us fall into an illusion with just one look. This Chunin exam is going to be interesting. He is a genin from Konoha. He is so good at illusion at such a young age. Maybe he will be an illusion expert in Konoha in the future. Gangzisha also laughed. I'm really looking forward to the next genin. Will there be any geniuses who will surprise people? Chapter 41 Shocking the whole audience, the 4 golden flowers of Konoha. Arriving at the registration place on the 3rd floor, the 8th team handed the application to the person in charge, and then got the location and seat number of the test room from them. After leaving the comprehensive building, the 3 Yagyu came to the teaching building again. Along the way, Yagyu didn't see Team 7 and Team 10, and even didn't see the Might Guy team. It's unclear whether they came too early or too late. When they arrived at the door of the examination room, Yagyu and the other 2 saw a familiar figure, Kurane Yui. Beside her, there were Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. Teacher Kurane. The other 2 Yagyu immediately stepped forward and greeted Kurane Yui. The teacher is very happy to see the 3 of you appear together. Yui Kurane slowly stood up and smiled with relief. In fact, there is another rule for the Chunin exam, that is, unless a team is injured or missing a member, all members must sign up to participate. You are participating together, which means that you are unwilling to abandon your companions. The teacher has seen your bond. Whether you can pass this exam or not, the teacher will take you to perform advanced tasks in the future. After that, Yui Kurane patted the shoulders of the Yagyu and introduced Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma to the 8th team. These 2 are the teacher's classmates and are also Konoha's elite jonin. You have all seen this bearded man. His name is Sarutobi Asuma. You can also call him Asuma teacher. The one wearing a mask is Konoha's copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. He is the guiding jonin of the 7th team. You can call him Kakashi teacher. Asuma teacher, Kakashi teacher. The 3 Yagyu also greeted the 2 very politely. Hello. Asuma Sarutobi smiled and said, Ino has been mentioning you in front of me. She must miss you very much. Our 2 teams can get together often in the future. With the last sentence, Asuma Sarutobi looked at Yui Kurane, and his little thoughts were still very obvious. Hearing Ino's name, Yagyu and Hinata's mouth corners also slightly raised, and they could already imagine Ino's expression when she talked about them. Hitaki Kakashi also put down the intimate paradise in his hand, looked at Yagyu, who was much taller than Hinata and Aberame Shino, and almost as tall as Kurane Yui, and said with interest, "Is this the top student in terms of aura? It is indeed not comparable to the second place in our team. But be careful, the second place in our team has grown a lot during this period." In response, Kurane Yui said proudly, "Even if the Uchiha on your side has awakened the Sharingan, he can't be a match for Yagyu. Just wait and see, Kakashi, Asuma, my students will surprise you." Oh! Hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were suddenly a little surprised. So confident. Is this top student hiding any trump card? "Teacher Kurane, let's go in first." Looking at Kurane Yui, who was showing off, Yagyu couldn't help but say, "Well, go in, good luck in the exam." Kurane Yui smiled and nodded. After nodding politely to Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, Yagyu opened the door of the examination room with Hinata and Aberame Shino. Instantly, the atmosphere changed suddenly. First, the noisy sound of a vegetable market came into their ears, and then a series of hostile or murderous eyes came like a surge, making Aberame Shino and Hinata's bodies subconsciously tense. It was an instinctive warning reaction. What a rude group of guys. Yagyu frowned slightly, then glanced at the guys who were staring at them fiercely, and the three black Megatama under the Sharingan under the beautiful contact lenses rotated slightly. The next second, those who looked at Yagyu, all looked shocked. Bang bang bang. These people seemed to have seen some terrible scene, and their faces became extremely pale. Some guys who looked fierce but were actually fragile inside were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Some guys even screamed at the top of their lungs, "No! Don't kill me!" The whole test room suddenly became chaotic. But soon, the chaos subsided. I'm not dead, great, I'm not dead." Those who returned to reality from the illusion space suddenly shouted in ecstasy when they found out that they were fine. What trademark S more, she shed tears of joy. They didn't notice at all that their miserable appearance was noticed by others. When they came to their senses and saw the eyes of the people around them, they all became quiet again, so embarrassed that they wished they could just dig a hole in place and get in. However, the people around them did not laugh at them. I saw these people looking at Yagyu below with fear in their eyes. Some guys who were lucky enough not to be hit couldn't help but swallow their saliva, with fear on their faces. Group illusion, who is this guy? I just saw my own death. The teacher once performed such an illusion on me. It was a B-level Narakushin no Jutsu. Can this guy cast such an advanced illusion without using any seals, and it was also a group illusion? I know him. He is the top student in Konoha. The orphan of the Uchiha clan is in the same class as him and has never been his opponent. If we encounter him in the next exam, we will run away immediately. Under Yagyu's shock, the entire test room suddenly became unusually quiet, with only the sound of whispers. Squeak! At this moment, the door to the test room was pushed open again. Immediately, a familiar voice came into the ears of Yagyu and Hinata. "Ah! Yagyu, Hinata, long time no see." Lu Sheng felt a heavy weight on his back, and the strong collision force made his body lean forward slightly. A pair of hands wrapped around his neck from behind, hanging on his back. Only one person dares to do such a bold act. "Long time no see, Ino." Yagyu skillfully opened Ino's arm and slowly lowered Ino down. Looking at Ino, who had her long blonde hair tied into a high ponytail and her bangs almost covering one eye, Yagyu looked surprised and said, "I haven't seen you for a few months. Ino, have you grown taller? Hehe, have you discovered it?" Ino made a finger gesture to the universe, and said with a smile, "I have grown 3 centimeters taller in the past few months." After finishing speaking, Ino went to find Hinata, the tallest among the 3 girls, to compare. But the next second, Ino's mouth opened slightly, her body froze in place, and the color changed from colorful to petrified. All she could see was her eyes staring at Hinata's chest. "Yagyu, long time no see." At this time, the girl's surprised voice reached Yagyu's ears again. Looking in the direction of the sound, a girl wearing a red cheongsam and long pink hair was trotting towards him. Behind her, there was a blonde and a black-haired boy. It was Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. "Long time no see, Sakura." Yagyu raised his hand in response. Lady Sakura can't do anything as bold as Ino. After seeing Yagyu respond to her, the smile on Sakura's face became even brighter, and then she was about to say hello to her two best friends, Ino, Hinata, okay. The voice suddenly stopped, and Sakura's mouth opened slightly, her eyes fixed on Hinata's chest. What is this? Obviously 3 months ago, this was not such an exaggeration. Immediately, Sakura looked down and not only could see her toes, she could not even feel the weight of her conscience. Her whole body turned into a petrified color and even had cracks. That is the sound of heartbreak. Hinata, please take a step to speak. After Ino came back to his senses, he immediately pulled Hinata aside, who was frightened by their gazes, and started whispering without knowing what they were discussing. Sakura also hurriedly came over. Looking at the three girls who were communicating, Lu Sheng glanced at the test room again, and soon found the girl with a bun on her hair, who was also sizing them up. The 4 golden flowers of Konoha finally gathered together for the first time. Picture. Chapter 42 King Dianzu and Panda Eyes. Long time no see, Yagyu. While the 3 Ino girls were chatting nearby, Nara Shikamaru, who walked in with his hands on the back of his head, also said hello to Yagyu. Glancing at the candidates who were looking at them with fear on their faces, and many of whom still had tear stains and fear on their faces, Nara Shikamaru instantly understood what happened. It seems that you taught them a terrible lesson. Well. Long time no see, Shikamaru, Koji. Yagyu smiled and said, I'm just reminding them whose home field this is. After finishing speaking, Yagyu also greeted Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who came over. Long time no see, Naruto, Sasuke. Seeing that Yagyu didn't ignore him, Naruto suddenly became happy. Just when he raised his hand to respond, Uchiha Sasuke next to him suddenly walked up to Yagyu and looked up at him. Yagyu, who was more than 10 centimeters taller than him, said proudly and provocatively, I feel relieved when I see you coming to participate in the Chunin exam. This time, I will let you see the strength of the Uchiha clan. From your appearance, you should have awakened the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Yagyu smiled gently and said, I am also curious about the power of the Sharingan. I hope we can meet in the next exam. You will see it. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have turned back to the way he was in the 5th grade. Since losing to Yagyu in the unregulated duel in the 5th grade, this arrogant genius has been silent for a whole year. At that time, he no longer expected to win the monster like Yagyu in terms of basics. But now, Uchiha Sasuke does not take Yagyu seriously. After being able to open the Sharingan on his own and both eyes became double Megatama Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke realized the difference between having a bloodline limit and not having a bloodline limit. Yagyu is just a commoner. If he still only knows a few moves, he is no longer worthy of being his opponent. Despite this, Uchiha Sasuke still wants to fight with Yagyu. He wants to regain the dignity he lost in those years from this guy. Yagyu doesn't know what Uchiha Sasuke is thinking, otherwise he will definitely think of 3 words: sunny day help. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and Nijiru feels that he is doing well again. Looking at the confident Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu did not discourage him. It's better to be more confident, so that he will continue to challenge him, and the probability of Yagyu exploding Indra Chakra will be greater. Don't disturb others here, let's find our seats first. Hearing Yagyu's voice, the 3 girls of Ino who were still whispering on the side came over immediately. Then, the 3 teams began to look for their seats. Due to Yagyu's shocking performance, the small gathering of the 3 teams did not arouse public anger, and Kabuto Yakushi could not find a reason to participate in it and show off his superb acting skills. Along the way, candidates who were swept by Yagyu's eyes lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into each other's eyes. Only a few genin who had not been hit just now and were very confident in their own strength looked at Yagyu fearlessly, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Soon, Yagyu found his seat. However, when he saw his desk mate, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just after sitting down, Lu Sheng heard a suppressed excited voice in his ear, "What's your name?" Looking sideways at the boy with dark circles under his eyes carrying a gourd, Lu Sheng smiled and asked knowingly, "My name is Lu Sheng, what's yours?" "My name is Gara." Gara had no expression on his face, but his excited and murderous tone seemed to say with a ferocious face, "You are very strong, and you are an opponent worth killing. I smell a strong smell of sand on you. Your face and body are all armor formed by sand, right?" Lu Sheng said in a somewhat yin and yang tone, as expected of a ninja from the Wind Country, "You really know how to play with sand." Gara still had no expression on his face, but he was slightly surprised in his heart, and at the same time he became more excited. This guy saw through his sand armor at a glance, and he was indeed different from those people. If I could get his blood, my mother would be very happy. When he thought of this, the gravity-defying sand and terrifying aura emerged from Gaara's body, scaring Temari and Kankuro, who had been watching him not far away, so much that they were about to stand up and comfort Gaara. At this moment, Yagyu suddenly said lightly, "If you do it now, you will be disqualified from the exam." Hearing this, Gaara's momentum stagnated slightly, and then slowly calmed down. "I will kill you if I meet you in the next exam," Gaara said expressionlessly. "You can't do it." Yagyu shook his head and smiled, "My attributes just restrain you, unless your strength exceeds me by several levels." Gaara stopped talking. But in his heart, Yagyu's hunting status has surpassed Uchiha Sasuke. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting suddenly resounded throughout the examination room. A huge cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air at the position of the podium. After the white smoke dissipated, the chief examiner Marino Ibiki and his team of invigilators made a brilliant appearance. Since there was no conflict, Marino Ibiki did not say anything nonsense. After explaining the rules of the exam, the first exam of the Chunin exam began. When the test papers were handed out, most of the candidates looked embarrassed. Yagyu also frowned slightly. The questions on the test paper were not difficult for him, but they were much more profound than those in the 6th grade. After thinking about the real test of this exam, Yagyu suddenly realized something. If it was not difficult, these candidates would not be forced to cheat. So, Yagyu picked up the pen that was handed out with the test paper and began to answer the questions. It wasn't long before the candidates began to show their skills and used various means to copy other people's answers. Even Gaara, who was next to Yagyu, used the Eye of Sand. Yagyu glanced at Gaara and raised his mouth slightly. He was very curious about what Gaara's expression was like under the armor of sand when he saw these questions. During this period, many candidates chose to plagiarize Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng noticed all their methods, but he did not care and let them plagiarize. In the first exam, the real question was the 10th question that had not been made public yet. It was a psychological torture for the weak. Those who could not bear the psychological pressure would choose to give up. These questions were just incidental. However, it had become a habit for Yagyu to compete for the first place. Even if he knew the true face of this exam, Yagyu had no intention of handing in a blank paper. And Yagyu has always been playing it safe. Who knows if there will be a butterfly effect? If he didn't answer any questions, and the butterfly effect really appeared in the end, wouldn't it be a joke? Soon, more than half an hour had passed in the 1-hour answering time. "Everyone, put down your pens." As Marino Ibiki's voice sounded, it was finally time to reveal the 10th question. The seat number of the previous seat was omitted and has been modified. Chapter 43, The Power of the Mouth-to-Mouth Trick was revealed, and the 3 blind women. Next, I will announce the content of the 10th question, but before announcing it, you need to make a choice. Just like the original work, Marino Ibiki gave a choice of answer or not answer before revealing the 10th question. If you choose to answer the questions, if you get the 10th question wrong, you will never become a Chunin. If you choose not to answer, it will be considered as an automatic waiver, and the whole team will be eliminated. As soon as this multiple choice question came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Those candidates who had finally copied the answers stood up angrily and chose to protest. However, when Marino Ibiki took off his headscarf, revealing a bald head covered with scars like his face, and the aura of a Jonin, the whole audience was shocked by the captain of the torture department. The silent atmosphere tortured those candidates who were fragile and not confident in their own abilities. I give up." Not long after, one candidate could not bear such psychological pressure and chose to raise his hand to give up. When he left, he was still defending himself, "I am still young now. At worst, I can come back next time. I don't want to gamble my ninja career for this unknown question." And this sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. One by one, the candidates who had no confidence in themselves raised their hands to give up. The examination room, which was originally full, soon had a lot of empty seats. Seeing more and more candidates giving up, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura, who had no confidence in Naruto, stared at the back of Naruto, who sat in the first row and sat at the same table with Hinata, fearing that this last place candidate would raise his hand. With 5 minutes left, Naruto, who was trembling all over, slowly raised his palm under the slightly changed gaze of Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura. Bang! The next second, this palm slammed heavily on the table, attracting the attention of the whole audience. Don't underestimate me, I will not run away. Even if I can only be a genin in my life, I will work hard to become a Hokage. This is my ninja way. Come on, question 10. The loud and determined words spread throughout the examination room. The candidates who were originally uneasy and hesitant about whether to raise their hands to give up suddenly felt excited. At this moment, they were all infected by Naruto's willpower, and the fear in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a firm look. The atmosphere in the examination room changed instantly. Seeing this scene, Marino Ibiki and the invigilators looked at Naruto with incredible eyes. Yagyu also supported his chin with one hand, looking at Naruto's back with a smile on his face. Is this what mouth-to-mouth communication is? What a powerful infectious power. This is good news for Yagyu. Yagyu doesn't know whether there is the will of Otsutsuki Ashura in Ashura's chakra. If there is, Yagyu is now very sure that the will of Otsutsuki Ashura is still in Naruto. The Ashura Chakra that Yagyu burst out is just pure energy. This means that his Ashura Chakra does not have the backup of the Six Paths Sage. The level of the game system is far superior to the Six Paths. Time is up, I declare, you all passed the first exam. Seeing that his psychological torture was ineffective, Marino Ibiki did not say anything and directly announced that everyone passed the exam. This result once again shocked the whole audience. Those candidates who had just made up their minds and were ready to challenge the 10th question at the risk of their ninja career were stunned. Then many people broke their defense and stood up to question Marino Ibiki. Then what is our effort just now? Even if Marino Ibiki said that the first exam was just a test of their ninja qualities, these candidates still couldn't accept it. Only Naruto, who had just used his mouth to stabilize the morale of the troops, had a happy face. The first exam, just passed like this. Even Hinata next to him looked at Naruto with an incredible look. As Naruto's desk mate, Hinata knew very well that Naruto didn't write any questions except his name. He can pass the exam even if he hands in a blank paper, how amazing. Hinata decided to use this as a topic to talk about with Yagyu and Ino later. Bang! The sound of an object hitting the glass was heard, and a kunao flew in from outside. Second, the examiner of the first exam, Mitarashi Anko, appeared in a very high-profile and exaggerated way, which successfully diverted the attention of the candidates. Ibiki, why do you still keep so many candidates? Forget it, anyway, I will reduce the number of these guys by at least half for the second exam. After seeing that no one was there to show support, Mitarashi Anko did not feel embarrassed. After mocking Marino Ibiki, she glanced at the whole venue like a hunter. After hearing her words, many candidates were also shocked. Soon, Mitarashi Anko announced the time and place of the second exam. The exam started at 1500 hours the next day, and the location was Konoha's 44th training ground, also known as the Death Forest. After the exam, Ino and Sakura said goodbye to their teammates and came to Yagyu's side. The enthusiastic and proactive Ino, under the envious gazes of Hinata and Sakura, took Yagyu's arm and said, "Yagyu, can I go to your house for dinner? I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time since graduation." Of course, everyone come together. Yagyu relied on his absolute height advantage, first touched Ino's head, and then smiled at the three girls. The combination of one man and three girls attracted a lot of attention. Seeing Yagyu surrounded by three beautiful and cute girls, those Konoha ninjas who were a few years older than Yagyu, as well as ninjas from other countries, all looked envious and jealous. He is handsome, strong, and so many girls like him. Which novel is this damn guy the protagonist from? And the female ninjas also envied and hated Hinata and the other two girls. Hinata, in particular, attracted a lot of hostile eyes. Some girls even cursed in a low voice, "How can it be so old at this age? It must be stuffed, what a shameless woman." Yagyu and the others didn't know what these people thought, and they wouldn't care, they were used to it. After leaving the ninja school, the four Yagyu who hadn't been together for a few months went to the market to buy vegetables together, and then went home to cook. Like the island country in the previous life, after getting married, women almost always stay at home as housewives, and rarely go out to do missions. Letting men into the kitchen is a shame for them. Logically speaking, the three Hinata girls who will be good wives and mothers in the future should be the same. However, they never stopped Yagyu from entering the kitchen, and they only helped Yagyu in the kitchen. Because many of the meals Yagyu made are completely different from those made at home, and even different from those outside. Yes, Yagyu made Chinese food. Today is no exception. After making a sumptuous meal to satisfy Ino and Sakura's taste buds, Yagyu did not check their growth during this period, but took out poker cards and played cards while talking about their experiences in the past few months. When Yagyu, Sakura, and Hinata all encountered ninjas like the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ino exclaimed with fear on her face. When they heard that Yagyu killed a ninja like Kuroki Rega, Ino and Sakura cast admiring glances at him again, their beautiful eyes seemed to be shining. Especially Sakura, who had seen the strength of Momokai Zabuza, knew too well the gap between Genin and Jounin. The combination of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke was just to avoid Momokai Zabuza's water clone. And Yagyu was able to kill such a being. It's worthy of being Yagyu. The 3 women didn't realize that they had become blind to Yagyu's strength and excellence. Looking at the 3 women whose shapes were almost turning into his, Yagyu's heart was also full of a sense of accomplishment. After the plan is realized, the only obstacle between him and the 3 girls is age. Chapter 44, Karin, an important part of the plan. The next day, at 14:30 in the afternoon, Yagyu went out to the old gathering place of the 8th team, and went to the Death Forest with Aberame Shino and Hinata. On the way, Aberame Shino gave her analysis. The 44th training ground, also known as the Death Forest, is one of the training grounds that Konoha is forbidden to enter. It is said that there is a primeval forest with a large number of beasts and poisonous insects. After I went back yesterday, I investigated this training ground a little. The forest of this training ground is surrounded by iron nets. There are 44 entrances in total. There is a building called the Center Tower in the center. The distance between these entrances and the tower is exactly 10,000 meters, which is 10 kilometers. If nothing unexpected happens, this center tower should be the endpoint of the second exam. As for the content of the exam, if it is not a race, it should be to collect certain props in the forest and then bring them to the center tower to pass the exam. If all the candidates are really thrown into the forest and asked to collect the task props, then we will definitely meet other candidates in the second exam, and even a battle will break out. Hearing this, Yagyu looked at Aberame Shino in surprise. The guess is very close, worthy of being the most mysterious and reliable existence in the youth chapter. So, Yagyu also gave a little spoiler. When the exam ended yesterday, the examiner said that we should reduce the number of people by at least half. If we really collect the mission props, then there should be only half of the props in the forest. This exam is likely to let us snatch the props and fight. Yet. Aberame Shino nodded and said, if that's the case, then this exam is very beneficial to us. I'll leave the perception to you, Shino. Yes, Hinata. Yes. While chatting, Team 8 had already arrived outside the Forest of Death and quickly found the gathering point. There, the candidates were almost all there. Utashi Enko was eating meatballs while directing the Invigilator team to build a shed. I don't know what it was used for. When there were still 20 minutes before the exam started and all the candidates had arrived, Utashi Enko began to talk about the content and rules of the exam. The second exam was a battle for the scroll. There were 2 scrolls, one for the Book of Heaven and one for the Book of Earth. Each team would randomly receive a scroll and then go to the forest. They must grab the scrolls of other teams and gather the Book of Heaven and Earth to reach the central tower to pass the second test. The test time is 120 hours, which is 5 days. When Mitarashi Enko was explaining the rules, the tone and attitude of the person eating while talking made Naruto, who had the same attributes as her, very upset. He couldn't help but imitate and provoke her, but was beaten up by Mitarashi Enko with a bamboo stick, leaving a big shadow. It was also this episode that brought Orochimaru and Mitarashi Enko, the master and apprentice, to a long-awaited reunion that the master knew but the apprentice didn't. There are 10 minutes left, come and sign the death consent form. Mitarashi Enko laughed sarcastically, of course, if you are afraid of death, you can turn around and go home now. The examinees, who already knew how bad the examiner's character was, did not feel angry. So, each team lined up in front of the shed and signed their names on the death consent form. Then the captains of each team walked into a tent and received their scrolls. After getting the scrolls, Team 8 followed an invigilator to one of the 44 entrances and waited for the exam to start. When there were only 10 seconds left, the invigilators standing in front of the 44 entrances opened the door locks of the entrances one after another. The voice of Mitarashi Enko was heard again on the radio. The second exam of the Chunin exam start. As Mitarashi Enko's voice sounded, the examinees in front of the 44 entrances immediately rushed into the forest as ninjas, or turned into a shadow in an instant and flew into the forest. Of course, there were also some teams that walked in slowly. The 3 Yagyu were the last type. Hinata, the Book of Earth is in your custody. Yagyu handed the scroll to Hinata and said, use your Byakugan to find the target, but don't rush to act. Let them fight for a while, or wait for them to come to you on their own. Yes. Hinata nodded obediently. Shadow Clone Technique. Yagyu made seals with both hands and created 3 shadow clones. As soon as the 3 shadow clones appeared, they flew in different directions. Seeing this scene, Abarame Shino couldn't help asking, Yagyu, are you going to find Team 7 and Team 10? Yes. Yagyu nodded and said, forgive my selfishness, Shino, I'm a little worried about them. This is a lie. The shadow clone that Yagyu split out was indeed looking for Ino and Sakura, but this was just a side job. He knew very well that nothing would happen to the 2 women. Yagyu was mainly looking for Karin, one of the 3 ultimate bootlickers who was as famous as Uchiha Obito and Sakura. She was an important part of Yagyu's plan, and he had to grab her before Uchiha Sasuke. Abarame Shino certainly didn't know what Yagyu was thinking. After listening to Yagyu's slightly apologetic words, he shook his head and said, it's okay. Anyway, there is no reward for this exam race. With Hinata's Byakugan, you can do whatever you want. Thanks, Shino. Yagyu couldn't help but patted Abarame Shino's shoulder. Then, the 3 Yagyu continued to walk slowly. Hinata always opened her Byakugan to observe the surroundings and reported the situation within 1 kilometer to Yagyu. During this period, many candidates at the nearby entrance also found Yagyu through the perception technique. However, when they saw that it was Yagyu, they immediately fled again, faster than when they came. The 3 Yagyu did not chase after him. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid of Yagyu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 afterimages appeared on the top of a big tree, looking at the 8th team walking slowly below, like they were camping in the wild, and they formed seals with their hands to attack them. At this time, Yagyu suddenly looked up at them. In an instant, the 3 people's eyes widened, and their figures trembled slightly, as if they were trying to break free of something but to no avail. This is the golden binding technique. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata rushed out and shot 3 twisted air currents in a row in the direction of the 3 people. The 3 people who were hit by the immobilization technique could only become a fixed target. They were hit by the 3 air currents and fell to the ground with blood spitting out of their mouths. The bodies fell heavily on the ground. The 3 people who were already attacked by Chakra had more serious internal injuries. However, this is not over yet. Several insects climbed onto their necks again, drilled into their bodies, and quickly devoured their chakra. In just a few seconds, they went from full blood to a dying state. If the escaping candidates saw this scene, they would be very glad that they ran fast and made the right choice. Yagyu said speechlessly, such an idiot didn't choose to give up in the first exam. It seems that being a fool has its advantages. Knowing that they have the Byakugan, they still dare to attack in the dark. These 3 people reminded Yagyu of the Oni brothers. Their brains are really good. Chapter 45 The Girl with a Nosebleed. Although they are 3 idiots, they also brought good things to Team 8. Yagyu-kun, their scroll is the Book of Heaven. Hinata searched a scroll from a person, and the seal was written with the word heaven. Very good, the things are already gathered, then let's go find Ino and Sakura. Yagyu nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, the 3 shadow clones also opened their red eyes and searched for Karen's traces in the Forest of Death. The Death Forest is not small. Each entrance is 10 kilometers away from the central tower. If you walk from east to west, it is a full 20 kilometers away. This is nothing for the instant body technique, but it is a big challenge for Yagyu's red eyes. At first, Yagyu thought that Karen's location was easy to find. After all, apart from Naruto and Gaara, Karin and Orochimaru have the most chakra. There is no need to look for Karin in the red world, just find the huge chakra. Soon, Yagyu found out that he was wrong. Karin does have amazing chakra, but not now. Karin is now just a mobile blood bag of the Kyuzagakure village. This time she came to participate in the Chunin exam and was just a blood bag for her teammates. When teammates are injured, they will bite her to recover. In addition, the treatment in the Kyuzagakure village is extremely poor. Karen's current chakra amount does not meet the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps this is why her red hair has not attracted attention. After all, in addition to the Uzumaki clan, there are many people in the ninja world who have red hair. With the demise of the Uzumaki clan, people with red hair are least likely to be descendants of the Uzumaki clan, unless they have a huge amount of chakra in their bodies. Thinking of this, the 3 shadow clones no longer glanced at them in a hurry, but carefully observed each female ninja. More than an hour later, a shadow clone finally found Karin. So, the shadow clone disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. All his memories were also fed back to the original body. After determining Karin's location, Yagyu immediately took Shino Aberme and Hinata and walked in that direction. Time soon came to dusk. It's getting dark, let's continue looking tomorrow. Yagyu said to Shino Aberme and Hinata, I'll go find some food, you pick up some firewood around. After saying that, Yagyu disappeared without waiting for the two to speak. The figure flew through the forest. Yagyu made seals with both hands, and split a shadow clone. After letting the shadow clone go hunting, Yagyu turned on the red eye's farsightedness and searched for Karin's location around. After a while, Yagyu left Hinata's Byakugan's farsightedness range and found Karin 2 kilometers away. Coincidentally, it was getting dark now, and Karin was just driven out by her companions, who ordered her to find food. So, Yagyu increased his speed of teleportation and first came to Karin's companions. You are. Looking at Yagyu who appeared in a teleportation, the two grass ninjas instantly recognized Yagyu. Just when they widened their eyes, their faces were full of shock, and they wanted to say something. The world in front of them suddenly changed drastically. They were still in the forest in the last second, and they appeared in the blood-red space in the next second. Above the sky, there was a pair of moon-like red eyes suspended, with 3 black megatama in them, slowly rotating like a windmill. There were also several large black iron nails inserted into their bodies. The intense pain made them want to scream. However, they were deprived of control of their bodies and could not even open their mouths to scream. To avoid accidents, Yagyu directly used a combination of illusions, magical shackles and golden binding. Crack! The sound of space and neck shattering sounded together, and the consciousness of the two grass ninjas was completely eroded by darkness before they returned to the real world. In the outside world, after Yagyu broke the necks of the two grass ninjas, he put the grass ninja bodies, which were only 1.6 meters tall and less in size and weight than his, into the space backpack. Then, Yagyu came to the vicinity of Karin in an instant. At this time, Karin obviously had not awakened the Kagura heart eye, and was extremely timid. She didn't dare to hunt at all, and could only pick up some edible plants. If Yagyu didn't come, Karin would take these things back and might be scolded and beaten again. But from today, your fate has changed. Yagyu thought to himself. Then, Yagyu disappeared in an instant and found a huge black bear not far away. Yagyu used the Sharingan to hypnotize the black bear and made it walk towards Karin. Yagyu did not wait for Karin to be found by the beast before taking action, which would not only waste time but also make it easy for Uchiha Sasuke to intercept her. He wanted to personally direct the hero to save the beauty. Although this was a bit despicable, the result was definitely many times better than Karin's original work. Roar! The black bear quickly found Karin. With a roar, Karin, who was squatting on the ground picking mushrooms, was frightened and sat on the ground. Looking at the black giant with its bloody mouth opened and running towards her bear, Karin's face was pale and colorless, and she was trembling all over and wanted to get up and run away, but her body refused to listen at the critical moment. Help! Help! Seeing the black bear getting closer and closer, Karin, with her legs weak, suddenly shouted with all her strength, hoping that a miracle would happen. Whoosh! Maybe God heard her voice, and a miracle really happened. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a kunai shot out and accurately inserted into the black bear's head. The poor tool bear fell flat on the ground and couldn't get up again. Are you okay? At this moment, the extremely pleasant voice, as warm as the morning sun, slowly entered Karin's ears. Looking up in the direction where the voice came from, Karin just saw a tall figure falling from the sky, landing in front of her and asking her with a smile. Although the sun is setting now, dusk has been submerged in the night. But in Karin's eyes, Yagyu at this time is more dazzling than the sun, and his whole body is emitting golden light. That handsome face, gentle smile, and tall figure. At this moment, Karin seemed to have found the prototype of the hero and Prince Charming in novels and dramas, just like finding the object of fantasy in a dream. Gradually, Karin's eyes became stupid. Looking at Karin who was just staring at him stupidly, Yagyu couldn't help but tilt his head. I didn't use illusions. Why are you so stupid? So, Yagyu bent down and shook his palm in front of Karin, and asked again, are you okay? After Karin's consciousness was finally pulled back. However, when she saw the handsome face close at hand, her breathing stagnated again, Her cheeks quickly turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, clenched her hands and said, I'm fine. Tick-tock. A drop of bright red liquid suddenly dripped onto the back of Karen's hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng was shocked. You have a nosebleed, and you said it's okay. Buzz. Lu Sheng's words instantly made the girl's head rise with white mist like boiling water. The girl, who had not yet recovered from the shock, suddenly blacked out, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 46 Slut, Karen joins Konoha. Karen didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she woke up, it was completely dark. But the forest was not cold at night, because there were waves of warmth next to her. When she turned her head, there was a fire burning next to her, and there was sizzling barbecue on it. Are you awake? A gentle voice came into her ears, and a hand was turning the barbecue on it. Looking along the palm of her hand, a handsome face that kept appearing in her dream just now immediately caught Karen's eyes, and also told her that this was not a dream. After remembering how she fainted, Karen's little face turned red again. Fortunately it was not conspicuous under the flames. Then, Karen hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yagyu, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Before she finished her words, Karen's eyes went dark again, and her body was about to fall towards the fire. Yagyu grabbed Karen's hand in time and let her pull him into his arms. Holding the girl who was about the same size as Sakura, Yagyu had no intention of taking advantage of her. He quickly put her aside and told her, "You are too weak. Don't get too excited. Thank you when you are better." After that, Yagyu handed a skewer of barbecue to Karen. "Eat something first." "Thank you." Karen took the barbecue and thanked Hinata in a whisper. Her head was still buzzing. This person smells so good. Well, it smells better than barbecue. Karen said secretly while eating. Yagyu certainly didn't know Karen's thoughts, otherwise he would have frowned. As expected of a nymphomaniac. Yagyu also picked up a skewer of barbecue and started eating. While eating, he got straight to the point and asked, "I just gave you a simple treatment. What's the matter with the tooth marks on your arm?" This. Karen's brain went blank in an instant. The first thing she thought of was not to explain her ability, but whether these tooth marks on her arm would arouse Yagyu's disgust and make the hero who saved her look at her with disgust. Seeing that Karen was speechless, Yagyu continued, "Let me check these tooth marks. They are all different in size and shape. Obviously, they were not bitten by the same person. Also, your body is very healthy, but the chakra in your body is pitifully small, which is completely inconsistent with your physique. Your ability is to provide your own chakra to others." Hearing that Yagyu's tone was not disgusted, Karen breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, that's my ability." Karen nodded, saying without hiding anything, "But my ability is not to provide chakra to others, but to heal injuries. I discovered from childhood that my body is special. No matter how injured it is, as long as I bite, the injury will heal quickly. But as a price, I will consume the corresponding chakra according to the severity of the injury of the person who bites me. If the chakra is not replenished, it will be overdrawn. Life, my mother, she died like this." When she said the last sentence, Karen's eyes darkened. Looking at the depressed Karen, Yagyu couldn't help but pat her shoulders and changed the subject. "We haven't met yet. My name is Yagyu, what's your name?" As if she felt Yagyu's concern, Karen, who was already very strong in her heart, suddenly had tears in her eyes and choked up and said, My name is Karen." Just like those genius orphans in the ninja world, Karen has never been cared for or concerned about since her mother's death. Those people completely treated her as a substitute for her mother and used her as a medical tool. But now, she felt the warmth that only her mother could give her from the people of the hostile ninja village. At this moment, Karen broke down. Looking at Karen crying with her head down, Yagyu knew it was time to start. He patted Karen's trembling shoulders again and asked softly, "Karen, do you have a surname?" "No. No." "Then do you know what your ability is called?" Karen raised her little face that was crying like a cat and shook her head at Yagyu, "No. I don't know." "You just said that your mother also has this ability, right?" "Yes." "Then I should know your ability and what your ancestor's surname is." Under Karen's suspicious gaze, Yagyu said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, Karen should be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and your ability is called physical healing." Uzumaki clan physical healing. Karen was even more confused. The Kusagakuer village is just a small ninja village, and its cultural heritage is not comparable to that of the big ninja villages. How could there be records of the Uzumaki clan that has been extinct for many years? If there were records, Karin and her mother would not have received such treatment. It is even more impossible to send Karin to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. Karin obviously did not know about this 1,000-year-old clan that was the first to die. So, Yagyu slowly narrated, the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, so we have complete records of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. As far as I know, this clan used to live on an island and established a ninja village called Uzushiagakuer village, and has always been an ally with Konoha. But because this clan is very good at sealing techniques, many countries in the ninja world are afraid, so they joined forces to invade the hidden Uzushio village decades ago. At that time, Konoha's rescue came too late, and the Uzushio village had been destroyed. Only one person was saved in time, and she was the wife of the fourth Hokage. Looking at Karin, who was stunned, Yagyu continued, the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan are red hair and huge chakra, and there are several unique abilities that have become legends, one of which is physical healing. This ability is exactly the same as your healing ability. If I'm not mistaken, Karin, your mother, or your grandmother and grandfather, should be the survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Karin looked dazed, obviously she didn't expect that her life experience and abilities were so important. At this time, Yagyu suddenly said, Karin, do you want to join Konoha? Hey! Karin was slightly stunned, then her face lit up, and she said nervously, Can I? Karin was not interested in Konoha, and she only listened to stories about her life experience and abilities. After all, that happened decades ago and had nothing to do with her. But the thought of joining Konoha and being in the same village as Yagyu made Karin very excited. But thinking of her own identity, Karin said uneasily, I am a ninja from Kusagakuer village. Will Konoha accept someone like me? It will definitely be. Yagyu nodded affirmatively, as long as you are willing to join Konoha, your hair and abilities can prove your life experience. I will also ask the guiding Jonin to recommend you. I believe that the Hokage will definitely agree to your joining Konoha. I am willing to join Konoha. Hearing this, Karin nodded without hesitation. The girl knew that this was the only chance to change her fate and get close to Yagyu. She had been in the abyss since her mother's death, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity to catch the light. Very good, when the Chunin exam is over, I will ask the Jonin to recommend him to the Hokage. Yagyu stood up, stretched out his hand to Karin, and smiled, Welcome to Konoha, Karin. Looking at Yagyu, who was really shining under the reflection of the flames, Karin's eyes were stupid again. At this moment, she suddenly felt grateful to the Kusagakuer village that she had always hated. If they hadn't forced her to come to participate in the Chunin exam, she would never have met Yagyu in her life. Chapter 47 His wings are not something that anyone can hit. Are those two people nearby your companions? They ran away when they saw me before. It's their style. My mother and I are outsiders. The Kusagakuer village doesn't trust us outsiders at all. I came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam this time, and I am actually ready to die. Then do you have any Jonin to guide you along? No, Kusagakuer is just a small ninja village, and the number of Jonin is very small. They only sent 2 teams to deal with the invitation from the neighboring country. In that case, let me arrange it for you. Yagyu, I will do whatever you say, and I will listen to you. In the forest at night, 2 figures walked and talked on the forest road. Just Like Haku and Kimimaro. Once Karin sets her sights on someone, she will be his dog for the rest of her life. Even if she cannot turn over and become the mistress, even if she is hurt many times by the person she likes, Karin will not hate or become a yandere, but as long as the person she likes is happy, she will feel satisfied and will not marry for the rest of her life. This is the difference between an ordinary dog and an ultimate dog. And Yagyu has 2 such dogs. Shadow Clone Technique. Yagyu secretly turns on the red eye perspective and farsightedness, takes Karin to an entrance of the Forest of Death, and then forms a seal with both hands to create a shadow clone. Then, Yagyu took out an envelope with banknotes from his body, handed it to Karin, and said, The Chunin exam should last for a while. To prevent your companions from discovering you, and you can't get a certificate to leave the village now, I suggest you leave Konoha first and live somewhere in the Land of Fire for a while. After the Chunin exam, I will find you with the guidance of the Jonin, and then take you back to Konoha. You can use this money to rent a house and eat something good. Karin shook her head and waved her hands and said, Yagyu-kun, you don't have to give me money, I can do whatever I want. Find a place. Hold. Lu Sheng suddenly changed the tenderness just now, and stuffed the envelope into the hands of the phosphorus, and then laughed. You are too weak now. After making money, just return the money to me. Xiang Phosphorus felt the warmth that the mother could give her again. Her eyes nodded a little. June, where should I go to wait for you? Lu Sheng's mouth raised slightly, and gently said a place named Short Book Street. After sending away the phosphorus, Lu Sheng went back to meet the oil hyena and Hina. Yagyu was very relieved about Karen's safety. It was late at night, and with the illusion ability of the red eyes that even the white eyes could not see through, Karen could walk out of the Konoha gate openly. With the red eyes' farsightedness turned on, Yagyu began to look for the location of Team 8. When he followed his memory to a certain range, the shadow clone who had been staying with Team 8 and also had the red eyes' farsightedness turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Aberame Shino and Hinata next to him were not surprised at all. When Yagyu's shadow clone brought the prey back, he had already told them that he was just a shadow clone. After Yagyu's real body came back, Aberame Shino couldn't help asking, Yagyu, did you find someone? No, I wasn't looking for someone just now. Yagyu shook his head and said the words he had already thought of, I met a very interesting person when I was hunting just now. I will introduce her to you when I have the chance. Someone from another ninja village. Well, her identity is a bit special. After the exam is over, I need to talk to Teacher Hong about it. Yagyu nodded, as if he didn't want to say more. Aberame Shino didn't ask any more questions. But he and Hinata both had some curiosity about the person Yagyu was talking about. The person who made Yagyu pay so much attention, and wasted so much time, and even told Teacher Hong about it must be very special and important. Thinking of this, Aberame Shino and Hinata couldn't help but flash the figure of the candidate they paid attention to during the first exam in their minds. Looking at the two people who were lost in thought, Yagyu smiled and said, You guys take a rest first, I'll keep watch. Okay. Time came to the next morning in the blink of an eye. After taking out the water source in the storage scroll and washing up simply, Team 8 continued to look for Team 7 and Team 10. Suddenly, Yagyu seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Then he quickly formed seals with both hands and split into several shadow clones. This time, the shadow clones were extremely fast, and 3 red-eye surveillance cameras covering a radius of 1 kilometer were looking for the location of Team 7 in the Death Forest. Even if they haven't found them yet, Yagyu knows the current situation of Team 7. They must have encountered the Kyuzagakuer disguised as Orochimaru yesterday, and Uchiha Sasuke's neck must have been planted with the Heaven's Curse seal. And Naruto, he was also hit by Orochimaru's 5 Elements seal, and he was in a coma with Uchiha Sasuke. Now the only person awake in Team 7 is Sakura. This is also the reason why the shadow clone is a little anxious. Due to the first exam, Kabuto Yakushi didn't have the opportunity to show off his acting skills, so Yagyu forgot about a few minions. Yagyu just suddenly remembered that after Orochimaru planted the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke, he not only reunited with Mitarashi Anko in the Forest of Death, but also ordered the Sound Trio to kill Uchiha Sasuke before leaving. In fact, it was to stimulate the power of Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal and make Uchiha Sasuke addicted to the power he gave. But because the Sound Trio was too loyal and active, Uchiha Sasuke had not yet woken up, and they had already found Team 7. Both main forces were unconscious, and Sakura could only face the Sound Ninja Trio alone. In the original work, it was also in this battle that Sakura underwent her first transformation, cutting off her long hair and taking the first step to become Brother Sakura. Transformation is a good thing, but that is for Sakura in the original work. Now Sakura does not need any transformation. Sakura, who grew up with the 3 Yagyu, has already transformed and is now a very qualified and even excellent auxiliary ninja. If her chakra was not insufficient when she was a child, Yagyu would have taught her water escape ninjutsu. Because Sakura's chakra attributes are the same as Yagyu before graduation, they are all yin, yang, water, and earth. After graduation, Yagyu did not teach Sakura ninjutsu, but let her continue to lay a good foundation in perception and medical treatment, leaving a deep impression on Hotaki Kakashi. After the temporary disbanding of Team 7, she was recommended to Tsunade by Hotaki Kakashi as in the original work. So now Sakura also does not have much combat power. Before she was beaten up by the Sound Ninja Trio, Yagyu had to find her first. Not everyone can hit his wings. Under the full-speed search of the 3 shadow clones, Sakura's location was soon found. However, just as the shadow clones were released and the memory was fed back, a cold light flashed in Yagyu's eyes, and he said to Hinata and Aberame Shino, "Sakura is in a little trouble. I'll go there first, you guys hurry up." After saying that, Yagyu's figure disappeared out of thin air, and a residual image that was difficult to capture with the naked eye quickly passed over the treetops in the forest. In a blink of an eye, Yagyu disappeared in front of Aberame Shino and Hinata. Seeing this scene, Aberame Shino's pupils shrank slightly under her sunglasses. Is this Yagyu's true speed? He even hid the instant body technique so deeply. Chapter 48 The first victim of the Raise Nan. In a certain area of the Death Forest, in the open space between two towering trees, two girls were fighting. The sound of a balloon bursting and the sound of a swoosh breaking through the air continued to sound, scaring the surrounding animals to flee. The picture zoomed in, and Sakura was seen releasing her perception technique, and constantly disrupting the flow of chakra in her body to break the illusion in front of her. In Sakura's perspective, several after-images appeared around the black-haired girl in front of her, and they kept throwing a large number of senbon at Sakura together with the main body. This black-haired girl was Jin from the Sound Ninja Trio. Facing Jin's senbon attack, Sakura skillfully used the substitution technique to change positions with the wood that had been prepared long ago. At the same time, she kept taking out smoke bombs from her ninja bag and throwing them at Jin. Every time the smoke exploded and blocked Jin's sight, Sakura took out the shuriken to return the favor. With her strong perception and solid foundation, Sakura left scars on Jin's body many times, making him embarrassed in front of his companions. However, Sakura's situation was not much better. At this time, her face was covered with bruises and red palm prints, and there was still traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Obviously she was slapped. This is indeed the case. Sakura never thought that such a monster would appear in the Chunin exam. Whether it was Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, who was second only to Yagyu, they had no power to fight back in the hands of the grass ninja. In the body of the grass ninja, Sakura felt a gap like a natural moat, which was more terrifying than Mamakai's Abusa. At that moment, Sakura thought she was dead. But for some reason, the grass ninja did not kill her, nor did he kill Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The other party just planted a black curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's neck and chose to leave. When Sakura treated Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, she found that they were in very good health, but they had not woken up from last night. Sakura could only move them into the tree hole and then disguise the whole entrance with invisibility. As a result, not long after dawn, the three Otonin came to the door and specifically asked to kill Uchiha Sasuke. During this period, Sakura, who had established a bond with Team 7, could not abandon her companions and run away, so she bravely stood up. Jin, who grew up in the cruel environment of Otonin village, could not stand the spoiled Sakura and proposed to teach Sakura a lesson in person. Seeing that Sakura was the only one awake in Team 7, Toss and Sak, who were very confident in their own strength, were not in a hurry to complete Orochimaru's task immediately, but asked Jin to play with Sakura. At the beginning, both of them fought in close combat. As an excellent student in the top 10 of the grade, Sakura had either full marks or high marks in all subjects. Especially in fighting skills, Sakura, who had been fighting against Yagyu and Hinata since childhood, was not much weaker than Jin, who fought in Otonin village. But Sakura did not expect that the opponent was actually an illusion ninja, and it was an auditory illusion. Sakura, who had no intelligence advantage, was tricked by Jin in the fight. However, the opponent did not take the opportunity to attack Sakura's fatal parts, but slapped Sakura. After realizing that she was no match for Jin at close range, Sakura decisively distanced herself from Jin, which was why she kept using substitution techniques and smoke bombs. However, props were limited, and Sakura's shuriken and smoke bombs were quickly used up. Plus, this was her first life and death duel, and Sakura, who had rich combat experience only in physical duels, was soon hit by Jin's illusion again and was kicked away by him. The body rolled on the ground for several circles, and before Sakura could get up, one foot stepped on her back, and then one arm and hair were grabbed. Has anyone told you that your appearance and hair are very ugly? Jin pulled Sakura's long pink hair, using sarcasm to cover up his inner jealousy. She was jealous not only of Sakura's long pink hair, but also her red cheongsam and her spoiled temperament. They were obviously of the same age. Why was she an orphan and grew up in the environment of the Sound Village, and finally became a genin? And this woman was born in Konoha, one of the 5 major ninja villages, and had such beautiful hair and clothes, and easily got the ninja forward that she could only get through fighting. She was so weak, why? Her hair and arms were pulled, but Sakura did not scream or beg for mercy, but looked at Jin with her beautiful emerald green eyes, with no fear, but a hint of disdain. "What's that look in your eyes?" Jin was instantly irritated by Sakura's eyes, and pulled her long pink hair hard, yelling, "Recognize the situation, you are just a loser, I am the winner." Sakura frowned slightly, and smiled on her bruised face, "You lost, blame me for not killing me at the beginning. Are you stupid because of my slap? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jin smiled grimly and said, "It's not too late for me to kill you now, but I won't let you die so easily. I will pull out all your hair, then scratch your face, dig out your eyeballs, and let you die in pain." After saying that, Jin was about to pull Sakura's hair with all his strength. But the next second, her eyes widened and her pupils shrank. She saw that her wrist holding Sakura's hair was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and a tall figure appeared next to her out of thin air. This is not the key. The key point is that after Jin's wrist was grabbed, her body could not move, as if she was deprived of control of her body. Jin binding technique. Ah! Jin's ability to speak was not deprived. As a ninja of illusion, she recognized the technique that bound her at a glance. Before she could disrupt the flow of chakra in her body and break through the restraints of her body, her expression became more ferocious and she screamed. The intense pain made her uncontrollable palm automatically loosen Sakura's hair and arms. Yagyu pulled out a kunai and stabbed it hard into her elbow. After Jin let go of her hair, Yagyu grabbed her wrist and twisted it hard. Ah! As the cracking sound rang out, Jin's mouth once again uttered a miserable cry, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. Seeing this scene, Toss and Sak, who were still watching the show from a distance, reacted. Just as they rushed to Yagyu and prepared to rescue Jin, Yagyu turned around and jumped sideways, kicking Jin directly towards them. Before they could catch the flying Jin, Yagyu disappeared again, caught up with the flying Jin, and pressed a high-speed rotating blue energy ball on Jin's body with his hand. In an instant, Jin's flying body began to spin in the air, and the speed of flying backwards increased several times, like a spinning boulder flying towards Toss and Sak. Seeing this scene, Toss and Sak dared not catch it, and quickly dodged sideways. After Jin's body flew through them, it flew a long distance until it hit a towering tree that more than a dozen people hugged, and smashed a pit on the trunk before stopping. Chapter 49 Uchiha Sasuke's Discovery and Fighting Spirit. Gurgle. Looking at Jin trapped in the tree trunk, whose life and death were unknown, Toss and Sak swallowed their saliva. If you look closely, you will find that cold sweat has appeared near their temples and faces. They were not frightened by Jin's miserable condition, but by the ninjutsu that Yagyu had just used. No mark ninjutsu. And it was such a powerful no mark ninjutsu. Toss came to his senses and took out the scroll with the word Earth written on it without any hesitation, and said to Yagyu, "We admit defeat. This scroll is given to you. Can you let us go?" "No, you will all stay here." A high-speed rotating energy ball appeared in Yagyu's hand again. Zhang Kongji, ah! Seeing that Yagyu did not agree to the deal, Sak immediately clapped his hands and was about to use his strongest sound wave attack. However, before he could mobilize his chakra to transform into sound waves, he let out a miserable scream with an extremely ferocious expression. Toss was startled by Sak's sudden scream. He looked at Sak, who was twitching all over, with a ferocious expression and bloodshot eyes, and shouted, "Sak, you are in an illusion, get rid of it quickly." Sak seemed not to hear Toss's voice. At this time, he had fallen to the ground, rolling and screaming, "Ah! It's so hot, help me put out the fire on my body." In Sak's perspective, the surrounding forest had turned into a sea of fire, and his whole body was wrapped in flames. Burning, one of the most tragic ways to die, made Sak extremely painful, and he couldn't even break free from the illusion. This trick was exactly illusion Shiranui. How dare you be distracted? Just when Toss turned his head to look at Sak, Yagyu had already rushed in front of him and pressed the raised nan on Toss's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Toss flew backwards like a cannonball. His body, like Jin just now, kept spinning in the air, and with a blue swirling chakra cyclone, he hit a big tree heavily. A huge dent immediately appeared on the trunk. Toss's body was stuck in the trunk, and his life or death was unknown. Swish, swish, swish. Yagyu showed no mercy, took out 3 kunai, and threw them with superb throwing skills, inserting them into the heads of the 3 sound ninjas, taking their lives. Swish, swish, swish. White light flashed from the 3 people. As the three beams flew out, several white light balls floated on the ground around the three bodies. Yagyu just glanced at these light balls and turned to walk towards Sakura. At this time, Sakura was facing away from Yagyu, with the green light flashing in front of her, obviously treating her injuries. "Sakura, are you okay?" Yagyu touched Sakura's head from behind and asked with concern. Sakura lowered her head, covered her face with her green palm, and treated her. "Yagyu, don't look at me, I look ugly now." "No, you looked very handsome just now." Yagyu laughed dumbly, rubbed Sakura's hair hard, and said, "You are too slow to treat yourself, let me help you." "No, you have a camera on you, what if you take a secret photo?" Sakura complained coquettishly. "Hinata said you often take secret photos of her, I don't want to be photographed by you in such an ugly way." No, why does Hinata tell you everything?" Yagyu promised with a face full of shame. Without waiting for Sakura to speak, Yagyu suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at a cave. Sakura also stopped the treatment and looked up at the cave where Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were, and said in horror, "Sasuke woke up, why did his chakra become like this?" "Sakura, who hurt your face?" Uchiha Sasuke's voice came into her ears. In the shadow of the cave, a figure with purple chakra and evil aura slowly walked out. Uchiha Sasuke, with half of his face covered with black curse marks, opened his double Megatama Sharingan and looked at Yagyu and Sakura. He noticed Sakura's bruised face and asked. "The enemy came just now, but they were all dealt with by Yagyu." Sakura explained briefly, and then asked with a little concern, "Sasuke, are you okay?" "Ah. I'm fine." Uchiha Sasuke looked down at the black curse seal that spread to his left hand, and said excitedly, "Not only am I fine now, but I feel very good, as if I can do anything." However, his words made Sakura even more uneasy. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly looked at Yagyu, and his smile explained what evil charm is, and challenged him, "Yagyu, do you want to fight?" "No, your current state is very wrong." Yagyu shook his head and reminded, "Although I don't know what happened to your body, this chakra is obviously not yours. Are you going to give up the pride of the Uchiha clan and immerse yourself in this external force?" Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's smile condensed slightly, and then his face showed pain, and he groaned, his Sharingan turned back to black eyes, and he squatted down with his neck covered. After a while, he stood up weakly again, and the curse marks on his face and hands had faded. After his emotions returned to normal, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura not far away, as well as the bodies of Jin and Toss trapped in the tree, and finally returned his gaze to Sakura, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I got you into trouble, Sakura. I'm glad you're all right." Seeing Uchiha Sasuke return to his original state, Sakura was relieved and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I haven't been able to help." "You're already amazing for daring to face such an enemy." Yagyu couldn't help pinching Sakura's little face, causing her to breathe in pain. "Let me treat you, your chakra is too weak." Yagyu squatted down and performed medical ninjutsu on Sakura's face. Sakura quickly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she was still muttering, "Hurry up, I can sense Hinata's chakra, I can't let her see me like this." "Hinata has a Byakugan, she must have seen it a long time ago." "It's different, her Byakugan is black and white." "Okay, I can't do anything about you." Looking at the two people whispering, Uchiha Sasuke covered his neck and came to Sak's body, and then looked at the bodies of Tos and Jin who were trapped in the tree trunk. To be precise, he was staring at the traces of destruction around them. A few seconds later, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to remember something, suddenly turned his head, endured the pain brought by the curse seal, and opened the double Megatama Sharingan again, looking at Yagyu who had cured Sakura's injuries. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and then a strong fighting spirit appeared on his face. "Such an amazing chakra, is this your true strength? I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Great, only you like this are worthy of being my opponent. Only by defeating the real you can we avenge our past shame and prove the strength of Uchiha." Chapter 50 The End of the Second Exam. "Sakura, are you okay?" "Hehe. I was almost killed." Fortunately, Yagyu arrived in time. As soon as Yagyu treated Sakura, Hinata and Abarame Shino appeared in an instant. Hinata was concerned about Sakura's physical condition at the first time. She checked the chakra flow in her body with her white eyes to see if there was any problem with the meridians. Fortunately, Sakura did not suffer any internal injuries except for the large consumption of chakra. So, the two girlfriends walked aside and whispered. Shadow clone technique. Yagyu made seals with both hands, split into 3 shadow clones, and then took out 3 storage scrolls from somewhere, asking the shadow clones to collect the bodies of the sound ninja trio. Uchiha Sasuke was a little surprised by this. He didn't know why Yagyu wanted to collect the bodies of the enemy. But he did not ask more questions. After all, these bodies were all Yagyu's spoils of war. Aberame was not surprised at all. Presumably Yagyu must have played his trump card again, not wanting others to know his secrets. After the shadow clone packed up the bodies of the sound ninja trio, he brought the storage scroll back to Yagyu, and handed the Book of Earth to Yagyu. Yagyu first put away the storage scroll, then raised the Book of Earth in his hand, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked, "We have already collected the Book of Heaven and Earth, do you want this scroll?" "No, we will go and grab it ourselves." Just as Yagyu thought, the proud Uchiha Sasuke refused without hesitation. "Then we'll meet at the central tower." Yagyu put away the Book of Earth, came to Hinata's side, and said to Sakura, "Sasuke has woken up, and we should leave, after all, we are enemies now." "Well, see you at the central tower." Sakura was a little reluctant, but still nodded with a smile. So, Yagyu and Hinata waved to Sakura, and disappeared with Aberame. From beginning to end, Sakura did not thank Yagyu, because between the 4 of them, there was no need for that. Team 8 stepped on the treetops and flew through the forest. Aberame looked at Yagyu and asked, "Did Team 10 find it?" "Yes, they don't need help, they have already collected the Book of Heaven and Earth." Yagyu smiled and said, "Let's go directly to the central tower." "Okay." So, Team 8 rushed at full speed, and it took only more than 10 minutes to reach the tower in the center of the Death Forest. It took less than 24 hours for Team 8 to pass the second exam. Since there were more than 100 hours before the end of the second exam, Team 8 was arranged to stay in the dormitory of the central tower, waiting for the end of the exam. They could rest, and Konoha also provided food. If the third exam started immediately after the second exam, those candidates who arrived early would have a huge advantage. In this way, time quickly came to 4 days later. During this period, Yagyu met Gaara many times in the cafeteria, and the other party looked at him with murderous eyes. Presumably, under Gaara's sand armor, his expression must be excited and ferocious. Yagyu just smiled at this. However, his smile and the look of not fearing Gaara at all aroused the fear of Temari and Kankuro. After the first exam, they investigated Yagyu a little and were curious about how he calmed Gaara down. After learning that the other party was the top student of this year and had been in the same class with the orphans of the Uchiha clan and the heirs of the major ninja clans for several years, they realized that this civilian genius was definitely not as simple as he seemed. When the plan started, this person was likely to be one of the biggest enemies of the 3 siblings. July 7th, 60th year of Konoha, 14:30 in the afternoon. Yagyu and the other 2 received a notice that the second exam was about to end. When they arrived at the hall on the first floor of the central tower, it was already full of candidates. Unlike the spotless Team 8 and Gaara's 3 siblings, these examinees were either wrapped in bandages, or had tattered clothes, or were covered in dust, etc. It was obvious that they had a hard time in the past 5 days. The arrival of Yagyu and his friends instantly attracted a lot of attention. All these people looked at them with fear. However, some people were slightly enlightened after seeing Hinata's Byakugan. The other party had Byakugan with farsightedness and perspective. As long as they gathered the Book of Heaven and Earth, it was normal for them to reach the central tower faster than them. "Yagyu, Hinata, this way, this way." Ino's voice reached his ears. Yagyu looked at the crowd and saw a girl with a new hairstyle and golden twin ponytails waving at them. Next to her, there was Sakura, who was also covered in dust and looked a little embarrassed. Yagyu walked over with a smile. As soon as he came to Ino's side, Yagyu heard Ino's spoiled complaint, "Yagyu, you went to find Sakura, why didn't you come to find me? Who said you didn't look for me?" Yagyu helped Ino tidy up her ponytail and said with a smile, "I looked for both of you, but I only showed up when Sakura was in danger. I left with peace of mind after seeing you get the scroll. Hehe. Actually, I was looking for you too. I didn't know Sakura was in danger until I met Team 7 the day before yesterday. Sakura performed very well, and the look she gave that sound ninja was very, very handsome, but it's a pity that I didn't take a picture of it." "Stop talking, it's too embarrassing." Yagyu, where is your camera hidden? Do you have any developed photos? Let me see. Guess. OE. Just when the four Yagyu were chatting, the time had come to 15 o'clock. At this time, a large group of figures appeared on the second floor, including the examiner and invigilator of the second exam, as well as the guiding jonin of each team and unfamiliar jonin. The leader was the third Hokage, one of the 5 Kages. The guiding jonin did not come down to chat with their students, but came to the stands on both sides and gave their students a thumbs up or nodded to give affirmation. Yui Kurane was one of the ones who gave a thumbs up. Looking at the 3 Yagyu who were spotless and in sharp contrast to the other candidates, she knew that the 3 Yagyu must be the first candidates to pass the test. Among the guiding jonin, only Hitaki Kakashi came down instantly. After checking Uchiha Sasuke's curse seal, he wanted to take Uchiha Sasuke to seal the curse seal, but was rejected by Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't know what to do next, whether there is an exam or not. He doesn't want to be eliminated because of absence. Hitaki Kakashi didn't force it, but returned to the stands and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with the candidates. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to give a speech, telling the candidates about the importance of the Chunin exam and the third exam. The Chunin exam is an important competition for major ninja villages to show their national strength in peacetime, and the importance lies in the third exam. The third exam will be held in the largest square in Konoha. At that time, there will not only be a large number of spectators, but also a large number of wealthy people and nobles to watch. The powerful, the village and the ninja will be favored by them, and their village or team may be chosen for the commissioned mission in the future. However, the candidates who can participate in the third exam must be the elite among the elites. Since there are still too many candidates who passed the second exam, and the second exam is a team competition, there will be an individual elimination match to select half of the elite genin. Yagyu stood at the back of the team and counted the number of candidates. Including him, there are a total of 24 candidates who passed the second exam.